Chapter 3184. This time, almost all the top forces had come and gathered outside the Sacred Body Mountain. 4 ultimate gods had been killed. It was not a small matter. It was a huge matter that involved the entire Sacred Spirit domain. They had to take it seriously. The Sacred Body Mountain's Lin Fei had the most advanced enchantments. That was the most terrifying thing. Paralysis Scepter? Enchantment equipment that could break through defenses. That was not including the Gravity Scepter. The first 2 enchantments were already too much for them. If there were more, they would not be able to survive. From then on, the ultimate gods would have to restrain themselves. If they were ambushed by a large number of heavenly gods, they would become a laughing stock. Fight. All the top forces had the same goal. They would attack the Sacred Body Mountain first. There was no need for that. They would fight on their own. They wanted to defeat the Sacred Body Mountain with their strength and force Lin Fei to hand over the advanced enchantment technique and the method to mass-produce enchantment equipment. But the ultimate gods made their move. The Space-Time Temple Master had also put aside his grudge with the Primordial Sect and decided to take care of the Sacred Body Mountain first. The Space-Time Divine Wheel appeared and controlled the flow of time in that area. Under the influence of the Space-Time Divine Wheel, all heavenly gods, regardless of their cultivation level, would be affected. Their movements would become slow and sluggish. The Space-Time Divine Wheel had just been activated. The 3,000 personal guards also made their move. The paralysis and gravitational enchantments attacked. All the ultimate gods were immediately affected. One by one, the ultimate gods appeared with enchantment armor. However, they were also affected by the gravitational and paralysis powers. It's the paralysis powers. Damn it. We, the Heavenly Feather Clan, haven't figured it out yet. Lin Fei is a few steps ahead of us. We must take down the Sacred Body Mountain. With so many paralysis enchanted scepters and the Gravity Scepter, not just anyone would be able to survive. They didn't die in vain. The ultimate gods were secretly shocked. It had only been 1,000 years or so, but the Sacred Body Mountain had already reached this stage without anyone noticing. It was too sinister. Brother Space-Time, the paralysis and gravitational shroud can threaten our ultimate gods. We must destroy their personal guards. We'll have to trouble you. The godly venerable ones reacted quickly and broke free from the enchantment. They all knew that the Sacred Body Mountain's Imperial Guards had grasped another type of attack. If they were to be paralyzed by it, it would not end well for them, especially in front of so many people. The group of ultimate gods broke free. The hierarch of the Primordial Sect sent out a message. Deities of the Sacred Body Mountain, listen up. Anyone who attacks the Imperial Guard army will be a registered disciple of the Primordial Sect. Cultivation techniques, divine weapons, whatever you want will be given to you. It's the same for Black Domain Mountain. Kill a guard and you'll be rewarded handsomely. There's only one chance. Don't miss it. If you miss it, you won't get another chance. The Divine Lord was smart. After leaving the attack range, the godly venerable expert threw out a huge temptation. The opportunity to join a top force and become a nominal disciple was not something anyone could get. Inside the Saint Body Mountain, there were as many heavenly god powerhouses as there were clouds. In the past few hundred years, the number of heaven gods in the vicinity of the Saint Body Mountain had exceeded 800 million. It was a majestic sight, and all the merchants in the Saint Spirit domain had gathered here. Many people were tempted. A top force's nominal disciple. Some supremacies and supremacies were tempted. There were indeed not many opportunities like this. If they missed it, they wouldn't get another chance. If they wanted to make a name for themselves, this was their chance. The Sacred Body Mountain brought this upon itself. The opportunity is right in front of us. Everyone, let's go. A great venerable expert took the lead. Heavenly gods immediately responded to the great venerable, who asked the godly venerable expert's words to be so tempting. No matter how powerful the Sacred Body Mountain was, there was no way it could withstand so many godly venerables outside. There were more than 10 godly venerables and nearly 20 godly venerables. Who could withstand such overwhelming power? The great venerable expert was delighted. With their participation, they would definitely be able to complete the mission. Bastards, how dare they betray the sacred body mountain after taking the benefits here? Brothers, who will kill them with me? I haven't killed a great venerable yet. A heavenly god expert flew out. Count me in. Me too. These guys deserve to die. Without the sacred body mountain, where are we going to get enchanted equipment? Everyone, let's go and kill these shameless bastards. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and millions of heavenly gods attacked angrily. More and more heavenly gods attacked. They had all obtained enchanted equipment. Previously, they did not have a chance to attack. Now that they were equipped with enchanted equipment, their strength had greatly increased. After someone took the lead, the heavenly gods also stood out and surrounded the supremacies and great venerables. The scene was completely one-sided. The enchanted equipment's attacks crushed down one after another. Although the great venerables were powerful, they could not withstand the attacks coming from all directions and were beaten to death. Escape? There was nowhere to escape. Ha! We killed a great venerable. Awesome! These shameless bastards must die. There are more over there. Let's go and kill them all. Many heavenly gods were persuaded by the godly venerable experts. However, they could not withstand the attacks of countless heavenly gods. All kinds of enchanted equipment appeared on the scene. A single person's strength seemed extremely insignificant in this situation. One by one, the supremacies and great venerables were killed, and so were the heavenly gods who were causing trouble. Don't kill me, I surrender. I surrender too. It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Spare me. The heavenly gods who relied on the enchanted equipment were completely dumbfounded. This was different from what they had imagined. The sacred body mountain was surrounded by godly venerables. Why couldn't they see the situation clearly? They wanted to cry but had no tears. If they had known this would happen, they would not have made a move. They were just courting death. The heavenly gods who were about to attack felt guilty and hurriedly switched sides. What a joke! If they showed their heads now, they would definitely die. Didn't they see that even the great venerables could not withstand the attacks of these heavenly gods? What the hell were the great venerables? Little did they know that this was the change brought about by the enchanted equipment in the past few hundred years. With enchanted equipment, there was a certain difference in strength? What was there to be afraid of? They could arm themselves with enchanted equipment. Low-level heavenly gods killing high-level heavenly gods had happened from time to time. For a long time, high-level heavenly gods did not dare to be so arrogant. Now that someone wanted to attack the sacred body mountain, they had undoubtedly touched their bottom line. They could not afford to offend godly venerables, but these supremacies and great supremacies could be easily dealt with. Under the godly venerables' bewitchment, the small disturbance on the sacred body mountain was quickly quelled. The group of godly venerables realized how terrifying the sacred body mountain was. Now they had to attack from the outside. We really have to go all out. The space-time temple master controlled the space-time divine wheel. Everyone follow me in. The sword of time was also in the hands of the space-time temple master. He swung the sword through the air. Endless time energy gathered and tore a hole in the sacred body mountain's defensive array formation. Chapter 3185. The most powerful treasures of the space-time temple were those 3 treasures. With the help of the space-time wheel, one could travel a certain distance and ignore all formations. The prerequisite was to break a gap, which was what the time sword was used for. After the space-time temple master used the time sword to break the defense of the sacred body mountain, the space-time wheel took advantage of the gap and entered the mountain. The ultimate gods outside also entered the space-time wheel and entered the sacred body mountain. That was the power of 2 of the 3 great treasures. As soon as they appeared, the sacred body mountain's 5 layers of absolute gravity came crashing down. This time, everyone was prepared. The space-time wheel spun rapidly and shrouded the area with traces of time energy, blocking the absolute gravity. The gravitational force that fell on the ultimate gods was negligible. Let's defeat the Imperial Guards first. There was no need for the ultimate gods to say anything. Everyone's target was the Imperial Guards. The treasures they had were too dazzling. They didn't even realize that the Sacred Body Mountain was under their control. Now they had to snatch it. The 3,000 Imperial Guards divided the treasures evenly, and everyone received a large number of enchanted equipment. This was not a small harvest. It was not a waste to come all the way here. More than a dozen ultimate gods pounced on the Imperial Guards like hungry tigers, as if they were going to devour them. The 3,000 Imperial Guards were also affected by the space-time wheel's power. However, another treasure they had started to work. Absolute space. The enchanted armor on their bodies all lit up. It was different from the sacred injury immunity armor that they usually saw. This time, the armor they wore was different. Instead, it was a special kind of armor. When each piece of armor lit up, a certain connection was formed. The 3,000 pieces of armor instantly connected, and a huge ice blue space appeared without warning. This was the enchanted treasure that Lin Fei had carefully made to resist the space-time temple. Once the absolute space was formed, the Imperial Guards regained their normal movements. They activated their scepters, and the paralyzing power descended. At the same time, they took out black ball-like objects. Swoosh! An arc of light flashed and appeared in front of the Divine Lord. The paralyzing power followed closely. The ultimate gods thought that they were finished. However, when they turned around, they saw that they had changed. Within the blue shield, the paralyzing power and the arc of light alternated. The most surprising thing was that when the arc of light touched their bodies, they felt a sharp pain. The arc of light became extremely terrifying. The divine venerables could not get close, so they could only use their treasures to attack. In the face of the absolute space, their attacks were all bounced off. Yes, it was bounced off. Nothing could be more unacceptable than who he was. It's the absolute space. That's something that was exchanged for 1 billion prestige points. It's not something that you can easily break through. With 10 billion reputation points, Lin Fei was very calm. So what if the supreme divinity was here? They would still fall in love and do whatever they wanted. Absolute space was exchanged for prestige, and it blessed the Imperial Guards. In this space, no power could invade, and it could be maintained for a day. To a divine lord, a few hours was already unbearable, let alone a day. Master, why don't we just kill them all at once? We only need 3 billion prestige points. The little demoness asked. There's no point in killing them. It's better to keep them alive to build prestige for me. Lin Fei laughed. Besides, it's just a doppelganger. There's no point in killing them. If they had enough prestige, it would not be difficult to kill their clones. If they had enough prestige, they could kill both their main bodies and clones together. The heavenly gods in the Sacred Body Mountain could not remain calm after seeing the divine wheel of time and space. Not everyone could withstand the destructive power of a dozen or so divine lords. That would really take his life. The 3,000 Imperial Guards were the first to bear the brunt. Everyone knew what that meant. Even the divine lords had greedy thoughts. That was a rare, high-end enchantment treasure in the sacred spirit domain. Where are the 3 great ancestors? Why aren't they showing themselves? And Divine Lord Lin Fei, why isn't he showing himself? Many heavenly gods did not dare to watch anymore. Once the divine lords charged in, the 3,000 Imperial Guards would immediately collapse. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. However, when the gigantic blue shield appeared, its powerful defensive capabilities directly shocked everyone. What is that? What a strong defense! He blocked the attacks of more than a dozen divine lords. Divine Lord Lin Fei is too powerful. When will this kind of enchantment treasure become common? The huge blue shield blocked the attacks. Even the divine wheel of time and space could not affect the blue shield. That was the most shocking thing. If they had such enchantment treasures, they could go anywhere they wanted. This is a special space. It's an existence that has left this layer of space. The Time and Space Temple Master secretly took a deep breath and stared at the icy blue shield. In this space, the power of time cannot affect them at all. This is going to be difficult. The divine lords who were eager to fight could not remain calm at that moment. They were still hoping to divide up all the enchantment treasures on the 3,000 Imperial Guards, but now they were told that it was a special space? That was really a blow to the head. The arcs of light and the paralyzing power formed a barrier that could not be penetrated. The Imperial Guards can't handle it. We can go and capture Lin Fei. The Time and Space Temple Master reacted quickly. Once we capture him, everything will be solved. The Divine Lords thought about it and agreed. Capturing Divine Lord Lin Fei was also possible. The Imperial Guards were too difficult to deal with. Their powerful attacks were all blocked by the blue shield. They could not get close at all. The 3,000 Imperial Guards moved in unison and were really difficult to deal with. It was a big blow to the Divine Lords. It was the first time they could not deal with the 3,000 Imperial Guards. It was a great humiliation in their lives. There was nothing but helplessness. Even though the Divine Wheel of Time had dissipated part of the paralyzing power attack from the paralyzing scepter, the remaining parts still made them very uncomfortable. Everyone changed their direction and went straight to the highest layer of the Sacred Body Mountain. The Time and Space Temple Master slashed with his sword. The huge Sacred Body Mountain was instantly enveloped by the time attack. No one could move under that sword attack. That was the power of the Time Sword. No one could escape from it. Even though it consumed a lot of energy, it was worth it to deal with Lin Fei. The Sacred Body Mountain, which they did not pay much attention to, had displayed a terrifying high-end enchantment ability. None of the Divine Lords dared to underestimate it anymore. They had to take action to capture Lin Fei. At that moment, everyone else was not important. Only Lin Fei was the most important. The icy blue shield automatically thought it was a high-end enchantment. Even the Divine Lords could not do anything about it. Chapter 3186. The ultimate gods who had been charging forward bravely were now in the most difficult situation on the Sacred Body Mountain. 3,000 divine guards were attacking from behind. Enchanted equipment kept emerging. Even his powerful protective emperor intent had been pierced through by the other party's enchanted treasure. At least 7 out of 10 attacks would land on his body. This was the most unacceptable thing for him. The Sacred Body Mountain Divine Guards had the ability to break through an ultimate god's protective intent. Even with the help of external items, they were still a force to be reckoned with. The only thing they could do at that moment was to take down Lin Fei. Dealing with one was better than dealing with 3,000 Divine Guards. They had no way of dealing with the Divine Guards as the icy blue absolute space was a tough nut to crack. Who else could they deal with other than Lin Fei? On the highest level of the Sacred Body Mountain, more than a dozen ultimate gods had arrived. Anyone who saw that scene would have their scalp tingling. There were more than a dozen ultimate gods with all kinds of treasures. The Divine Realm experts in the Sacred Body Mountain were looking forward to Lin Fei's attack. The Divine Guards were already so powerful. Would the Sacred Lord be even more powerful? Lin Fei, come out. You can't hide. The godly venerables wanted to gain the upper hand with a show of strength and scare Lin Fei. 3 divine weapons of massacre came out. They were no longer naked this time as they were equipped with battle armor and enchanted weapons. The ultimate gods were forced to retreat wherever the blades passed by. As soon as the blade appeared, the ultimate god experts felt a cold chill that silently passed through their body protection, causing their bodies to go numb. The 3 divine weapons of massacre went up against 6 ultimate gods. 1 divine weapon of massacre against 2 ultimate gods, firmly suppressing them. What the hell? Lin Fei is a bastard. How many enchanted equipment has he refined? The divine weapons of massacre are all equipped. Their strength is no less than ours. The ultimate gods cursed. Even an ultimate god expert would not dare to underestimate the terrifying blade, much less let his guard down. 6 of the dozen ultimate gods were pinned down. Before they could help, Little Black and Little Snake appeared out of thin air. They were also clad in battle armor and were armed to the teeth. A divine venerable level meta beast. The 2 elemental beasts dashed around wildly. The Space-Time Palace Master was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. His space-time divine wheel was constantly shaken. The meta beast that was wearing the enchanted armor was wreaking havoc. Every time it collided with the meta beast, it created a raging wave. After the divine honored god managed to withstand a few hits, he had no choice but to move around while cursing the shamelessness of the meta beast in his mind. Equipping a massacre divine weapon with magical enchantment equipment was truly extravagant. Not many people in the entire Saint Spirit domain would be willing to do that. The addition of the 2 meta-beasts intercepted the 10 ultimate gods. There's still us. The 3 grand ancestors and 10 elders also appeared. Even we can't beat him. What qualifications do you have to fight with our holy lord? The 3 old ancestors raised their swords and attacked. Rays of sword light swept over and interweaved together. The 3 great ancestors worked together with the 10 elders, supporting them from behind to suppress the remaining ultimate god experts. His strength wasn't high, but he could use enchanted equipment to raise it. Almost all of the ultimate gods were blocked. The 3,000 Imperial Guards attacked from the back while the experts in front were comparable to them. For a moment, both sides were locked in a stalemate. If one were to observe carefully, the ultimate gods from the top forces were at a slight disadvantage. Under the absolute gravity and paralysis attacks, their ultimate god's strength was greatly suppressed. Most importantly, the 3,000 Imperial Guards were firmly suppressing them. The moment they could move, they would immediately attack. It was a very uncomfortable feeling. I didn't expect our sacred body mountain to be so powerful. Now our physique tempering school is not inferior to them. Even the ultimate gods are defeated. This is so exciting. The heavenly gods from the sacred body mountain cheered excitedly. From that moment onward, the sacred body mountain had truly become a top force. No one dared to say anything. More than 10 ultimate gods were blocked and had no advantage at all. As for their treasures, they couldn't use them at all. The Imperial Guards were constantly suppressing them. The ultimate god's strength was infinitely suppressed. This result was beyond many people's imagination. At the same time, it also made everyone realize that the enchanted equipment could be so powerful that even the ultimate gods would have to suffer. Those heavenly gods who were destined to be unable to improve their strength all lit up. This was a path to the heavens. This battle was of great significance to the sacred body mountain and all the heavenly gods in the Saint Spirit domain. On the sacred body mountain, Lin Fei's figure appeared. Everyone, are you satisfied with my gift? Lin Fei finally appeared. The space-time temple master and the others were not any better at that moment. They were the focus of attention and could not help but feel helpless. The power of time was extremely powerful, but its power was also being suppressed at that moment. If he could even research a special space, what couldn't he do? Lin Fei, if you know what's good for you, hand over the high-end enchantment you have. Otherwise, you will be the common enemy of all the forces. Don't think that the sacred body mountain can stand above us just because you blocked us today. The primordial sect's ultimate god shouted. If he did not teach Lin Fei a lesson today, he would not be able to take it lying down. A dignified, godly, venerable expert was humiliated. He felt embarrassed. I know you're an ultimate god from the primordial sect, so I've decided to give you a gift because of what you said. Lin Fei laughed. I hope you like it. A gift? The primordial sect's ultimate god was shocked. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back and pointed at the primordial sect's expert. Second-class fatal strike activated. Successfully consumed 500 million reputation points. If Lin Fei did not perform well in front of so many people, he would not be Lin Fei. A burst of energy shot out. When the energy fluctuation appeared, all the ultimate gods present felt a terrifying chill. It was a chill that came from the depths of their souls. It was dangerous and terrifying. The primordial sect's ultimate god did not take Lin Fei's words seriously. This is a gift? It's going to kill me. The primordial sect's ultimate god was shocked. Where did Lin Fei get such a killer move? Did he have to use it on himself? As soon as he thought of that, the attack instantly landed on his body. The various attributes of the enchanted battle armor on his body were useless as the attack pierced through him, leaving a terrible bloody hole. The primordial sect's ultimate god lowered his head and looked at the bloody hole. Your gift? No, crack. Cracks instantly spread from the edge of the bloody hole. The primordial sect's ultimate god's body was covered in dense cracks. After a loud bang, The primordial sect's ultimate god turned into countless pieces and fell from the sky. What shocked everyone the most was that when the fragments fell down, they instantly turned into solid rocks without a trace of life aura. This transformation was too frightening. I'm buying the pieces at a high price. I'm also buying the ultimate god's pieces. Grab them. Chapter 3187. The ultimate gods who were fighting stopped what they were doing. The scene in front of them was too shocking. Lin Fei had killed an ultimate god expert with a single finger and turned his opponent's flesh and blood into a stone. It was too scary. An ultimate god's strength was undeniable. Lin Fei's methods were extremely domineering. No one would believe that a flesh and blood body could be turned into a lifeless stone if they did not see it with their own eyes. It was too ridiculous. The ultimate god experts were stunned. Killing an ultimate god with a single finger was too unrealistic. Could Lin Fei be a second-class ultimate god or even a third-class ultimate god? The primordial sect ultimate god expert was a first-class ultimate god and was at the bottom of the ultimate gods. However, that ultimate god would not be able to kill him so easily. Furthermore, Lin Fei had refined a powerful enchantment treasure. The ultimate god's mentality changed. The heavenly gods below the sacred body mountain were excited, especially those heavenly gods who joined in the fight for the ultimate god's stone. It was something evolved from an ultimate god's flesh and blood body. If they did not get a piece as a souvenir, they would be too embarrassed to say that they had been to the sacred body mountain and witnessed the power of that finger. Lin Fei was overjoyed. The second-class deadly strike is really powerful. The 500 million reputation points were well spent. It brought me hundreds of millions of reputation points in an instant. It's so cool. The heavenly gods of the sacred body mountain were contributing to Lin Fei's reputation. That was just the beginning. The heavenly gods who saw it with their own eyes contributed the fastest. An ultimate god was killed with a single finger. Just the thought of it was exciting and shocking. What kind of technique is that? The ultimate god experts could not remain calm. That finger was really terrifying as it instantly turned his opponent's life force into nothing. It was too much of a bully for Lin Fei to master such a terrifying attack. Lin Fei smiled. Of course it's a killing technique. All of you are ultimate gods. Can't you tell? Who couldn't tell? The ultimate gods would not say that they had never seen such a technique. That's right, what do you think of my gift? Lin Fei asked with a serious expression. If it's all right, then this holy lord will give gifts. One for each person. What does everyone think? What, they have it too? The ultimate gods were a little dumbfounded. Was there a need to be so generous? There were more than a dozen ultimate gods at the scene. If one of them attacked, they would all die. It was not easy for them to cultivate to their current level. Any of the ultimate gods or avatars had paid a huge price. Among the dozen or so ultimate gods, 8 of them came in person. The sacred body mountain would not be able to do anything to them. There were no experts here, so there was no need to worry about their lives. In the end, God played a huge joke on them. Unfortunately, this joke was not funny at all. Sacred Lord Lin, wait. The ultimate god from Black Domain Mountain said anxiously, I think this is a misunderstanding. Black Domain Mountain has no interest in Sacred Body Mountain. The other top forces' ultimate gods were immediately unhappy when they heard that. The same goes for our Glory sect. The Glory sect's ultimate god said, Sacred Lord Lin, as long as you let me leave, this will never happen again. With that unlucky guy from Primordial sect around, none of the remaining ultimate gods dared to accept Lin Fei's gift. That was a gift that could kill them. Until now, they could not think of a way to resist it. They knew that they could not forget the domineering power of that finger. They were temporarily defenseless in front of that finger and would definitely die. Black Domain Mountain and Glory sect did not want to fight with Lin Fei anymore. How could they fight? It would be suicide. They finally understood why Lin Fei was so calm. It turned out that he had a trump card. They thought Lin Fei was easy to deal with. Who would have thought that he already had the capital to fight against them? Killing an ultimate god had also become Lin Fei's capital. From now on, no one would dare to look down on Lin Fei and the Sacred Body Mountain. A top force had appeared. The other ultimate gods secretly cursed them for being shameless. Who said they would get rid of the sacred body mountain? The situation was completely different now. Misunderstanding. Lin Fei smiled. That's right. Misunderstanding is actually quite easy to resolve. Leave everything you have on you and send me 100 mines. Then you can leave. This sacred lord is still very merciful. Leave everything and 100 mines. The latter was easy to deal with, but the former? It seemed like he was going to strip them of everything they had. Both Glory Sect and Black Domain Mountain had sent 2 ultimate gods, making a total of 4 ultimate gods. That would be a huge loss. Lin Fei smiled. If you don't like this sacred lord's kindness, then you can accept my gift. I believe you will be satisfied. Thank you, Sacred Lord Lin, for your kindness. We agree. The Glory Sect and Black Domain Mountain's ultimate gods did not dare to fight. It was too risky. Don't listen to Lin Fei's nonsense. How many times can he use this kind of attack? Maybe he's just trying to scare us. An ultimate god from the Temporal Temple stood up. If they were fooled by Lin Fei and everyone ran away, then their attack on the Sacred Body Mountain would be a joke. They were betting that Lin Fei could only use this attack once. It would be difficult for him to use it a second time in a short period of time. The power was obvious to all. Looks like you want this sacred lord's gift. Lin Fei smiled. The Temporal Temple's ultimate god said disdainfully, Sacred Lord Lin, stop pretending. I'm afraid you've used up a lot of your energy for this attack. Do you really think we're all fools? You're so confident. Lin Fei laughed happily. Then I'll fulfill your wish. After all, I'll kill 1 ultimate god or 2 ultimate gods. Ha! His 500 million reputation was instantly used up. Lin Fei pointed with his finger. It was the same simple action. A terrifying sense of danger swept through. The disdainful hierarch of the space-time temple widened his eyes and looked down at the bloody hole in his chest. You cheated, Peng. Another ultimate god turned into a rock and fell from the sky. Lin Fei looked at the remaining ultimate gods. Everyone, if anyone else is willing to try, this sacred lord will immediately fulfill his wish. A chill ran down the ultimate god's spines. Terrifying, too terrifying. Lin Fei actually had enough energy to use it a second time. The power was as strong as before. The invincible power told them that Sacred Lord Lin Fei was not joking. We're willing to hand over everything. The 4 ultimate gods from the Black Domain Mountain and Glory Sect did not care about the other ultimate gods' reaction. They handed over everything they had, signed a contract for 100 mines, and ran away with their tails between their legs. The loss was too great. Chapter 3188. The ultimate god experts from Heiyu Mountain and Glory Sect ran away without any guts. Yes, they had run away. The ultimate gods looked at each other in dismay. They had seen shameless people, but they had never seen such a shameless person. We're all here to deal with Lin Fei, all right? That high-end enchantment, that special enchantment equipment, none of them are what we want, but now they're actually running away. The ultimate gods felt a chill in their hearts. The ultimate gods' thoughts were simple. If we don't run, we'll just wait for death. Who would dare to gamble with 1 finger? If we leave something behind, we'll have a chance to make a comeback. They were completely relieved after leaving the Sacred Body Mountain. Was that useful now? It was completely useless. Only fools would not run away. With someone taking the lead, the other ultimate gods decisively chose to leave after staring at each other. Misunderstanding, it's definitely a misunderstanding. We're willing to leave everything behind. Even 100 mines won't be a problem. The ultimate gods did not want to stay any longer. They would feel uneasy if they stayed any longer. Who knew if Lin Fei would make another move? No one wanted to be the 3rd unlucky one. Lin Fei suddenly shook his head. Sigh, if you had been more decisive just now, I would have definitely let you go. But now, my request has changed. Leave everything you have, increase the number of mines from 100 to 200, and kill any ultimate god from the Heavenly Feather Clan and the Space-Time Temple. The ultimate gods were shocked, and their expressions became even uglier. It had only been a blink of an eye, and the request had become so ridiculous. Lin Fei was forcing them to do something. The ultimate gods from the Heavenly Feather Clan and the Space-Time Temple turned as black as charcoal when they heard that. Why us? You have 10 breaths to consider. Lin Fei said seriously, if you're not willing, I'll immediately give you the third gift. I wonder who will be the lucky one. It's you or you. Lin Fei glanced at them one by one. The ultimate gods who met Lin Fei's gaze felt helpless. If they had known that sacred leader Lin Fei was so terrifying, they would not have come out of their residence. What a scam. Do it. It's better for them to die than for us to die. The primordial sect, immortal sword sect, and other top forces immediately joined forces to besiege the godly venerable experts of the Heavenly Feather Clan. In any case, if a hierarch died, the Heavenly Feather race would be the first target. Who asked them to be so easily bullied? The 3 great treasures of the Temporal Temple were very frightening, so they decisively chose the Heavenly Feather race. The divine venerable of the Heavenly Feather race was dumbfounded. How should he choose them? Under the passive situation, a fierce battle began. The Heavenly Feather race's bodies were strong, but they were riddled with injuries. How could they withstand the attacks of the divine venerables? Space-Time Palace Master, please help us. We are in the same boat after all. The Space-Time Palace Master gritted his teeth and did not move. 2 killing moves in a row, especially the second one, which happened right beside him. That terrifying might surrounded him at all times. Regardless of whether it was space or time, nothing could stop this attack. Despite knowing that Lin Fei was targeting them, the Space-Time Hall Master didn't dare to do anything. Struggle? It was useless. Who knew if Lin Fei's third attack would land on him? The Space-Time Hall Master's face darkened. He didn't look or listen. One of the Heavenly Feather race's hierarch fell very quickly. In for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound. They killed the remaining 3 hierarchs from the Heavenly Feather race. They also paid a huge price. Sacred Lord Lin, we can leave now, right? Lin Fei nodded his head in satisfaction. Leave everything on you and you can leave. Under the pain of losing everything, they handed over their treasures in exchange for the chance to leave. Oh yes, let me tell you a piece of good news. If you still want to take back your treasures, remember to bring more ores over. 10 years later, this sacred lord will hold an auction. Whoever brings more ores will have the chance to redeem it. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. They could still bid for it? The eyes of the despairing hierarchs immediately lit up. What a good person. Wasn't it just ores? It was worth it to bid for the treasures. Most of the hierarchs had already left. No one dared to linger outside the Sacred Body Mountain. All of them silently went back to lick their wounds. Space-Time Temple Master, are you very disappointed? You must have suffered a huge blow. Lin Fei looked down at the Space-Time Temple Master. The Space-Time Temple Master suppressed his anger. Even though he had 2 treasures on him, he didn't have the confidence to resist against Lin Fei's mysterious technique. That hierarch was the best proof. You win. The Space-Time Temple Master said this in a sullen tone. All the hierarchs that had joined forces had fled. Only the Space-Time Temple was left. They couldn't do anything alone. They might as well just bow their heads. They could think about it after leaving the Sacred Body Mountain. Lin Fei laughed. It's not easy for you to say something like that. It's not the first time that the Space-Time Temple has attacked the Sacred Body Mountain. Therefore, this matter tells us that if you do too many bad things, it's easy for you to fail. Since you are so straightforward, this Sacred Lord will also be straightforward. I will leave everything on me and send over 1,000 ores. Among them, there must be 50 high-grade ores. I believe the Temple Master won't have any objections, right? 1,000 ores. The Space-Time Temple Master wanted to curse. In the entire Saint Spirit world, the Space-Time Temple isn't the only one against you. Are you sure you will auction the treasures that I left behind? Of course I will auction them. As for whether you can get them back, that's up to you. Lin Fei laughed. Alright. The Space-Time Temple Master left behind all the treasures and left decisively. So what if he was unwilling? The Sacred Body Mountain is mighty. The Sacred Body Mountain is mighty. The Sacred Lord Lin is mighty. The Sacred Lord Lin is mighty. The entire Sacred Body Mountain was filled with cheers that reverberated throughout the Saint Spirit world. Those hierarchs who had left looked back in the direction of the Sacred Body Mountain with sorrow and helplessness. They had actually lost to a junior. Wrong. From today onwards, the Sacred Body Mountain would become a part of the top-notch forces. It was an existence that couldn't be ignored. The potential of the Sacred Body Mountain was too great. A dozen or so hierarchs had besieged them, but they had suffered a huge loss at the Sacred Body Mountain. It was a loss that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Now they had to go all out to mine ores. Collecting a large number of ores and bidding for the treasures left behind was the most urgent matter. So many prestige points. Lin Fei looked at the prestige points he had collected and was extremely excited. 150 billion prestige points. This number really gave Lin Fei a fright. Previously, he had accumulated 20 billion prestige points by relying on enchanted equipment. However, this time, he had broken through the hierarch's encirclement and killed 2 hierarchs and gained 150 billion prestige points. That number was really terrifying. Chapter 3189. The Saint Spirit domain was in an uproar. Another new top-tier force had appeared. That meant the Saint Spirit domain's power structure was about to change. The rising top-tier force was a body-tempering cultivator who practiced the invincible devouring and powerful body-tempering techniques. It was bound to be a behemoth in the future. None of the divine gods from the Sacred Body Mountain were idle. They went around bragging about the shocking scene of that day. In addition, the scenes recorded by the recording stones were also sold at high prices. The dead Ultimate God stones were also collected and a lifelike Ultimate God was restored. It was said that the top-tier forces had bought it. Price? The name, Sacred Body Mountain, became the most discussed topic among everyone. The scene of Sacred Lord Lin Fei easily killing 2 ultimate gods was also described in a vivid and lifelike manner. Everyone felt as though they were there when they heard it. Speculations about Holy Lord Lin Fei's strength spread like wildfire. Second-class ultimate god? Third-class ultimate god? There were all kinds of speculations. Holy Lord Lin Fei suddenly became one of the top experts in the Saint Spirit domain. No ultimate god knew where his limit was and no ultimate god was willing to die. The 3,000 guards were also shining brightly. That was an existence that could suppress an ultimate god and break through an ultimate god's defense. Just thinking about it sent chills down one's spine. If it could kill a divine realm expert who was below the ultimate god level, it would not be as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Everyone was very interested in anything related to the Sacred Body Mountain. At the same time, an exciting news came out. Treasures left behind by ultimate gods would be auctioned in 10 years. Everyone acted as soon as the news spread. The price of ores rose again. The divine gods were busy mining and buying ores. Especially the space-time sword and space-time will left behind by the space-time temple. Those were top-tier treasures. Countless people were envious. At that moment, they knew their chance had come. The Heavenly Feather Clan's Paralysis Scepter. A series of treasures were tempting. Sacred Body Mountain. Lin Fei was excited about the sudden increase in prestige. That was 120 billion prestige points. He thought 20 billion prestige was a lot. 500 million prestige could easily kill an ultimate god. Now that he had 120 billion prestige, he could really kill all of them. Ding! Reputation has exceeded 100 billion. Do you want to activate upgrade mode? Upgrade mode? Lin Fei was quite curious. There was actually such a thing. Master, the prestige support system can be upgraded. The first upgrade only requires 100 billion prestige points. With every upgrade, the prestige support system store will add new support skills. Lin Fei slapped his forehead in realization. No wonder the back of the store was empty. It was to upgrade the system. His 120 billion prestige was going to disappear just like that? Apart from this, are there any others? Lin Fei asked. Apart from adding new skills to assist you, you can also activate prestige quests to help you gain more prestige. Little Devil replied. I guarantee that it will be worthwhile for you to level up. Prestige mission? That was doable. Lin Fei thought about it and decided not to level up for now. Although the crisis seemed to have been resolved, he did not dare to let his guard down. The experts of the Beast Alliance Holy Land had always made him apprehensive. He had to maintain his prestige. I'd better upgrade my perfect body. This was one of Lin Fei's trump cards. Perfect body level 7. He might as well use tens of billions of prestige points to upgrade his perfect body to level 8. With a perfect body level 8, Lin Fei did not dare to believe that his body could be so perfect. Other than strength, it was still strength. The strength of a single punch seemed to be able to penetrate a mountain or lake hundreds of millions of miles away. This feeling was too mysterious. Should I give it a try? Lin Fei had an urge to use his prestige to cultivate a perfect physical body. Just how much killing power would it have? He had never tried it with his full strength. After leaving the Saint Body Mountain, Lin Fei was really worried that his actions would be too big and people would find out. Who knew, he might really scare a lot of people. Absolute space. He exchanged for absolute space. Lin Fei circulated the strength of his body and punched a very simple and ordinary punch into the distance. The strength of the perfect body instantly surged out endlessly. A terrifying force swept through the air. Boom! A huge commotion instantly spread throughout the entire Saint Spirit domain. All the godly venerables turned their attention over. Then they saw a surge of energy rushing past. Everywhere it passed, the void collapsed, and the vital destruction energy surged. The barrier was broken. The space collapsed. It was too terrifying. In front of this force, everyone felt the aura of death. It was true death. As soon as the punch was thrown, Lin Fei knew the commotion was too big. He immediately activated absolute space and escaped. After he left, the ultimate god's divine senses swept over. After a loud bang, the space where the space-time temple was blasted apart by the power of the punch, which affected the nearby space-time temple. Who did this? The space-time temple master came out of the absolute space and saw the space hundreds of millions of miles away had collapsed. A huge amount of primordial destruction energy surged in. The black and white energy scared him quite a bit. Everyone knew how terrifying the primordial destruction energy was. One punch had blasted apart the barrier. Such a huge area was too terrifying. All the ultimate gods in the Saint Spirit domain witnessed the power of that punch and were all shocked. The mysterious attack that appeared previously. Now, there was another punch with terrifying power. They did not doubt it at all. They were about to be killed by one punch. Even the ultimate gods could not stay calm. Do you guys think that punch is the owner of the previous mysterious attack? If it's true, is there another supreme expert hidden in our Saint Spirit domain? Supreme expert? That's an 8th grade ultimate god or even a 9th grade ultimate god. That's really terrifying. Could the mysterious person be that Holy Lord Lin Fei? Impossible, he can't be an ultimate expert. We can feel it from his aura. The ultimate gods were all speculating. The power of that punch was so terrifying that the space-time temple was almost destroyed. Just thinking about that scene made them feel good. No matter how they speculated, they did not suspect Lin Fei at all. That's possible? Looking at the tens of billions of reputation points he had just gained, Lin Fei really did not understand how it had increased so much. The more high-profile I am, the more people will know about me and the more reputation I'll gain. Lin Fei was deep in thought. He looked at his reputation points of more than 70 billion. With this reputation, I can also go to the chaotic star sea to see what good stuff there is. It'll be great if I find some special ores. Lin Fei still had a special liking for some special enchantment treasures. Lin Fei knew how powerful he was after that punch with his perfect physical body. Chapter 3190. Lin Fei went to the disarray star seas. This place was still fresh in Lin Fei's memory. For example, there was a powerhouse in the Vajra sect who could kill a child with one slash. He had seen it with his own eyes. Coming to the disarray star seas again, Lin Fei relied on his perfect physical body to go anywhere he wanted. He also wanted to know what was good in the disarray star seas. Lin Fei first went to the Vajra sect in the disarray star seas. The Vajra sect was just like the last time. It was quiet, but the dangers hidden in the void still existed. Lin Fei was now as familiar with the place as if he was going home. He easily entered the palace of the Vajra sect. The Vajra sect elder was still there. When Lin Fei stepped in, he woke up and slashed at him. Good. Lin Fei was no longer the Amon of the past. Although the other party was strong, he now had absolute confidence. Xiao Chen was the first to react, so he threw a punch at the incoming saber light. With a cracking sound, the saber light shattered into pieces. It's my turn. In the Vajra sect, Lin Fei could attack without restraint. He directly threw a punch. Boom, boom. Everywhere it passed, the white bone mountain turned into dust. Everything that entered Xiao Chen's eyes was empty. The power of a perfect physical body level 8. It was a simple punch, but the huge palace shook a few times. The Vajra sect elder who had attacked him was also smashed into pieces by the fist wind. Too weak. Previously, he could kill a child with one slash. This time, Lin Fei killed the other party with one punch. He did not want to get any treasures. After all, he was dead, and the rest would be his. No, how can there be such a powerful existence in the Saint Spirit domain? The Vajra sect elder who had been killed appeared again. His eyes were filled with fear. He had killed him with one punch. This power should not exist. He's not dead. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. This Vajra sect is quite capable. Should I kill him again? The Vajra faction elder seemed to sense Lin Fei's killing intent. Wait, don't kill me. I can tell you a shocking secret, and I can also give you all the Vajra faction's treasures. The Saint Spirit domain still had a shocking secret? Lin Fei was suspicious. You're quite a coward. Last time, you killed a kid with a single slash. Why don't you continue? I still want to fight with you for 300 rounds. The elder of the Vajra sect broke out in cold sweat. Who would dare to take a second punch? You're a senior. I'm definitely no match for you. The Vajra sect elder lowered his head and said, I'm very interested in what you said just now. You said that the Saint Spirit realm can't possibly have such a powerful existence. Could it be that you really know something? This question had always been in Lin Fei's mind. So far, the most powerful ones were those from the Beast Alliance's sacred lands. Their ultimate gods' physical bodies could not even withstand a glance from the other party. One could imagine how powerful they were. Anyone with the strength of a level 7 ultimate god and above has been sealed in the new continents. Back then, our Vajra faction's experts were also sealed in the new continents. It's about time for the new continents to be unsealed. The Vajra faction elder said, there are a total of 4 such new continents. These are the real 5 continents of the Saint Spirit domain. The current Saint Spirit domain is just one of the continents in the past. Lin Fei was very clear about how big the Saint Spirit domain was. It would take a very long time to travel across the entire Saint Spirit domain without treasures similar to the Space-Time Temple. However, someone said that the Saint Spirit domain was just one of the continents in the past. This made Lin Fei even more shocked. The 5 continents were the real Saint Spirit domain. This was ridiculously huge. Very few people know about this secret. It's been so long that it's almost been forgotten. The Vajra faction elder said, if I hadn't transformed into a special existence, I wouldn't have known about this secret. For you, the appearance of the new continents isn't a good thing. In fact, it's a bad thing. A bad thing? Lin Fei frowned slightly. Why do you say that? There are many experts in the sealed continents. Once they come out, your continent's strength will become the weakest. Every time a new continent appears, the Saint Spirit domain's heaven and earth powers will change. At that time, ultimate gods will be everywhere. Currently, there are less than 100 ultimate gods in the Saint Spirit domain. Do you think you can compete with them? Lin Fei had only come to the Vajra faction to vent his anger. How would he know such a secret? The sealing power of the new continent's array formation seal was getting weaker and weaker. If it was really as they said, it would not be a good thing. Your Vajra faction is an outsider and you know about this. Are you trying to fool me? Lin Fei smiled. I hate it when people try to fool me. How would I dare to fool you in front of Senior? The Vajra faction elder was afraid. If Senior doesn't believe me, you can go to the Black Domain. There are a few elemental beasts there. They were left outside by a certain force to develop their strength. I estimate that they have the strength of rank 7 or rank 7 ultimate gods by now. Elemental beasts in the Black Domain? Lin Fei immediately thought of those from the Beast Alliance sacred grounds. They were extremely powerful. They could determine life and death with just a glance. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that you're all pawns in someone else's eyes. The Vajra faction elder gritted his teeth. Senior, you should go and prepare. Lin Fei secretly thought about it. He had punched the other party to death only to receive such words. Really? It was still fake. Pawns? Could it be that the Saint Spirit domain still had some top-notch experts hidden? Lin Fei could not stay calm. Lin Fei left the Vajra faction after collecting a large number of things. They were all powerful physique cultivation techniques. They were useless to him, but they were still very useful for physique cultivation. After leaving the Vajra faction, Lin Fei was not in a good mood. This matter was too shocking. The sealed continent that everyone was looking forward to was actually part of it. Unfortunately, Lin Fei did not know that the Saint Spirit domain was divided into 5 parts. The Vajra faction elder did not seem to know much. It was already commendable for him to say so much. I have to find out more. He might not take the Vajra faction elder's words seriously. Who knew if he was fooling him? Master, I think that fellow is telling the truth. No one can lie in front of the system. The little devil's voice was heard. This matter is actually beneficial to Lin Fei. Beneficial? It was not easy to suppress the top-notch forces. Once the seal on the new continent was unlocked and the experts returned, there would be a lot of trouble. That was what Lin Fei was not satisfied with. Even though he was very powerful now with a perfect 8-stage physique and a reputation of about 100 billion, he looked rich and overbearing. If he really had to use it, it would not be of much use. Lin Fei could not help but worry. Chapter 3191. The little devil's words had a huge impact on Lin Fei. Lin Fei pondered for a while and felt that the little devil was right. Why did he care so much? Wasn't it a good thing that the new continent was unsealed? The more people there were, the more prestige there was. That was a good thing. Lin Fei really wanted to slap himself in the face. Bad news might not always bring good news. At that moment he really thought it through. Everyone else cultivated properly, but Lin Fei had been different from the start. He had taken a shortcut, which was something that no other cultivator could compare to. Master, what you should do now is to try to gain as much prestige as possible before the new continent's seal is unsealed. Lin Fei rubbed his chin. Then should I start to be high profile? For example, knocking on their doors one by one. With a perfect level 8 physical body, Lin Fei had the strength to beat up any family, even the top forces. That's a good idea. After thinking it through, Lin Fei no longer felt that much pressure. The Saint Spirit domain's population was limited. After the big thing, the prestige that he gained every day was starting to stabilize. If he wanted to continue gaining prestige, he had to do more big things. Before the new continent was unsealed, Lin Fei felt that he had to accumulate more prestige. If he could cultivate his perfect level 10 physical body to the peak, that would be the best. After leaving the Titan sect, Lin Fei did not stay idle. He began to enter mystic realms one by one. Some mystic realms did not have any special creatures, so he left after looting them. In these mystic realms, there was a large number of ores that satisfied Lin Fei. There were many types of ores. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and emptied them, packing them all up. The system space was very big. It had expanded a few times to meet Lin Fei's needs. Existences like the Titan sect elder did not appear in the disarray star seas. It seemed that this method was very rare. Lin Fei thought about it and felt that it made sense. He wandered in the disarray star seas for more than 10 years. Lin Fei's harvest was full. Those dangers were no longer dangerous to him. Chase. He must be nearby. Lin Fei had just come out of a mystic realm when he heard a voice coming from afar. We can't let him escape. He has the key to the treasury. During his 10 years in the scattered star seas, Lin Fei hadn't encountered anyone. This place was simply too dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he could die. The Divine Lord was not having a good time either. After all, not every ultimate god expert's physical body was at the ultimate god level. Once they encountered a space-time rift, they would die. That's strange. Why would someone come here? Lin Fei did not use his divine sense. Sometimes, divine sense would not be useful in this place. Thus, he used the system to check. Billions of kilometers away, there were 5 experts searching a pocket dimension nearby. 5 ultimate gods? Ever since the top forces besieged the Sacred Body Mountain, ultimate god experts were no longer rare. What kind of place was the Scattered Star Seas? It was a very dangerous place. It was best not to come if one wasn't an ultimate god expert. It was not unusual to see ultimate gods there. Lin Fei used the system to search again and found another ultimate god expert. He was wearing the Gale combat boots. No wonder he could get away from the 5 ultimate gods. Here. Stop him. He can't escape this time. The 5 ultimate gods quickly found him. After a round of attacks, the ultimate god was forced to retreat. His injuries were getting more and more serious. Don't even think about making me hand over the key. The ultimate god tried his best to resist, but he was still no match for the 5 ultimate gods. His anger was filled with despair. He was a rogue ultimate god who didn't belong to any sect. He came to the Scattered Star Seas to try his luck. He did not expect to find a key in a mystic realm. Moreover, it was a key with a powerful background. Before he could celebrate, he was besieged by 5 ultimate gods from a big sect. He was surrounded by danger along the way, but he still could not escape death. You're dead today. How dare you snatch something from our primordial sect? You're really bold. One of the primordial sect's ultimate gods sneered. The primordial sect had no problem killing an ordinary rogue ultimate god. He could only blame his bad luck. In a place like the Scattered Star Seas, it was either you die or I die. It was a common situation. Therefore, the ultimate gods who came here usually came in groups of 2 or 3. It was rare for them to come alone. The rogue ultimate god was in complete despair. Whether he handed over the key or not, he was going to die here today. It's quite lively here. Count me in. Lin Fei appeared not far from the scene of the battle. He smiled and looked at the 5 ultimate gods and the rogue ultimate god who was at a disadvantage. Sacred Lord Lin. The itinerant divine venerate recognized Lin Fei at first glance as a look of joy flashed across his eyes. This was the Sacred Lord Lin Fei, who everyone in the Saint Spirit domain knew about. The 5 ultimate gods from the primordial sect were also shocked. Why did this bastard appear in the Scattered Star Seas? Wasn't he supposed to be at the Sacred Body Mountain? The primordial sect had suffered a great loss at the hands of Lin Fei from the Sacred Body Mountain. Especially at the recent auction, they had paid a great price. Killing an ultimate god with one finger was something that no one had forgotten, especially the ultimate god experts. There were also some ultimate gods who said that Lin Fei could not use this killer move continuously. They were just pretending to be mysterious. If they attacked together, Lin Fei would definitely not be their match. Although everyone said that, no one would dare to make a move when the time came. Sacred Lord Lin, this person is the one we want to capture. Please don't interfere. The leading ultimate god said in a deep voice. Even though Lin Fei was alone, they did not have the guts to make a move. They did not want to die yet. The rogue ultimate god fled behind Lin Fei. Sacred Lord Lin, this is the key I obtained by accident. I will now give it to you. The rogue ultimate god handed over the key without hesitation. The primordial sect's faces were very ugly. They were so close. If Lin Fei had come a moment later, they would have definitely killed him and successfully taken back the key. Once it fell into Lin Fei's hands, they could forget about it. But who would dare? What if they were killed? They did not want to be the 3rd unlucky person. It was not that easy to cultivate back. Lin Fei took the key. It was a very ordinary silver key. There were many such keys. Since it could make 5 ultimate gods chase after it, it was naturally very important. Don't let me interfere? Lin Fei played with the key in his hand. It's you, it's still you. The primordial sect ultimate gods did not dare to say anything. Tell me honestly, where did this key come from? If you tell me well, you can leave. If not, I don't mind killing you. Lin Fei smiled. Under his smiling eyes, the primordial sect ultimate gods' hearts trembled as they felt a terrifying killing intent. The other party would really kill them. After an internal struggle, the primordial sect ultimate gods chose to tell him. Chapter 3192. Facing sacred Lord Lin Fei, who had killed an ultimate god with a single finger, the 5 ultimate gods from the primordial sect did not dare to make a move. They chose to confess everything they knew. Sacred leader Lin Fei, we've told you everything we know. We didn't hide anything. Can we leave now? Facing sacred Lord Lin Fei, who could kill ultimate gods like ants, they did not dare to challenge the probability of killing an ultimate god. None of them wanted to be the unlucky one. Get lost. Lin Fei could not be bothered with them. Keeping the ultimate gods alive to contribute to his prestige was much more beneficial than killing them. Those ultimate gods did not know that they were spared from death because of their prestige. After all, the more powerful an expert was, the more prestige they would gain. There would be one less ultimate god to kill. Thank you, sacred Lord Lin Fei, for saving my life. The rogue cultivator ultimate god said gratefully. The 5 ultimate gods who had been chasing him left just like that. Sacred Lord Lin Fei was mighty and domineering. The scattered star sea is very dangerous. It's better for you to leave. If you are willing, you can go to the sacred body mountain. We need experts like you. Lin Fei did not mind recruiting a rogue cultivator ultimate god. I am willing to join the sacred body mountain. The rogue cultivator ultimate god had suffered a lot. He agreed without hesitation after hearing Lin Fei's recruitment. He really needed a backer. As a newly promoted top force, the Sacred Body Mountain was the most willing to join. The rogue cultivator ultimate god thanked him profusely and left the scattered star sea. The key to the treasury left behind by the top force in the scattered star sea, the Heavenly Tao Union. No wonder they valued it so much. Lin Fei played with the key in his hand. Then I will go and take a look. The key in his hand was one of the keys to open the Heavenly Tao Union's treasury. There were a total of 6 such keys. With 6 keys, one could open the Heavenly Tao Union's treasury and obtain a series of treasures. After the primordial sect ultimate god left, he immediately reported the news. I have bad news for everyone. Sacred Lord Lin Fei has come to the scattered star sea. We just bumped into him and he took the Heavenly Tao Union's key. The news quickly spread among the ultimate god circle. The top forces in the scattered star sea were also the first to learn about this, and their expressions changed. The battle at the Sacred Body Mountain had left an indelible memory for the ultimate god experts. Everyone could only grit their teeth when Holy Lord Lin Fei was mentioned. A top-notch force was suppressed, and they did not even dare to breathe after that incident. It was extremely uncomfortable. Why is he in the scattered star seas? This is great. The Heavenly Law Union's key is in his hands. Who can snatch it back? The primordial sect's hierarch is not doing his job well. If everyone wants the Heavenly Law Union's items, we must deal with that bastard Lin Fei. The ultimate gods did not look too good. This was not good. After all, the shadow of a tree, the name of a person. Lin Fei was like a tall mountain, an existence that could not be crossed. Lin Fei did not know that his arrival in the scattered star seas had put a great deal of pressure on the godly venerables. A powerful ultimate god who could kill an ultimate god was not someone anyone was willing to offend. Lin Fei had plundered many mines and materials in the scattered star seas. He had also entered a few top-notch secret realms, but his gains were average. He did not have anyone staying behind like the Vajra sect. He had originally planned to look for ultimate gods, but after searching for them, he did not know where they were. Lin Fei decided to leave the scattered star seas. He was not interested in that place anymore. There were not many good things left in the scattered star seas under the invasion of the primordial destruction energy. Lin Fei was even less interested in staying. If he had the time, he might as well go somewhere else. He's gone. He's really gone. After Lin Fei left the scattered star seas, The ultimate gods in the scattered star seas appeared and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It's too stressful to be in the same place as that guy. That's right. An ultimate god expert can be killed with a finger, and the guards are chasing after them. It's too terrifying. Try to avoid Holy Lord Lin Fei from now on. The ultimate gods felt that it made sense. For the time being, Lin Fei was not someone they could go against. After leaving the scattered star seas, Lin Fei tore open the void and went straight to the edge of the primordial destruction world. He stood at the end of the Saint Spirit Domain's barrier. The mighty primordial destruction energy was like a boundless ocean that was filled with endless danger. To Lin Fei, the scattered star seas was not the place he wanted to go. The primordial destruction world was the truly terrifying place in the entire Saint Spirit Domain. Bush. Lin Fei's body squirmed and transformed into another person. He looked ferocious and his aura had also changed. Even if an ultimate god was standing there, they would not be able to recognize him. Lin Fei did not want to expose his perfect level 8 physical body's strength so early. The primordial destruction world was a place where the truly terrifying things appeared. Coupled with the Vajra sex elder's words, Lin Fei deliberately restrained himself. A chess piece? It was still uncertain who would be whose chess piece. Once again he entered the primordial destruction world. Compared to the previous time, Lin Fei did not feel any pressure at all. The black and white primordial destruction energy surged over like a tidal wave. Before it could touch Lin Fei, ripples of energy spread out, and the primordial destruction energy collapsed. A vacuum zone formed around Lin Fei. The perfect physical body is indeed impressive. Previously, it was not so easy for me to resist the primordial destruction energy. This time, it's like eating and drinking. Lin Fei shook his head. This feeling was completely different. Let me see what kind of terrifying dangers there are in the primordial destruction world. The primordial destruction world was very empty. At a glance, there was only black and white primordial destruction energy everywhere. The surroundings were very quiet. Lin Fei began to wander around the primordial destruction world. Previously, he had encountered a huge essence beast life form. However, he was not so lucky this time. After wandering around the primordial destruction world for a few years, he did not see a single essence beast. What the hell? Lin Fei cursed softly. This was the 10th year in the primordial destruction world. Apart from a few mines, there was nothing else. Flying in such a quiet place was also not a comfortable thing. The power of the primordial destruction energy was gradually increasing, and its power had also increased by several times. If there is nothing else, I will return. He originally thought that there would be good things in the primordial destruction world. Now, it seemed that he needed some luck. Lin Fei's original intention was very simple. If he could find essence beasts, that would be the best. If not, moving a few more mines back was also a very good thing. But now, Lin Fei was really quite disappointed. Another 5 years passed. The power of the primordial destruction energy increased again. Lin Fei, who had a level 8 perfect physical body, felt a huge threat. He was about to reach his limit. This primordial destruction world is really huge. No wonder it can keep devouring all the living continents. Lin Fei did not plan to continue. It was too dangerous. In the entire Saint Spirit Domain, probably not many people could compare to him. He had traveled such a long distance to come here. In the end, apart from the primordial destruction energy, there was more primordial destruction energy. Master, there is something ahead. Chapter 3193. Little Fiend's sudden reminder surprised Lin Fei. Had he discovered something? Master, someone is coming in this direction. You have to be prepared. If you're not prepared, you'll probably end up in a sorry state. Lin Fei was still in a state of disappointment when Little Fiend's unexpected words stunned him. Someone is coming? I'll end up in a sorry state? It can't be. I'm a true expert now. In the elemental destruction world, the boundless elemental destruction energy was destroying everything. Divine senses couldn't be used in this place. If it wasn't for the system, Lin Fei wouldn't have dared to swagger around. After all, who knew when he would run into a terrifying danger. Therefore, if he didn't release his divine senses, Lin Fei really couldn't sense the movement in front of him. Let's see. In the next second, a three-dimensional image appeared. Lin Fei saw a shocking scene in the elemental destruction world. It was a golden war chariot. Jingguang shone brilliantly, illuminating half the area. It was very eye-catching in the black and white elemental destruction energy. The war chariot was eye-catching. What was even more eye-catching was that the golden war chariot was being pulled by a 10,000 feet long elemental beast that looked like a divine dragon. There were a total of 6 such elemental beasts galloping over. The 6 divine dragon elemental beasts were 10,000 feet long, and they were charging towards Lin Fei. Damn! This was the first time Lin Fei saw an expert in the elemental destruction world. The other party was definitely an expert. There was no doubt about it. Moreover, it was a very powerful one. Its background was also shocking. Just this power alone wasn't something that anyone could withstand. Boom, boom, boom. The 6 divine dragon elemental beasts were extremely fast. Everywhere they passed, the elemental destruction energy collapsed, and a powerful pressure crushed over. The huge impact was like a wave, wave after wave, sweeping everything away. The 6 divine dragon soul beasts raised their prideful heads and opened their mouths. Heavenly flames descended, covering the entire area. Brother Tian, what a joke. Whose family is this unlucky fellow? He doesn't even know how to dodge when he sees us. On the golden chariot stood a man and a woman. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. At this moment, the woman was giggling as if what was happening in front of her was insignificant. Yeah, he deserved to die. The golden chariot charged forward domineeringly, leaving behind a golden shadow. Ba ba ba. After the golden chariot left, Lin Fei's body shook and a layer of black substance fell off his body. Wow, this flame is so powerful. If it was me last time, I would have died for sure. Lin Fei secretly frowned. Where did this person come from? The Saint Spirit realm doesn't seem to have such an expert. Lin Fei secretly frowned. Exchange for a tracking spell. Being made uneasy by the other party, coupled with the fact that it was not easy for him to meet such an expert, how could Lin Fei miss this opportunity? 100 million reputation points have been spent to exchange for a tracking spell. The tracking spell was not something ordinary spells could compare to. As long as Lin Fei wanted to, he could keep tracking without anyone noticing. 100 million reputation points was not a small amount. Lin Fei followed at a steady pace. Subconsciously, Lin Fei told himself that there would be new discoveries this time. Who would have thought that there would be such experts in Yuanya world? The 6 divine dragon-like elemental beasts were also ridiculously powerful with at least the strength of 5th-class ultimate gods. Master, they're starting to slow down. They seem to be getting close. I'll open up the 3D view for you. Under the tracking spell, Lin Fei could also view everything around the other party. That was one of the benefits of having 100 million reputation points. This is a city. No, it's a floating city. A huge city appeared in the 3D view. It was shrouded in Yuanmie energy and one could vaguely see elemental beasts flying and human figures moving in the big city. It's incredible. There's actually a city in Yuanmie world. Lin Fei would not have believed it if he had not seen it with his own eyes. This place wasn't a place that anyone could enter as they pleased. What shocked Lin Fei the most was that this floating city was able to withstand the invasion of the Origin Annihilation power. This was the most inconceivable thing. Not even a continent could withstand it. Now, a floating city had actually blocked it. It was really shocking. They've gone in. Lin Fei saw a man and a woman in the golden chariot. They seemed to be of noble status as they easily entered the floating city and moved around inside. A floating city. I've come to the right place. A place unknown to Saint Spirit domain experts. Lin Fei continued to stare at the city gate. Soon, all kinds of experts arrived at the floating city. Every expert who arrived had a grand entrance. However, compared to the person driving the golden chariot, they were obviously inferior. Nevertheless, their auras were extremely strong. This should be a very important place in Yuan world. To be able to build such a floating city, the person in charge must be someone important. Lin Fei stared at the floating city. How can I get in? This floating city was obviously not an ordinary place. There was an elite guard at the city gate. They were all equipped with enchanted equipment that was even more advanced than what Lin Fei had. If they entered the Saint Spirit domain, they would definitely be able to wipe out all the major forces. However, Lin Fei observed for a long time. All the experts who entered the floating city seemed to have an identity. I have to get an identity. Lin Fei frowned slightly. I can only find someone who is alone and snatch an identity. Only then will I have a chance to enter this mysterious floating city. This was the most suitable method that Lin Fei could think of at the moment. Force his way in? It was not that it was impossible. It was just that the danger would be too great. Lin Fei did not think too much. A floating city might be guarded by a top-notch expert. He had a perfect level 8 body now, so there was nothing to fear. He did not want to reveal his strength so early. In a place far away from the floating city, Lin Fei started hunting. All he needed was a piece of identification. He did not know if he was unlucky or if there were not many people who went to the floating city, but Lin Fei did not meet any hunting targets. Until 2 years later, Little Devil hinted that someone was coming in this direction. They're finally here. Lin Fei revealed a look of joy. He was not afraid of no one, but he was afraid that no one would come. That was the most helpless thing. Young master, we don't have to be so anxious. We still have time. A group of 5 people were driving a special chariot over. At the same time, they could hear the people behind them talking. We don't have much time. If we delay any longer, we won't be able to enter Luofu City. Chapter 3194. You don't mind bringing me along, do you? Without warning, Lin Fei's voice exploded in their minds. Who is it? The experts behind the young lord's expression changed. They did not know someone was lurking around them. Come out. They could not find any trace of the other party and suddenly felt a chill down their spine. As you wish. Lin Fei showed himself not far from them. You're courting death. One of the ultimate gods made a move and slashed 3 times. Each attack was fiercer than the one before as he slashed at 3 different spots on Lin Fei's body. As a result, Lin Fei waved his hand. Kacha kacha kacha. The blade light collapsed and disappeared. Young lord, be careful. This person is very strong. The ultimate god expert was not weak as he was a 3rd-class ultimate god. He tested the other party's strength with 1 slash and easily broke the attack. He's at least a 4th-class ultimate god, maybe even a 5th-class ultimate god. Sir, do you want to go in? The young lord used his eyes to stop them from continuing. The other party only broke the attack and did not use his full strength. It could be seen that the other party was being merciful. It would not be the same if they continued to fight. Yes, please bring me along. Lin Fei smiled. I think it's good for everyone, don't you think so? Sure, no problem. The young lord agreed with a smile. The other party did not show much killing intent, so they were safe for the time being. Young lord, this person is so strange. He actually came here with his physical body. One of the ultimate god subordinates transmitted his voice. All the experts who came to Luofu City did not use chariots to open the way. It seems like no one relied on their physical body. After all, this is Yuan world. How he came here is a secret. We don't have to worry about it. The young lord said, no one who can come here is weak. Maybe we'll need to ask him for help next time. Ask him for help? The ultimate gods behind him did not believe the young lord. Although the ultimate gods were afraid of the other party's strength, they still believed that they could defeat the other party if they joined forces. Luofu City, City Gate. The group of elites exuded great pressure. Lin Fei had analyzed the strength of the elites from afar. When he faced them in person, he couldn't help but give them a thumbs up. They were stronger than he had imagined. This Luofu City is even more mysterious than I thought. The elite checked very carefully. Lin Fei temporarily became the bodyguard of the other party. The elites did not have any suspicions and let them pass. He passed the elite inspection. Lin Fei followed the young master into Luofu City. "Brother, this is your first time here, right?" the young master asked. "You are quite amazing to be able to find this place in the elemental destruction world." "I was just lucky," Lin Fei said with a smile. "Luofu City is actually quite interesting, but you have to be careful. This place is quite chaotic. Don't offend those divinities, or else you will be out of luck." The young master said, "If something really happens, you can say my name, Luo Yang." After leaving behind these words, the young master of Luo Yang left with his subordinates. Scan Luofu City. Under Lin Fei's order, the system started operating. Casually walking on the streets of Luofu City, he would continuously encounter heavenly god experts. At the same time, there were also divinities. Divinities, which were rarely seen in the Saint Spirit world, seemed to have become a very common thing here. Scan complete, Master, do you want to check? A 3D image appeared. In the tallest building in the innermost area, there is an incomparably powerful expert overseeing it. He should be the master of Luofu City. If Master were to fight with him, there is only a 50% chance of victory. With a perfect physical body level 8, there was no doubt about Lin Fei's strength. This was also the reason why Lin Fei dared to roam around the elemental destruction world. Now, the system actually told him that there was an opponent he could not defeat in Luofu City, and that there was only a 50% chance of victory. 50% refers to his own strength, or the support of the system's prestige. Master's own strength, Lin Fei thought. If he can still fight with the support of prestige, then this Luofu City's city lord is too powerful. A 50% chance of victory could also be said that he might be defeated by the other party. This wasn't good news. Luofu City actually had such a powerful person overseeing it. Lin Fei thought that he was very awesome, but now it seemed that he was looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Knowing that there was such an expert in Luofu City, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. His 50% chance of victory was only because he did not have the support of prestige. Once he had the support of prestige, he would be able to easily beat the other party. Now, Lin Fei decided to take a good look around this Luofu City. A Luofu City in the elemental destruction world definitely did not have a simple background. Lin Fei walked around for 3 days and had a basic understanding of Luofu City. This Luofu City's origins were very mysterious, and when everyone knew about it, it already existed. After paying a huge price, Lin Fei only heard that Luofu City would hold an auction every 5,000 years. All the experts he saw before were all here for the auction. This auction would auction all sorts of mysterious treasures, as well as all sorts of high-grade enchanted equipment. Each time, the mysterious faction in the elemental destruction world would arrange for people to come. During these 3 days, apart from hearing about the auction, Lin Fei also found out that there were many hidden factions in the elemental destruction world who had opened up special spaces. These special spaces were not small, and they could be auctioned off in Luofu City. Lin Fei couldn't help but be shocked that there were hidden factions in the elemental destruction world. There really were all sorts of strange things in this world. There was still some time before the auction. Lin Fei decided to just stay in Luofu City. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Lin Fei also understood the power structure in Luofu City. The strongest was the Luofu City Lord, the #1 expert. No one knew how strong he was, but everyone knew that anyone who went against him would be destroyed. This Luofu City Lord had a secret technique called Main Yuan Double Kill. Whether it was the main body or the clone, if one died, the other would definitely die. This was a peerless technique. When he heard this, even Lin Fei was shocked. He still couldn't kill both the main body and the clone at the same time, unless he used reputation. Even then, he needed 300 billion reputation to do it. Lin Fei couldn't bear to use it. However, he didn't have that much reputation right now. The Luofu City Lord's strength gave Lin Fei a big fright. Next were the 5 great clans of Luofu City. They split up most of the territory, and the Luofu City Lord didn't usually show himself. The 5 great clans were the biggest existences. Chapter 3195. 3 months later. Luofu City. The auction was about to begin. In those 3 months, Lin Fei had learned most of the situation in Luofu City, including the clan's experts and so on. The floating city built in Luofu City was not the first one. There were many in the Yuanmi world. To enter the floating city, one needed not only luck but also strength. If Lin Fei did not have the perfect level 8 physical body, he would not be able to travel through the Yuanmi world. Of course, Lin Fei's luck was not bad. It was said that there were many meta-beasts in the Yuanmi world. Each of them was terrifyingly strong and could control the Yuanmi energy within a certain range to form attacks. If you were unlucky, a meta-beast would be enough to kill you. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with his luck. He did not encounter any powerful meta-beasts along the way. Apart from the floating abandoned continent, there was nothing else. Auction hee. Standing at the entrance of the Luofu city's auction house, Lin Fei squinted his eyes. He was really looking forward to the auction. From the information he received, he knew a lot about the auction. The auction that was held once every 5,000 years would have all sorts of treasures, including some extremely high-grade treasures. Every time the auction was held, it would attract many experts who were attracted by its reputation. Those who could come to Luofu City were naturally from powerful factions. For example, many people from powerful clans entered the auction house one after another. They were all ultimate god experts. Compared to the saintly spirit domain's powerful factions, there was a huge gap. It was not as simple as just a little bit. Those who were not ultimate gods would be embarrassed to go out. Lin Fei immediately thought of the great continent that was about to be unsealed. Perhaps the saintly spirit domain would be bustling at that time. Those hidden factions would probably enter the saintly spirit domain. He would not know if he did not see it, but he was shocked when he saw it. Those factions were all ridiculously strong. Lin Fei saw the man and woman who drove the golden chariot that day. They were surrounded by many people as they entered the auction house with pride. It's them. Just as Lin Fei was about to enter, 3 burly men with sharp auras appeared in front of Lin Fei. It's them. When the 3 burly figures walked into the auction hall, a scene appeared in Lin Fei's mind. He immediately knew who they were. Their auras were too familiar, at least to him. The 3 terrifying auras of the Beast Alliance Holy Land actually know this place. Lin Fei was secretly surprised by the 3 experts. If it wasn't for them, the prestige assist wouldn't have appeared, allowing his power to soar in such a short amount of time. He wouldn't have come to Luofu City in the depths of the elemental destruction world. Lin Fei would never misremember someone. Even the forces of the Black Domain had to treat these 3 people with respect. There were no restrictions on entering the auction house. Lin Fei easily entered the auction hall. Compared to the people sitting in the private rooms, he could only sit in the public seats, surrounded by private rooms on both sides. Lin Fei had no objections to this. Find those 3 fellows for me. Lin Fei ordered the system. Lin Fei was actually very petty towards those 3 fellows. He wanted to give them a proper gift, but he was wary of them after hearing what the guardian deity sect elder said. A 3-dimensional image appeared. They were the 3 experts from the Beast Alliance Holy Land. Right now, Lin Fei didn't feel much from their auras. Perhaps it was because they had restrained their auras and weren't as terrifying as before. Boss, I've asked around. There's a top-notch enchanted equipment in this auction. We must get it no matter what, said one of the burly figures. The middle-aged ultimate god with a lion's head who was addressed as boss had a pair of sharp and terrifying eyes. Where's that thing? It's also appeared, said the burly figure from before. All right, the continent is about to open. Once it does, our Saint Spirit domain will be bustling with activity. Currently, our Saint Spirit domain has almost all the good stuff. When the continent is unsealed, ultimate gods will gather. We must get that thing. That's right. Lin Fei listened in for a while but did not hear any useful information. They seemed to be talking in riddles. Whatever, they'll tell us when the thing appears. Half an hour later, the auction began. An ultimate god presided over that day's auction. The moment he came up, he started with a bunch of meaningless words. Fortunately, the ultimate god knew it was boring and quickly got to the main topic. Auctions were always the same. They started with some ordinary items and slowly stirred up everyone's emotions. In fact, the auction here was the same. Now, we're auctioning a high-end enchanted equipment, Dark Divine Armor. It can release a dark clone at a critical moment and deflect 90% of the damage. As soon as this high-end enchantment item appeared, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. The price went up quickly. It's really a high-end enchanted equipment. Lin Fei saw the Dark Divine Armor release a clone in front of him to resist 90% of the attacks while the remaining 10% landed on the Ultimate God. It could withstand attacks below rank 5 Ultimate God. It was quite a good item. Lin Feng had harvested a large number of ores and extracted a large number of materials. The art of enchantment was not as simple as he thought. Hence, he had yet to create it. Starting from the high-end enchanted equipment, the auction that night gradually reached its climax. One by one, high-end enchantments emerged one after another. For the ultimate gods in the private rooms, they did not seem to be that attractive. The ultimate gods who were sitting in the public seats kept bidding and repeatedly set new records. Now, we're auctioning a rank 3 ultimate god elixir. There's an 80% chance of breaking through to the rank 3 ultimate god realm after consuming it. This thing was very rare. At least, it was Lin Fei's first time hearing of such an item being auctioned. There were all kinds of items being auctioned in Luofu City, which was an eye-opener for Lin Fei. He did not know there were so many good things even though they were useless. As long as he had prestige, he could easily obtain powerful killing moves. Those treasures were not that attractive. Now, we're auctioning an element destruction space produced by a special space. There's only one chance, so don't miss it. I can't guarantee that there won't be another one in the next auction. Lin Fei, who had been listless, finally perked up when he heard about the element destruction space. That was a good thing. Luofu City was an element destruction space. Otherwise, how could mere building materials withstand the invasion of the element destruction space? The element destruction space had always been a hot item as there was no safer place than building it in the element destruction world. The element destruction space alone was enough to make people suffer. Even an ultimate god would not be able to withstand it. It would be strange if such a space did not become a hot item. Chapter 3196. Once the Yuan extinguishing space appeared, the atmosphere of the scene became lively. Although the item being auctioned was a medium-sized Yuan extinguishing space, it was still a very good item. The starting price is 100,000 mid-grade primal stones. Primal stones were a special kind of stone that was born in the Yuan extinguishing world. Luofu City used this kind of thing. Primal stones were divided into several grades: low grade, mid-grade, high grade, and even supreme grade. 150,000 mid-grade primal stones. 180,000 mid-grade primal stones. 230,000 mid-grade primal stones. The price quickly rose. From 100,000 mid-grade primal stones to 500,000 mid-grade primal stones. Almost all the bidders came to their private rooms. No one in the auction house dared to make a bid. 500,000 mid-grade primal stones was equal to 50 million low-grade primal stones. The ratio between low-grade primal stones and mid-grade primal stones was 1 to 100. One could imagine how expensive and rare primal stones were. And Yuan extinguishing space easily went up to 500,000 mid-grade primal stones. These fellows are really rich. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to make a move. He was still very interested in the Yuan extinguishing space. Anyone would be interested in a city built in the Yuan extinguishing world. Building a city in the Yuan extinguishing world, establishing a clan, and living in seclusion was a very successful thing. 500,000? Is there anyone higher than 500,000? The divinity host shouted. 550,000. A voice came from a private room. 600,000. A new round of bidding began. The Yuan extinguishing space quickly broke through 820,000 primal stones. It was close to 100 million low-grade primal stones. It was a very large number. Lin Fei observed for a while. Currently, the competition for the origin extinguisher space was split among the 3 private rooms. Very quickly, the speed slowed down. It seemed like the price had reached its limit. Master, it's time to earn prestige. Little Evil Demon laughed evilly. Even without Little Evil Demon's reminder, Lin Fei would also make a move. As for primal stones, Lin Fei did not have many on him. It was not easy to obtain primal stones here. He had only sold a piece of enchanted equipment from a gang for several tens of thousands of low-grade primal stones. Hundreds of thousands of mid-grade primal stones could not be taken out at the moment. This time, Lin Fei decided to be domineering for once. Who asked him to need prestige? He should be able to gain some prestige here. With the Luofu City Lord's 50% fighting strength, Lin Fei had nothing to fear. Being able to earn some money here was not a bad thing. After all, he had changed his appearance. Wait a little longer, there's no rush. After 820,000 mid-grade primordial stones, one of the 3 private rooms retreated, no longer participating in the auction. The remaining 2 private rooms started a new round of bidding, starting from 820,000 and going all the way to 920,000. Lin Fei could clearly hear the discussions of the people around him. It was clear that this price was almost the limit. 920,000. Is there anyone higher than this? Lin Fei felt that it was time to act. 1 million. Lin Fei raised his hand and shouted an extremely high price. In the public seats, an ultimate god shouted out 1 million mid-grade primordial stones, which undoubtedly gave everyone quite a fright. One by one, they turned around to look. Who is that? I don't think I know him. It can't be 1 million, he's crazy. Doesn't he know that the people in the private rooms above are all from major factions? Everyone looked over and saw that it was an unfamiliar middle-aged man. There was actually someone who wanted to snatch food from a tiger's mouth from a major faction. The ultimate god host was also shocked. Could it be that this person had some sort of background? To the auction house, the higher the price, the better. As for just shouting out a price without taking out any primordial stones, up until now, no one had dared to do that in Luofu City. Those who had done so had all been sent to the mines, and if they were unlucky, they might even die in the mines. Therefore, there was almost no one who dared to randomly shout out a price in Luofu City. Luofu City, these 3 words were a deterrent. 1,030,000. That private room shouted out a price again. 1,300,000. Dilly-dallying like this is really too boring. Lin Fei ignored the gazes of the people around him and shouted out an extremely high price. The sudden increase of 270,000 shocked everyone once again. Lin Fei could clearly see that his prestige was increasing. Choosing to be high profile is the right choice. Lin Fei lazily leaned against the wall. The more indifferent he looked, the more mysterious it was to those people. This fellow might have some sort of background. Ordinary people would not dare to randomly shout out a price, and no one would dare to offend the major faction in the private room. Naturally, no one doubted Lin Fei's identity. How many ultimate gods who could come to Luofu City were simple? None of them had a powerful background. The private room fell silent. Congratulations to this cultivator for successfully bidding for the Yuan extinguished space. Everyone's gaze once again landed on Lin Fei. This fellow with a powerful background had really bid for the Yuan extinguished space from the mouth of a major faction. Who is that fellow? He's really brave, daring to snatch something from us. Let's go and find out who this fellow is. He doesn't seem to care about 1 million primordial stones. What an interesting fellow, daring to snatch food from a tiger's mouth. The people in the private room only paid attention to it for a while and did not pay much attention to it. It was not the first time they had seen something like this. There would always be some interesting things happening in the auction that was held once every 5,000 years. Such a small matter was really not a big deal. However, the people in the private room who were fighting for the Yuan extinguished space were now very unhappy. Brother Tian, that fellow is so annoying. He actually dared to snatch our Yuan extinguished space. We must kill him. The person in the private room was Brother Tian, who drove the 6-headed meta beast divine dragon chariot back then. Lin Fei did not go to check on the situation in the private room as he was not interested. Wasn't it more interesting to be unknown? The person called Brother Tian had a woman in palace attire in his arms and was emitting a cold killing intent. In front of them, an image appeared. It was the scene of the crowd below. I hate this fellow. Brother Tian laughed. All right, when the auction is over, I will personally kill him. He deserves to die for daring to snatch something from our beautiful fairy. At least I have saved 1,300,000 mid-grade primordial stones. After the yuan extinguished space, there was nothing that attracted Lin Fei's attention for the time being. That was until another item appeared. The auction item now is the yuan extinguished sacred lotus that can only be found in the depths of the yuan extinguished realm. One flower can kill an ultimate god. A black and white yuan extinguished sacred lotus was brought up. It was a very strange lotus that instantly gave off a fatal feeling of terror. Chapter 3197. The appearance of the origin extinguishing sacred lotus caused a great sensation. The people in the private room did not know. The experts in the public seats could not control the excitement on their faces. Luofu City is too amazing to be able to bring this thing out from inside. Yeah, the last time the origin extinguishing sacred lotus appeared, it killed a level 7 ultimate god. I didn't expect it to appear in the auction this time. Those big forces are probably here for this thing. This is going to be interesting. Everyone around them had heard about how powerful this thing was. Lin Fei was confused. However, he could make out one thing. This thing was a huge threat. Master, those 3 from the Beast Alliance sacred ground seem to be here for this thing too. Little Devil turned the image around. In the private room, the 3 Beast Alliance sacred ground experts had no idea they were being monitored by the system. The news was right. It really appeared. The origin extinguishing sacred lotus is a special existence that only grows in the depths of the origin extinguishing realm. I didn't expect Luofu City to get their hands on it. One flower can kill a level 7 ultimate god and severely injure a level 8 ultimate god. We must get our hands on it no matter what. The tone of the 3 Beast Alliance sacred ground experts became very serious at that moment. Lin Fei was quite surprised. Are they going to kill some expert? Don't tell me they're going to use it to kill me in one shot. The origin extinguishing realm is really a special existence. The origin extinguishing energy that could easily destroy a world could give birth to such a magical existence. Of course, such a good thing belongs to me. The starting price of 1 million mid-grade primordial stones was not very high. At least, it was for the time being. However, everyone knew that the temptation of this treasure could not be compared to the yuan extinguished space from before. This was a true life-saving treasure. Any ultimate god expert would not easily make a move if they knew you had such a treasure. The final price of the origin extinguishing sacred lotus might even exceed 7 million mid-grade primordial stones. It all depended on how determined the people were to compete for it. Any ultimate god would not reject such a precious treasure. 5 million, I'll take it. The bidding price had just been announced. Lin Fei was the first to bid. 5 million mid-grade primordial stones was his first bid. He did not need to pay for it, so he could bid whatever he wanted. The gazes of the surrounding people changed. This person was really bold. He actually shouted such a high price as soon as he came up. Was he trying to scare everyone? The host, the divine venerable god, smiled brightly. Today's auction would probably fetch a high price. This cultivator has bid 5 million. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? Lin Fei's 5 million was completely out of the ordinary. It was beyond everyone's expectations. With such a high price, how were they supposed to continue playing? The people in the private room were all cursing. They had never seen anyone bid like this. They were starting to doubt the integrity of Luofu City and whether they had arranged for someone to raise the price. 5. 1 million. 5. 3 million. 5 million. The bidding price quickly reached 6 million mid-grade primal stones. Lin Fei raised his hand again. 8 million. Such a good thing is worth this price. This time, everyone was shocked into a complete mess. Suddenly raising the price by 2 million mid-grade primordial stones, where did this lunatic come from? He was simply too crazy. What is that bastard trying to do? He even dares to bid 8 million. I really want to go down and kill that bastard. He's doing it on purpose, he's definitely doing it. He's too much of a bastard, he's not letting us bid. The people in the private room all jumped up. They might not have felt anything last time, but now, they really hated this fellow. Others increased the price by tens of thousands at a time, yet he suddenly increased it by 2 million. This was a completely provocative act. 8 million mid-grade primordial stones made many people in the private room give up. Facing such a lunatic, who knew what price he would bid? If this wasn't Luofu City, they would definitely teach him a lesson. What a joke, this was Luofu City. Even if they were 100 times more courageous, they wouldn't dare to do such a thing. 8. 1 million. 8. 2 million. There were still a few private rooms that bid. At the same time, on the highest floor of Luofu City's auction. Young master, there's a situation below. A trusted aide walked in and respectfully stood in front of a young master. What's the situation? Luo Lai stood up. A white-haired young man stood up. He was the person in charge of Luofu City's auction and also the third son of the city lord. He was in charge of this area. There's a mysterious person bidding for the origin extinguishing sacred lotus. His bidding is extremely crazy. We investigated and didn't find any information on him. We're worried that he's here to cause trouble. Luo Lai laughed. Hee, you're too nervous. Who would dare to cause trouble in Luofu City? Or you worried that he's sent by the other cities? The trusted aide stopped talking. Don't worry, no one will dare to cause trouble here. Luo Lai wasn't worried. Over the years, no one had ever dared to cause trouble here. In the Beast Alliance Sacred Lands private room. Damn it, who is that guy? Another 2 million mid-grade primordial stones. Now it's already 10 million. Should we continue? The third brother's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and burst out with killing intent. It's too high, it's not worth it. The second brother shook his head. No one knows what price he'll bid. The 3 Beast Alliance sacred grounds brought a lot of primordial stones, but compared to that guy, they seem to be poor ghosts. 12 million. I'm taking this thing. Everyone, don't fight with me. You guys don't have as much money as I do. Ha. Facing the box above, Lin Fei made a bold statement. Those words made everyone boil. Especially the surrounding people, each of them looked like they had seen a ghost. Who is this guy? Provoking all the hierarch experts in the box? Especially that last sentence, it wasn't a normal kind of disdain. You're quite arrogant. 13 million. A dissatisfied voice came from a box. I'd like to see how powerful you are compared to our Tian clan. The 2 words Tian clan immediately caused a commotion. In the origin destruction world, clans were almost all represented by cities. For example, the Tian clan was the clan that controlled Tianxia City and was considered one of the more powerful cities. Our Yellow Spring City is rich too. 14 million. Another city jumped out, this one with an illustrious reputation. They were all infuriated by Lin Fei's words. How dare he look down on them? Lin Fei saw that his prestige was increasing. Being high profile was still very useful. TSK, only 2. How boring. Lin Fei laughed. That's it? I still want to have some fun with you guys. By the way, let me tell you guys, as long as I like something in the auction today, no one can compete with me. You guys can't. Chapter 3198. This action was incomparably crazy. All the experts in the auction site were shocked. Terrifying might was released from each private room. Although it was not released, the formless pressure from the private rooms made it hard for the experts in the public seats to breathe. That fellow is too arrogant. He even dares to say such words. Crazy, he must be crazy. Doesn't he think about what will happen to him once he leaves Luofu City? All the experts sitting around ran away one by one. What a joke. If they didn't run now, they would be mistaken as accomplices. That would be courting death. Very quickly, Lin Fei's surroundings became empty. Those that could be avoided had all been avoided. Lin Fei lazily glanced and extended his hand. 20 million. Who told me to have money? Continue, I'm listening. Tianxia City and Yellow Spring City were both large cities. True experts were as common as clouds and they were famous in elemental destruction world. However, an unknown fellow had once again called out a high price and refreshed everyone's understanding. This was completely opposing them. 20 million, I don't believe he can take it out. The private room roared. Lin Fei shook his head and was very disappointed. Looks like you don't dare to speak. Then I'm sorry, this killing lotus belongs to me. The auctioneer started to worry. He didn't want to meet such an arrogant fellow. If he couldn't take out the money, then their Luofu city would truly become a joke. I want this one. This item is not bad, I want it too. Money is not a problem. Lin Fei continuously raised his hand and called out prices. The price was ridiculously high and he didn't give the people in the private room any chance. If they could see the situation in the private room, they would definitely be frightened by the killing intent. There had never been a person who could snatch something in front of them, yet he did it so calmly, not putting them in his eyes at all. There is no such person? How is this possible? Looks like this person isn't showing his true face. No matter where he came from, he can forget about leaving Luofu City today. Our items aren't that easy to snatch. Everyone in the private room was actually suppressing their anger with great difficulty. Here in Luofu City, the rules still had to be followed. One treasure after another, as long as Lin Fei took a liking to it, he would bid for them all. The auction house had become a chance for him to shine. Others were bidding for a few 100,000, and you were bidding for 1,000,000. How could he continue playing? Now, we will auction the last treasure of the day, a treasure from a secret realm in the depths of the Yuan-Mie world, the Origin Magnetic Divine Saber. According to our analysis, this saber is evaluated as a 7th-class divine weapon. As soon as the call ended, everyone was shocked by this divine weapon. However, with that unknown fellow present, it seemed impossible to see a huge battle. No matter how much the people in the private room bid, they couldn't beat that person. After a long time, everyone gave up. In a situation where they couldn't win, who would fight for it? What if he was tricked? They didn't have the confidence to be lazy. The starting price is 8 million primal stones. The venue was very quiet. Everyone looked in Lin Fei's direction. Such a good thing. Why is no one bidding? Since no one is bidding, I will bid. Lin Fei said with a smile. 30 million primal stones. A divine venerable weapon of such quality is completely worth this price. Lin Fei smiled and shouted a price. 30 million primal stones. This price wasn't very high. Everyone in the private room was silent. Now they just wanted to see Lin Fei's misfortune. By then, the auction would be held again, so they didn't need to waste time here. They didn't believe that an unknown and mysterious person could take out a total of 100 million primal stones, and mid-grade primal stones at that. The production of primal stones was not much. Taking out tens of millions of primal stones at once was an astronomical figure. It wasn't something that any force could afford. Congratulations, you have successfully bid for the Origin Magnetic Divine Saber. At this point, the auction was considered to have ended. The big shots in the private room came out one by one. Their gazes automatically fell on Lin Fei. Their gazes seemed to see through Lin Fei from head to toe. A good auction was ruined by this bastard. Everyone was quite unhappy. If they could kill, this guy would have been killed many times over. Sir, have you thought about your fate? A white-haired young man came down with raging killing intent in his eyes. You want to kill me? Lin Fei laughed, as expected of a disciple of a big family. You can even say that you want to kill someone in such an open and above-board manner. The white-haired young man was Tianxia City's Tian family's disciple, Tianju. He was a true divine venerable. To be able to become a divine venerable expert at this age, the Tian family's foundation was very terrifying. You aren't that stupid after all. Divine venerable Tianju laughed. No one has ever dared to be unscrupulous in front of us. Our Yellow Spring City must kill this person. Yellow Spring City's Huang family's disciple, Divine Venerable Huang Li, also a Divine Venerable expert, came out with eyes full of killing intent. Before that, I want to see if he has the financial resources to pay. Another Divine Venerable walked out. It was a young master, Brother Tian. Everyone was certain that this person could not take out the primeval stones, which was why they spoke so unscrupulously. Tens of millions of mid-grade primeval stones. If it were them, they would also be under great pressure, not to mention the other party was a nobody. Lin Fei was still as lazy as ever. He slowly stood up. Are you sure you want to kill me? Lin Fei stared at them. Instead of being killed by me? To be honest, you have no ability to resist me at all. All the forces present were infuriated. This guy was really arrogant. The people present were all ultimate gods from big cities. They had the support of a big city. They had all kinds of high-end enchantments and could easily deal with any ultimate god. For example, they could take out all kinds of good things in the auction today. Only after participating in the auction would one know that there were all kinds of powerful treasures in the Yuan-Ye world. Any one of them could kill a divine venerable expert. That was not said casually. It was the conclusion of countless divine venerable experts. Cultivator, do you want to pay the primeval stones here or somewhere else? An divine venerable expert from the auction venue came up and asked. Lin Fei had caused too much of a commotion. Therefore, the auction venue could not help but worry. It was not difficult to organize another auction, but it was a mess this time. It would have a great impact on Luofu City's reputation. I'll do it here. You can bring the item over now. Lin Fei laughed. Chapter 3199. No matter if it was the big powers that came out from the private rooms or the other experts that participated in the auction, they were all looking forward to what was about to happen. Many people believed that this person would not be able to take out that many source stones. The most important thing was the middle-grade source stones. Normally, low-grade source stones were the most common, but middle-grade source stones were not normal. Carrying 100 or 200,000 on him was already considered a lot. Lin Fei would definitely not leave this place. He needed to continuously expose himself to gain prestige. If he went inside, what would he be able to do? It wasn't easy for him to anger everyone, was it easy for him? Lin Fei naturally chose to trade here and take a few good things along the way. For example, Yuan Extinguishing Space, Yuan Magnetic Divine Blade and other treasures. As for offending Luofu City, so be it. There was no effect or threat anyway. Lin Fei's actions had undoubtedly caused many people to be secretly shocked. Could he really take out that many source stones? This was in front of everyone. At that time, without saying a word, they wouldn't mind taking down Lin Fei. They believed that the people in the auction house would be very happy to see it. The things were quickly delivered. The treasures were all placed on a tray, and on the tray was temporarily sealed an exclusive formation seal. Without someone to open it, it would not be easy to break it. This was a conservative seal. It seemed to have come in handy this time. No matter how powerful the other party was, they would not be able to break it in a short period of time. Cultivator, all the things you have bid for are here. You can check them one by one, or you can pay for them one by one. The auction house's divinity said. On the tray, there were many treasures. Among them, the most eye-catching was the Yuan Magnetic Divine Blade, an unprecedented 7th-rank divine weapon. This was a rare good item, and the most special thing was that the Yuan Magnetic Divine Blade could ignore 70 to 80% of the enchanted attribute's protection. With one slash, the enchanted treasure would lose its effect. This would be very powerful. 70 to 80% of the enchanted treasure's attributes could be ignored. This was very rare. Lin Fei arrived in front of the tray. He first stopped on the Yuan Magnetic Divine Blade for a moment, then Yuan Extinguishing Space, and then a few good treasures. Not bad, not bad. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Everything was here. The auction house's hierarch smiled and said, "It's good that you're satisfied. The items that our Luofu City is auctioning are all found in ruins in the depths of the Qi Yuan destruction world. They're all good items that can't be found outside." Hierarch Tianju could not wait for Lin Fei to make a fool of himself. Then, he would be able to see his opponent's misfortune. This item is not bad, but it's a pity that you can't take out the primordial stones. Hierarch Tianju laughed. Don't let them wait too long. Hee, that's nearly 100 million primary stones. That's right. If you have the money, take it out. That way we'll be convinced. Revered divinity Huang Li also said. His voice was full of ridicule. Trying to act all high and mighty in front of people like them? Was there something wrong with his head? The ultimate gods at the auction were also looking forward to it. If the other party really took it out, he would definitely be a big customer. They liked such a big customer very much. Lin Fei turned around. From what you're saying, if I don't take it out, you'll attack me. Stop pretending. You can't take out the primary stones anyway. Since you can't take it out, then what's the point of pretending? You might as well be honest and be lenient. Maybe Luofu City will be merciful. The mining time might even be reduced from 100,000 years to 50,000 years. They were very happy to see Lin Fei unable to take out any primary stones. Lin Fei suddenly sighed. Sigh, you guys are really amazing. You guys guessed right. I really don't have a single primary stone, but you guys are still so stupid. How boring. Hearing Lin Fei admit it, everyone was speechless. He really came to cause trouble. You still dare to say it so confidently? You really don't regard Luofu City as anything at all. He did not respect the ultimate gods present at all. He really did not know what right he had to stand there. Haha, I already said that this guy has no money. Hierarch Tianju laughed loudly. Hierarch Fong, why aren't you immediately arresting him? This person came to cause trouble on purpose. We must thoroughly investigate this matter. Arrest him immediately. They still hoped that Lin Fei would be able to hold on. But after a few words, they immediately admitted it. It was like punching cotton, unable to exert any strength. The hierarch of the auction, Hierarch Fang Zheng, was like his name, an extremely old-fashioned person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have presided over the auction. He didn't give face to anyone and was always merciless in doing things. You don't have enough primary stones to pay for these treasures? Hierarch Fang Zheng stared at Lin Fei. Behind him, the experts of the auction quietly surrounded him. As long as they gave the order, they would immediately arrest him. It had been a long time since anyone dared to cause trouble in Luofu City. Lin Fei shook his head. Actually, I wanted to give it to them, but since they wanted to see me make a fool of myself, I had to fulfill their wish no matter what. So, I had no choice but to grant their wish. The expressions of those hierarchs immediately changed. Hierarch Fong, don't listen to his nonsense. It's clear that he can't take out the primary stones and is deliberately framing us. He definitely can't take out the primary stones, that's why he said that. He's too despicable. We didn't want him to make a fool of himself. It's just that his behavior during the auction is very ugly, so we have to remind him. These hierarchs secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. This bastard is too shameless. Take the blame? Who would dare? If they were to insist that they had forced him, no one would be willing to face the wrath of Luofu City. They wanted to draw a clear line to prevent Hierarch Fang Zheng from suspecting them. They looked at Lin Fei with eyes filled with killing intent. Was he going to drag them down even if he died? They had seen shameless people, but they had never seen such a shameless person. They were speechless. Cultivator, do you want these treasures or not? Hierarch Fang Zheng's expression became serious. Please give me a clear answer. If this person gave an answer, Hierarch Fang Zheng would immediately arrest him and give these people an explanation. What if I have the money? Lin Fei smiled. His expression seemed like a provocation no matter how one looked at it. Arrest him. Hierarch Fang Zheng gave the order to arrest him first. As for whether he had any background or not, they would just apologize afterwards. Whoosh whoosh. 2 golden rays of light swept towards Lin Fei. This was an enchantment treasure. It could bind people and seal their energy in an instant. It was a very common item in the big cities of the elemental destruction realm. The enchantment treasure had a domineering name, Golden Sealing Chain. 100 million reputation points. Exchange for ignore all skills. Lin Fei took a step back and reached out to grab the tray. Chapter 3200. Divine Lord Fang Zheng and everyone else were laughing at that guy's stupid behavior. Snatching the treasure on the tray? It was not that no one had ever done that before, but they all ended up badly. Besides, the power of the seal on the tray could easily hurt an ultimate god. No matter how strong that guy was, he would not be able to snatch the treasure. He's really fighting. That guy is done for. No one will have a good ending if he dares to behave atrociously here. That guy is really bold. I haven't seen him show any fear since the beginning. I really don't know where he came from. Lin Fei reached out to grab the thing on the tray. The power of the seal, which could hurt an ultimate god in an instant, seemed non-existent in front of Lin Fei. The metamagnet divine saber fell on Lin Fei. It was an item without an owner. He turned around and slashed at the golden seal chain. Jingguang was cut in half instantly. It's quite sharp. I like it. Ha! Lin Fei laughed and slashed horizontally. A terrifying and dangerous aura swept across. Those ultimate gods who had been gossiping became the target of the attack. Come and have a try. Get out of the way. Lin Fei grabbed the metamagnet divine saber from the tray. It was beyond everyone's expectations. All of them froze, their faces stiffened, and their minds went blank. We can't stop him. Asshole. How did he get it? The power of the metamagnet divine saber was extremely terrifying. Everyone was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. When they came back to their senses, the terrifying power swept over them. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, their bodies were cut in half. The ultimate gods were no exception. None of the experts who had mocked Fangjing were spared. The entire auction venue fell into silence. You, who exactly are you? Divine Lord Fangjing was sweating all over. He was not hit. The power of the metamagnet divine saber crushed him. That feeling of despair and helplessness lingered in his heart, and he could not get rid of it in a short time. The seal on the tray was not broken, but it was not triggered either. That was the most terrifying thing. That meant his opponent's strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. Just think of me as a passerby. Lin Fei killed those arrogant fellows with a single slash. Then he turned around and reached for the tray again, taking away the treasures one by one. The seal on the tray had not been activated. Passing by? What kind of reason was that? The primordial destruction world was so huge. Why didn't you pass by Tianxia City or Netherworld City? Senior, don't you think this is going too far? Venerable Fangjing gritted his teeth. There had never been a senior who didn't take Luofu City seriously. Going too far? Lin Fei laughed. If you like it, then take it. Catch me if you can. Divine Supremacy Fangjing spat out a mouthful of blood. You will regret this. Lin Fei didn't mind. Really? I don't think so. After putting away the items and completing the mission, it was time to leave. His trip to the elemental destruction world had been more fruitful than he had imagined. All that was left was to gain prestige. By the way, my name is Aotian. I'll come to Luofu City again in the future if I have nothing to do. This place is really nice and I like it. Lin Fei swaggered as he prepared to leave. Space Seal. Without any warning, ripples appeared in the surrounding space as the auction hall's doors closed one after another. Aren't you looking down on us by causing trouble in Luofu City? As soon as the surrounding space fluctuated, a voice rang out. A young man in black armor arrived, escorted by several people. He's President Luo Lai. This is interesting. President Luo Lai can control the entire auction hall's building. That guy won't be able to escape even if he has wings. I heard President Luo Lai is a level 6 ultimate god with many high-end enchantments and a top-grade enchantment treasure. He'll definitely be able to suppress that arrogant guy. The heavenly gods in the auction hall also had their eyes glued to the scene. Today's scene was too unexpected, seeing such a big scene. President Luo Lai was also quite angry at that moment. That guy that he didn't care about had actually caused such a huge commotion. Tianxia City, Acheron City, and other ultimate gods were killed by the metamagnet divine saber. Their Luofu City was really suffering in silence. If not for the fact that the people in the auction hall were all Luo Lai's men, he would have suspected that they had been bribed by someone else. They could just take whatever they wanted as if it was their own home. It did not feel good at all. Lin Fei stopped and turned to look at the white-haired young man with a rare anger on his dignified face. Yeah, I really don't care about Luofu City. But are you going to make a move too? Lin Fei swung the metamagnet divine saber in his hand. Believe it or not, I'll cut you down with your auction weapon. I believe it'll be very interesting. Endure, I must endure. The people Luo Lai usually met were all proper people and not someone like that guy. I haven't made a move in a long time. I hope your arrogance is worthy of your strength. Luo Lai was the president and the city lord's third son, so he rarely made a move. 1. After a clear and crisp sound, a shadow appeared in front of Lin Fei. The surrounding space quickly twisted like a spiral. A spear with a black luster pierced towards him. So Luo Lai was a spear expert. Clang. Lin Fei slashed with his saber, but he was a step too slow. The opponent's spear pierced his chest. This was the first time he was slower than the opponent. A huge force surged forth. After a loud sound, Lin Fei was forced to take 3 steps back. Cracks covered his entire body, looking as though he would shatter with the slightest touch. This is third young master's self-created spear shock. How terrifying. One move and the opponent's body shattered. Third young master is mighty and domineering. Many gods present knew that young master Luo Lai was powerful. A simple spear had shattered the opponent's body. That was amazing. President Luo Lai pointed at the black spear. Luofu City isn't a place where you can be impudent. To be able to withstand my spear without your body shattering, you are indeed powerful. However, that's all. My spear is a high-end enchanted weapon. It has an illusion within it. The attack you saw was actually fake. Thus, no one has ever been able to block my spear. You have disappointed me. President Luo Lai shook his head. Tell me everything. Who ordered you to do that? You are indeed powerful to be able to shatter my body. However, this kind of attack is still not enough. Crush. Chapter 3201. Luo Lai was very confident in his own strength. Many people had suffered greatly from his spear attack as it was impossible to defend against it. With the help of the illusion enchantment and his own powerful strength, the power of each spear attack was beyond its peak. Luo Lai did not take it seriously even though the opponent had the Metamagnet Divine Saber. The Grade 7 Divine Weapon depended on who the opponent was fighting against. One hit. Luo Lai had seriously injured his opponent with dense cracks all over his body. The opponent no longer had the strength to fight. He actually recovered. Lin Fei's instant recovery of his physical body undoubtedly caused Luo Lai to reveal a surprised expression. It was not easy for Lin Fei to recover so quickly after receiving a spear strike from him. Again, show me your full strength. Lin Fei's perfect body was at the 8th layer. The opponent's attack just now had only injured the outermost layer, which was like a tickle to him. He was completely fine. To be able to leave cracks on his body, the opponent was considered strong among the younger generation. Ordinary ultimate gods would not be able to withstand it at all. Interesting. Luo Lai attacked again as illusions appeared one after another. Those illusions were so lifelike that it was impossible to tell which was real or fake. Luo Lai was also certain that his opponent could not break through his illusions as it was not easy to deal with that kind of enchantment. He stabbed his opponent more than 10 times in a row. Unless his opponent had something like the Eye of Truth, he would not be able to defend against his attacks at all. A series of loud noises made everyone's heart go numb. President Luo Lai is too powerful. Even a strong body can't withstand this kind of attack. That guy still wants to fight President Luo Lai to the end. I really don't know where his confidence comes from. No one was optimistic about Lin Fei's chances. Lin Fei did not use his prestige and purely relied on the Metamagnet Divine Saber. He kept attacking with his saber, but each time he missed, he was met with attacks on his body. He's really strong. An ordinary ultimate god's spear attack can't even withstand 7 or 8 attacks. Under the perfect body state, Lin Fei's body was full of cracks. It was a tragic sight no matter how one looked at it. His spear technique also contains the power of the space sect. There are even several other kinds of enchantment hidden in it. Lin Fei was hit more than 20 times. There was another power seeping into his body, continuously accumulating, forming another terrifying power. This was a pincer attack. Lin Fei couldn't think of any way to solve it. Even with the Metamagnet Divine Saber in his hands, it was all in vain. His opponent had used his techniques and enchanted treasures to forcibly suppress the power of the metamagnet divine saber. Lin Fei was fine, but for Luo Lai, it was not a good thing. What kind of body refining technique did he cultivate? His body actually didn't collapse under my attack. He, who had seen many things, was dumbfounded this time. Logically speaking, the other party's physical body should have long collapsed. There was no way he could have lasted until now. Even though his body was covered in cracks, it did not look like it was going to shatter. A shadow appeared in Luo Lai's heart. The situation did not seem good. 100 combo! Luo Lai shouted. Behind him, 100 phantoms appeared. Each of them had the same aura and shot out their spears in unison. The sky was filled with spear shadows that attacked like raindrops. The power of these spear shadows instantly increased. Hundreds of them gathered together, and with a whoosh, a thick spear shadow directly pierced Lin Fei's chest. The power in his body also detonated, and a huge black hole instantly appeared. Everyone could only hear the sound of the earth shaking. Under such an attack, the auction hall seemed to be unaffected. That person is done for. That's 100 combo, an internal and external attack. He's definitely finished. The battle was too shocking. Under that kind of attack, none of them present thought that they could withstand it. One spear attack was enough to let them experience despair. This guy who could last so long under Luo Lai's attack could be considered powerful. With such strength, which big city wouldn't welcome him, he just had to come here to cause trouble. Luo Lai's move had also consumed a lot of energy to break the other party's physical body. He did not believe that the other party's physical body could withstand his attack. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause echoed in the auction hall. What a powerful killer move. Lin Fei's strong physical body was torn open at this time. It was the size of a fist, and his chest was slightly dented. Unfortunately, it's useless against me. With a thought, Lin Fei's physical body recovered to its original state. Your city lord might be able to injure me, but you can't. Lin Fei shook his head. Now have a taste of my move. There was a loud crack. Lin Fei stepped on the stone floor beneath him, and with a crack, the floor began to crack. The cracks spread all the way down, covering the entire auction hall in an instant. The floor of the auction hall, which had not been affected by such a big move just now, was shattered by Lin Fei's violent stomp. Crack, 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 crack. Huge cracks appeared on the ground. At the same time, the sealed space also began to collapse at this time. Loud cracking sounds continued to spread out. Not good, this place is going to collapse. No one knew which expert shouted, but everyone ran outside. The sealed space also lost its effect, and everyone rushed out like a swarm of bees. At the same time, a loud sound spread throughout Luofu City. Many pairs of eyes turned to look at him. The cracking sounds continued. Those who were paying attention saw an unbelievable scene. A crack appeared on the wall of the Luofu City's auction hall, and it was getting bigger and bigger. Many experts ran out. Hurry up and leave, this place is going to collapse. Too scary. The heavenly god experts who came out all had horrified expressions. It's President Luo Lai. Luo Lai also ran out with a trace of fear on his face. By the time he came out, this symbolic building had collapsed with a loud bang. Huge cracks spread out from the ground, forming a terrifying spiderweb. The surrounding buildings also suffered an unexpected disaster, collapsing one after another, turning into ruins. He actually turned the auction hall into ruins with a kick. Luo Lai's face instantly turned pale. No one knew the situation of the auction hall better than him. There were countless array formations set up here, and it was not something that could be destroyed with a single kick. But now, the scene in front of him. If this had happened to him, Luo Lai would have panicked. He was finally afraid. Where did this guy come from? He also understood the meaning of that sentence. Perhaps only his father could fight this guy. Chapter 3202. Luofu City. The area around the auction site had been reduced to ruins. The dust that filled the sky told everyone that this was not a joke, but something that really happened in front of them. Who knows what happened? How did the auction site turn into ruins? Who did this? This is too scary. Could it be that expert has come to Luofu City? President Luo Lai has come out. He doesn't look too good. Such a huge commotion caused the entire Luofu City to boil. It had been a long time since something like this had happened. This was the rhythm of someone causing trouble. The scariest thing was that the auction venue had been demolished and the surrounding area had been razed to the ground, turning it into ruins. Regardless of whether they were outsiders or Luofu City's celestial gods, they were all shocked. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. When the auction hall was in ruins, more than 10 figures appeared from the void. Third young master, what happened? Who did it? Third young master, did someone come to cause trouble again? Those people were all ultimate gods from Luofu City. Any one of them was very powerful and could dominate an area. Under normal circumstances, they would rarely show themselves. Wow, there are more than 10 ultimate gods at once. Isn't that demonic eye supremacy? There's also divinity colossal eye and divinity myriad devil. Something big has happened. All of them were greatly shocked. Any one of those ultimate gods could easily kill an ordinary ultimate god. They were all mid-level ultimate gods according to their strength. Luo Lai took a deep breath. Everyone, pay attention. There's a powerful ultimate god in the ruins. Once he appears, we'll immediately surround him and kill him. The ultimate gods' faces tensed up. It was the first time they heard the third master speak in such a serious tone. Someone is coming out. No way. He's actually fine despite being affected like this. As the dust settled, a figure walked out. How's the power of my kick? Lin Fei revealed himself. More than a dozen ultimate gods, including Luo Lai, attacked together. More than 10 powerful attacks were unleashed. In an instant, the sun and moon seemed to lose their luster. The attacks blotted out the sky and covered the earth, enveloping the ruins. This was an extremely terrifying attack. Pieces of high-end enchanted equipment appeared before everyone's eyes. Oh my god, that's the Paralysis Scepter. And the Divine Soul Storm Scepter. Gravity Scepter. Divine Strike Scepter. Many knowledgeable experts cried out in surprise. Any one of these treasures was worth hundreds of thousands of mid-grade primordial stones, and their power could not be ignored. There are so many high-end enchantment treasures. Just who is that person? He definitely won't be able to block it. Many people thought. Even a high-level ultimate god would not be able to withstand such an attack easily if they did not have a lot of treasures or a lot of treasures. I don't believe that he can withstand the attack of a high-end enchantment treasure. Luo Lai had also lost his temper. No matter what, he had to suppress this fellow. Lin Fei used the power of his perfect physical body and crushed the auction hall with a stomp. Actually, even he himself was surprised. This power seemed to be ridiculously strong. I told you, you can't do it. Lin Fei shook his head. Facing the power of the sun and moon collapsing, he stretched out his hand, as if he was fiddling with something. The terrifying attacks that filled the skies suddenly dispersed. Everything returned to normal. No matter how powerful their joint attack was, it was still very weak in front of Lin Fei. Silence. The scene was dead silent. Before the attacks could get close, he waved his hand and easily dissolved all the attacks. He was definitely a top-notch expert. I'm not seeing things, am I? He blocked the attacks of more than a dozen ultimate gods with just a wave of his hand. There's also a high-end enchantment treasures attack. This is so scary. Where did he come from? The onlookers were so scared that their limbs turned to jelly. One person blocked more than a dozen ultimate gods from Luofu City. Even a high-level ultimate god would not be able to do that easily. Luo Lai took 3 steps back. High-end enchantment is useless against him. Luo Lai was very bitter and helpless as fear rose from the bottom of his heart. Why did he have to meet such an expert? The dozen ultimate gods' faces turned even paler. Needless to say, they knew the gap between them and that person. He could easily kill them. Even a high-level ultimate god might not be able to take him down. Do you still want to fight? Lin Fei smiled. Luo Lai did not know what to say. How dare you? This is Luofu City. A ball of lightning whizzed over along with the fury of thunder. Lightning flashed in the sky and turned into a lightning domain. A thick bolt of lightning fell. Elder Lei Mie is here. He's one of the top 3 experts in Luofu City. A high-level ultimate god. Many people cheered. Lin Fei saw a middle-aged godly venerable in the lightning. His face was devoid of dignity and the lightning around him was like a dragon circling around him. He snorted coldly. I hate it when people show off in front of me. One punch. It was just an ordinary punch. The middle-aged godly venerable Lei Mie was originally in closed-door training. When he noticed the changes in the city, he came out of closed-door training to see a burly man flaunting his prowess in Luofu City's territory. He immediately took action. Wherever Lin Fei's fist passed, the lightning collapsed. The lightning that could easily destroy one's body fell on Lin Fei's arm and bounced off. Bang! Lei Mie, who was in the lightning, screamed in pain as he was sent flying. The Thunder Dominion had completely vanished. Who else wants to have a taste of my fist? Lin Fei shook his retracted fist. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you. Lei Mie, one of the top 3 experts, was sent flying with a single punch? It was a huge visual shock to see it with their own eyes. What was an expert? This was a true expert. If even the top 3 experts could not withstand a single punch, who else in Luofu City could withstand a single punch? Luofu City Lord, I'm leaving. Do you want to come out and fight? Lin Fei smiled. If you don't dare to come out and fight, I'll be leaving. His voice reverberated throughout Luofu City. Silence. Once again it was quiet. Looks like we'll have to wait until next time. Lin Fei shook his head with a regretful expression. He reached out and tore open the void. He walked in and left a majestic figure for everyone to see. He tore open Luofu City space. Everyone was shocked once again. Luo Lai was speechless. This person was so strong that even Elder Lei Mie could not withstand a single punch. Was he attacking them? He did not dare to think about it anymore. Luofu City, in a secret room. A middle-aged ultimate god in green stood there. His deep gaze pierced through space and landed on the boundless Yuan-Ye world. There was a person flying in the air. Who are you? A heavy voice reverberated. Were you sent by them to test my strength? Chapter 3203. After that, Lin Fei left Luofu City. He once again appeared in the boundless Yuanmi world with waves of mighty Yuanmi energy surging toward him. However, it was not a big threat to Lin Fei. Damn, he didn't make a move. What a surprise. In the entire Luofu City, only the Luofu City governor could pique Lin Fei's interest. As for the others, they were weak. In the end, the Luofu City governor did not make a move even after snatching a lot of things. Lin Fei was speechless. Did the Luofu City governor want to be a teenage mutant ninja turtle? Little devil, how much prestige did I gain just now? Temporarily, it's 100 million prestige. The little devil had a conclusion. 100 million? Lin Fei shook his head. That's too little. Master can't rush this matter. I believe as long as the news spreads, your prestige will increase. After all, Master has stepped into the top circle, said the little devil. Lin Fei thought about it and agreed. It was not something that could be rushed. It was just as the little devil had said. Luofu City had a new expert. The news of ultimate god Lei Ming, who had sent 3 of the city's top experts flying with a single punch and snatching the treasures from the auctions, spread like wildfire. Did you say another top-notch expert has appeared? Are you kidding me? A top-notch expert will snatch treasures? Wake up, maybe it's a high-level ultimate god in disguise. No matter what, he defeated ultimate god Lei Ming with a single punch. I heard he went easy on him. The news spread like wildfire in every big city. The Luofu City governor did not make a move. Many people shook their heads as they seemed to have missed a good show. The mysterious expert had also attracted many people's speculations. It did not last long. After all, a high-level ultimate god was not a top-notch expert and was not worthy of everyone's attention. At the same time, another piece of news spread. One of the sealed continents in the Saint Spirit domain was going to be opened soon. Father, should we issue a wanted order? Luofu City. Luo Lai did not understand why his father did not make a move. Even if the opponent was a high-level ultimate god, he would not be able to resist his father in Luofu City. Idiot, who said he's a high-level ultimate god? The green-robed middle-aged man said indifferently. Today, besides Luo Lai, second brother and big brother were also here. Father, did you say that person is a peak ultimate god? Luo Wen gasped. How is this possible? Everyone would know if any top-notch ultimate god appeared. It's impossible for a top-notch ultimate god to appear secretly. Second brother Luo Yao was in disbelief. Their Luofu City couldn't be compared to ordinary top powers. No one knew the secrets of this circle better than they did. There were only a handful of peak ultimate gods in that circle. Any peak ultimate god would have news about them. The birth of any peak ultimate god would cause a huge commotion. Due to that, everyone would know the moment a top-level ultimate god appeared. A top-level ultimate god had a terrifying influence in that circle. That was why everyone dared to say that the other party was a high-level ultimate god. Top-level ultimate gods were too rare. Once any one of them appeared, they would form a force of their own, and at the same time, they would affect the inherent changes in the situation. Therefore, it was difficult to become a peak ultimate god. Even if they had the potential, they might not be able to reach that stage. It was a well-known secret in the circle. Although the Luofu city governor was not a top-level ultimate god, he was one of the high-level ultimate gods. At the same time, there was a top-level ultimate god standing behind him, so he knew more than others. He's not a top-level ultimate god, but he's not far away. The Luofu city governor would not hide anything from his son. If I were to take action, the chances would be 50-50 at most. 50-50. It felt completely different to hear those words from his father. That's why I didn't take action. You should know that one of the sealed continents in the Saint Spirit domain is about to be opened. The Saint Spirit domain will become the center of the storm for a period of time as 4 continents will be unsealed. Father, will the Saint Spirit domain really be reorganized? Lulai asked. Doesn't that mean? Therefore, your mission is to enter the Saint Spirit domain, enter the sealed continents, and obtain the recognition of the new continents. When the new world appears in the future, you'll get unimaginable benefits. It's not impossible for you to step into the high-level ultimate god realm. Doesn't that mean Father has a chance? The Luofu city governor nodded. That's why I didn't take action to stop that person. It's not worth it. It's just a small thing. If it's gone, then it's gone. Maybe I can sell him a favor at a critical moment. Lin Fei did not find the second big city in the end. The Origin Destruction world was strange and ever-changing. Lin Fei returned to the Saint Spirit domain and no longer wandered around the Origin Destruction world. The harvest from this trip is quite good. The Origin Destruction space, the Origin Destruction sacred lotus, and so on were all good things. Those were secondary. The most important thing was knowing that there were hidden forces in the Origin Destruction world. Those big cities were wandering outside the Saint Spirit domain like tigers peeping at the side. Maybe the Saint Spirit domain will be lively soon. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. The Saint Spirit domain still had 4 sealed continents which would probably attract a lot of people. Looks like my chance to earn prestige has come. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. While earning prestige, I need to rearrange the Saint Body Mountain to prevent them from attacking. This is a way for me to earn prestige. After seeing the experts of those big cities, coupled with high-end enchantment treasures, Lin Fei's current enchantment equipment was obviously inferior to theirs, even though it was not bad. Lin Fei opened the prestige support and started to look at some related skills, planning to find some lasting skills. The prestige support did not disappoint Lin Fei. As expected, he found some passive skills. More importantly, the skill could last for a long time. True and false illusion, 3 billion prestige. Can create an illusion that no one can see through. Can last for 3,000 years. Divine protection, 5 billion prestige. Passive skill. Can block any attack. Can last for 2,000 years. 10,000 mile barrier, 10 billion prestige. Can prevent any object from entering within a range of 1 billion miles. Can last for 1,000 years. One passive skill after another dazzled Lin Fei's eyes. Although he still had 100 billion prestige, after looking at the passive skills, Lin Fei realized that he was still poor. He could not even buy the passive skills that easily cost tens of billions of prestige. True and false illusion, divine protection, 10,000-mile barrier. Lin Fei bought the cheapest 3 in one go, spending 18 billion reputation points in one go. Once the 3 passive skills were activated, a huge change happened within a range of 1 billion miles of the Saint Body Mountain. Those heavenly gods who were on their way to the Saint Body Mountain seemed to have bumped into something when they were within the range of 1 billion miles. They could not continue forward. What's happening? Why can't we go in? Chapter 3204. Saint Spirit Domain. The Sacred Body Mountain had unleashed its ultimate move. The 3 passive skills, True-False Illusion, Divine Guardian, and 10,000-Mile Barrier, were placed on the Sacred Body Mountain, and the visual impact they brought shocked the entire Saint Spirit Domain. From that day onward, no one could fly within 1 billion miles of the Sacred Body Mountain. Regardless of whether one was a heavenly god or a great venerable, no one could break through this mysterious power. They had to behave themselves in this place. Without a special pass, no one could pass through this area. The True-False Illusion also shrouded the area. No matter who it was, no one could tell the difference between real and fake in this area of the Sacred Body Mountain. No matter who it was, they were all shocked by Sacred Leader Lin Fei's generosity. The 3 passive skills were placed on the Sacred Body Mountain. Lin Fei could rest easy. At least for a long time, he did not need to worry about anything. Even a godly venerable would not be able to break through easily. Tens of billions of reputation points were no joke. To the top forces in the Saint Spirit Domain, the commotion caused by the Sacred Body Mountain was too big. All the powerful figures who wanted to go to the Sacred Body Mountain were now obedient. The Sacred Body Mountain's level immediately rose. After those people saw how powerful the Sacred Body Mountain was, they would at most mock and ridicule it. Anyway, they would not go to the Sacred Body Mountain. No matter how big the commotion was, they would not care. The Sacred Body Mountain's magic equipment business was getting better and better. The number of reputation points was maintained at a certain number every day. After a long time, it brought Lin Fei a considerable amount of reputation points. He maintained tens of millions of reputation points every day, sometimes exceeding 100 million reputation points. This was also the current limit of reputation Lin Fei could obtain. The powerful figures in the Saint Spirit Domain who did not know about Lin Fei had obtained about the same amount of reputation points. Lin Fei was actually very satisfied with this kind of reputation points. Don't be so demanding, okay? Earning more than 10 billion reputation points in a year was considered good enough. It had only been a year. What about 10 or 100 years? There was a loud boom. On this day, a huge tremor came from heaven and earth. The ordinary heavenly gods felt their hearts tremble. As for the High Lords and Great High Lords, their expressions were filled with shock as they sent their divine senses towards the source of the voice. It was the same for ultimate god experts. What happened? Let's go and see what's going on. This movement doesn't seem normal. In the Saint Spirit Domain, many figures passed through the void and arrived at the place where the incident had taken place. Isn't this the entrance to the Black Domain? That sound seems to be coming from here. Should we go in and take a look? Perhaps some kind of treasure has appeared. Many high lords and great sovereigns had gathered at the entrance to the Black Realm. Up until now, no ultimate gods had appeared yet. However, the activity in the Black Domain made everyone curious. Exactly what sort of treasures would appear in the abandoned Black Domain? Under the temptation, many high lords and great venerables rushed in. No matter how dangerous the Black Domain was, they were confident that they had some strength. If they were lucky enough to come across a treasure, it might be a chance for them to stand out. Later on, more high lords and great venerables, and even ultimate god experts entered the Black Domain one after another. More than 100 experts had entered the Black Domain for the treasures inside. Because of the primordial sect, they had all retreated from the Black Domain. The experts outside did not dare to enter rashly. Who knew if there would be any danger? Everyone was very protective of their own lives, especially after that terrifying attack. Even until now, the Saint Spirit Domain's top experts had been very low-key. Up until now, no one had figured out who had attacked them. With such a terrifying expert around, everyone was much more restrained. Who knew what would happen if they encountered him? If that happened, they would not even know how they died. This situation lasted for 10 years. There were about a few thousand experts who had entered, until one day 10 years later, a group of people ran out from the Black Domain. They were in a sorry state, and their faces were abnormally pale. They looked back from time to time as if something terrifying was chasing them. They are not the first batch to enter. What happened? This is not normal. During the 10 years, there were several movements in the Black Domain. Each time, the movements became louder and louder. However, until now, no one knew what exactly had happened in the Black Domain. Save us. He's catching up. We don't want to die. The people who ran out were overjoyed when they saw the people at the Black Domain's entrance. But at this moment, a black shadow pierced through these experts like a ghost. In an instant, the experts who had escaped were all killed. Not a single one survived. Be careful. The experts at the Black Domain's entrance were all shocked when they saw this scene. Most of these experts were High Lords. Among them, there were a few peak Great Venerables. However, they could not withstand the power of the other party's attack. They were all dead. What is that thing? It's so fast. This sudden scene gave everyone quite a fright. After those people died, the black light did not stop. Instead, it charged toward them. Wherever the black light passed, the Black Domain's entrance was littered with corpses. A High Lord died in one move. A Great Venerate died in one move. Even a peak Great Venerate died in one move. The experts at the Black Domain's entrance scattered like birds and beasts. However, no matter how powerful they were, they could not compare to that black light. None of them could leave the Black Domain's entrance alive. 100 people, 1,000 people, 10,000 people. In the past 10 years, the Black Domain's entrance had been surrounded by a large number of experts. But now, they had all become extremely weak. Too weak, too weak. The black flowing light condensed into a human figure. This figure was shrouded in black mist. Endless black mist surged out from the dark domain behind the figure, condensing into a pair of illusory wings behind the figure. Soon, the first pair of wings was formed. More and more dense black energy surged. This black energy soared into the sky, covering the sky above the Black Domain. The huge amount of black energy made everyone aware of the changes that had occurred here. Everyone saw a figure standing in the void. Huge amounts of black energy surged into the figure's body. The illusory wings also became more solid. A pair of wings. 2 pairs of wings. 3 pairs of wings. Ever since this day began, endless black energy swirled at the Black Domain's entrance. This figure remained in the sky, absorbing the endless black energy. This matter shocked the entire Saint Spirit Domain. No matter who it was, they were all shocked. He's out. The primeval sex experts looked at the figure and trembled. Too fast. It's much earlier than expected. He has evolved 3 pairs of wings. Damn it. We must destroy him. Chapter 3205. At the entrance of the Black Domain. A huge amount of black gas penetrated the entrance of the Black Domain and turned into a huge black area. In this area, there was nothing but darkness. In this region, a violent black aura pervaded the air. Once a heavenly god stepped into it, he would instantly turn into a pile of dust. This was the rhythm of death no matter how many entered. For a time, the area became a forbidden area. No one knew who that person was. It was not that no one attacked during this period, but everyone's attack could not land on the mysterious person. The black mist in the sky was all blocked. A layer was blasted open, and a second layer immediately filled in, forming an endless defense. A few years passed, and no one could break the black gas defense. The mysterious person's aura was getting stronger and stronger. The wings on his back turned into 7 pairs, and the 8th pair was also constantly condensing. It was still very weak at the moment. Even so, the 7 pairs of black wings spread out, and a terrifying and endless prestige spread out majestically. The person seemed to have become a god fiend, an ancient god fiend. Sacred Body Mountain. What's the origin of that thing? In just a little more than 10 years, his strength has actually increased to this level. What the hell? Lin Fei had been paying attention to the mysterious expert through the system. This guy was definitely someone with a great background. He should be a special life form born in the black domain. Little Fiend said, Master doesn't have to worry about anything. As long as he doesn't provoke Master, there's nothing to be afraid of. Lin Fei thought about it and agreed. More than 10 years passed. Lin Fei gained almost 200 billion prestige. Including the previous one, it was almost 300 billion prestige. I just don't know what that guy is going to do. Master, the surveillance just showed that all the top forces in the black domain have made a move. It seems like they want to stop the other party from growing stronger. An image was transferred over. It turned out that the ultimate gods from the top forces in the black domain had come out in full force to attack the mysterious figure in the black mist. They're really going. Lin Fei was not interested in dealing with the mysterious black shadow. What a joke. It was a powerful existence born from a special life form. It would not end well for him to deal with it. The system could say that the thing was powerful and ordinary people could not kill it. The black gas was the strongest protection. This was what the little fiend had said. Unless all the black gas in the entire black domain was exhausted, no one would be able to take down this mysterious person. There was nothing these people could do even if they went. It was just as Lin Fei had guessed. The top forces in the black domain had joined forces with countless ultimate god experts. However, no matter how hard they attacked, they could not threaten the mysterious man from the black domain. The divine venerables lineup was powerful, but they were unable to force the other party out. The siege lasted for a year. The joint attack ended in failure. All kinds of means and enchantment treasures were unable to break through the mysterious person in the black fog. This outcome was beyond the expectations of many people. Where did that mysterious figure come from? It was as if nothing had happened even when the ultimate gods were besieging him. He continued to absorb the black gas leisurely without opening his eyes or showing any signs of movement. Scary, really scary. It's really impossible to break the defense. Lin Fei already knew this would happen. Looks like this mysterious person won't come out until he absorbs the black gas in the black domain. Master is right. Once this person comes out, he'll definitely have 8 pairs of divine wings and will be very powerful. He'll at least be a grade 8 or grade 9 ultimate god. His strength was top-notch. Lin Fei learned a lot of news from his trip to Luofu City. There were very few top-notch experts. Not counting those in Yuanye world, the strongest ultimate god in the Saint Spirit world would not exceed grade 5 ultimate god and could only be a mid-level ultimate god. The Luofu City could easily grab a bunch of peak intermediate ultimate gods from there. That was the difference. The Saint Spirit world will be even more lively. The top forces in the Saint Spirit world could not stop the mysterious person and fell silent again. There were all kinds of speculations about the mysterious person. Unfortunately, up until now, no one had been able to tell the origin of the mysterious man. Many people suspected that the forces in the black domain knew something, but they could not do anything if they did not say anything. Everyone was wary of the mysterious person. It could not be helped as the mysterious person was too terrifying. Even though the Heavenly Feather race had wings, they were worlds apart from the Heavenly Feather race. There was no comparison in any aspect. Everyone knew that the mysterious person would be a terrifying existence in the Saint Spirit world once he woke up. Lin Fei's life was still as carefree as ever. He sold enchanted equipment one by one. A large number of ores were sent to the Sacred Body Mountain. No matter how big the commotion outside was, Lin Fei could not be bothered as long as they did not harass him to earn prestige. As for the rest, who cared? The Sacred Body Mountain had also become a rather unique existence. Those top forces who were worried about the Sacred Body Mountain's continuous expansion secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Lin Fei's Sacred Body Mountain did not expand, they did not have to worry too much. As for enchanted equipment, they could not stop it, so they let it spread. With that in mind, everyone realized that it was not that troublesome. Holy Lord Lin Fei did not seem to have much desire for it. Why did such an expert attack in the first place? In the end, they were defeated. When the Demon 33 Lord and the Demon King came together, Lin Fei was a little surprised. These two fellows had suffered many losses in his hands, but they actually swaggered in. Ever since the passive skills were set up, they could no longer sneak in quietly. Two important people, what brings you here? If you want enchanted equipment, everything is negotiable. They were guests, so Lin Fei still received them politely. The Demon Monarch and the Demon Ruler no longer dared to put on airs in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei had suffered a lot in the past. When the Space-Time Temple Master joined forces with the Hierarch to attack the Sacred Body Mountain, the Demon Ruler already had the idea of being the fisherman who reaped the benefits. In the end, the moment Lin Fei made a move, he defeated a Hierarch expert and was so scared that he immediately ran away. Holy Lord Lin, we are really here for enchanted equipment. The Demon 33 Lord said. We have also brought our sincerity. This is a small gift from us. More than 10 storage rings were taken out. Gifts? Lin Fei glanced at them. They were all kinds of ores. These storage rings were large ones. This small gift was not bad. He thought the Demon King and the Demon 33 Lord came to put on airs. He did not mind sucking them dry. As long as he wanted, no one could stop him within a certain range. How many enchanted equipment do you want? With a large amount of materials, the enchanted equipment had become an assembly line. Chapter 3206. Buying enchanted equipment was just one of the reasons why the Demon King and the Demon 33 country rulers visited. We need 10,000 pieces of enchanted equipment. Sagely damage-resistant battle armor, sagely divine weapons, exactly 20,000 pieces. The Demon 33 country rulers said what they wanted. No way, you only want 10,000 pieces, not more? Lin Fei raised his eyelids. 20,000 pieces of enchanted equipment was really not a big number. The Demon King and the Demon 33 country rulers vomited blood. 10,000 pieces per person was not a small number. Now in the Saint Spirit domain, all kinds of mines were controlled by others. It was not an easy task to get the extra ores. The Demon King and the Demon 33 country rulers wanted to get more enchanted equipment to prepare for a rainy day. But the mines were almost divided up, and they had no choice. Holy Lord Lin, you really know how to joke. 10,000 pieces of enchanted equipment is not a small number. The Demon King laughed dryly. Yes, we are very satisfied. Lin Fei gave up on them. They had no ambition at all. You guys, if I were you, I would be embarrassed if I did not get 40 to 50,000 pieces back. Lin Fei laughed. The Demon King and the Demon 33 country rulers were speechless again. Today, they really did not dare to fight with Lin Fei. Even a hierarch would not be able to. This was a well-known fact in the Saint Spirit domain, especially now that the Saint Spirit domain was in troubled times. If there are no mines, you can actually rob them. Lin Fei laughed. There are fewer mines now, but the Demon Palace and the Demon Ancestral Land have many experts. You can totally work together and wipe out the mines that are controlled by the small factions. Lin Fei encouraged them. All these years, whether they were owned or not, they were all controlled by the big and small factions. If you are willing, I can give you 50,000 pieces of enchanted equipment for free. Lin Fei said generously. The Demon King and the Demon 33 country rulers looked at each other. Good people. We need to consider this. The Demon King and the Demon 33 country rulers looked at each other and suppressed the excitement in their hearts. 50,000 pieces of enchanted equipment. We agree. They did indeed have the thought of attacking, but with the spread of enchanted equipment, heavenly gods were not so easy to deal with. Their demon country's demon soldiers did not dare to attack easily. Up until now, they did not have any advantage. Lin Fei's words moved them. As long as you use the various mines to trade, the enchanted equipment you want will be continuously supplied to you. Building a powerful enchanted army will not be a problem. The Demon Monarch and the Demon 33 Kings were naturally fond of causing destruction. They realized that the Saint Body Mountain that Lin Fei controlled did not affect their destruction of the Saint Spirit domain at all. As long as they did not provoke Lin Fei, everyone would be fine. Why would they want to offend such a person? The Demon King and the Demon 33 Kings no longer had any hatred for Lin Fei. With 50,000 pieces of enchanted equipment on hand, they could easily form an elite army. The Demon Monarch and the Demon 33 Kings left behind the storage ring and took away 70,000 enchanted equipment, happily preparing to do something big. Lin Fei really didn't care about tens of thousands of enchanted equipment. Check to see if there are any special ores. No problem. Search and check immediately. The Demon Monarch and the Demon 33 Kings left the Saint Body Mountain. Looking back at the various illusions of the Saint Body Mountain, the two of them felt like they had just had a dream. I didn't expect Lin Fei to be so easy to talk to. He gave us 50,000 pieces of enchanted equipment just like that. The Demon 33 Kings were still excited and had not fully recovered. With these 50,000 pieces of enchanted equipment, we can deploy a group of elites to occupy more mines and use them to arm our army. The Demon Monarch was also full of excitement at this time, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Fortunately, we did not offend Lin Fei again. He is not someone we can afford to offend. The Demon 33 Kings said. The Demon Monarch now fully agreed. That's right, he is not someone we can afford to offend. Master, we are in luck. We found a special ore that can extract a certain substance. After fusing it with another substance, we can create a new substance. Thunderstorm. You said that we can create a large-scale enchanted treasure, Thunderstorm? He had been purchasing all kinds of ores. Lin Fei had a large number of substances in his possession. Individually, these substances were not very powerful, but once they were fused, their power would increase exponentially, and it would definitely exceed everyone's imagination. Thunderstorm was one of the large-scale enchanted treasures. Lin Fei laughed. Good, good. The Saint Body Mountain will finally have a large-scale enchanted treasure. The Demon Monarch and the Demon 33 Kings climbed the Saint Body Mountain. This news was quickly spread to the top forces. Ever since the barrier was built, experts who wanted to go to the Saint Body Mountain had to do so openly. As for sneaking in, so far, no one could do it. None of the various stealth techniques worked. After a long time, everyone lost their temper with this special existence. Therefore, all the big shots who went to the Saint Body Mountain basically could not hide from the eyes of those who wanted to. Although the top forces did not look for trouble with the Saint Body Mountain's Lin Fei, they were still secretly monitoring him. Once such an existence caused a commotion, it would not be a small matter. Until now, no one knew how many enchanted methods Lin Fei had mastered, but after so many years, they were all very jealous of the various enchanted equipment that had been circulated. The visit of the Demon Monarch and the Demon 33 Kings was definitely not a good thing. They must have gone to look for Lin Fei to buy enchanted equipment. They really know how to lower their heads. I wonder if they succeeded or not. The top forces all began to speculate. Although they did not make a move against the Demon Palace and the Demon Ancestral Land, they had never let down their guard. This time, when they appeared at the Saint Body Mountain, the first thing they thought of was enchanted equipment. But they said that they wanted to rope in Saint Body Mountain's Lin Fei? For the time being, no one had such confidence. Now, everyone knew that the Saint Body Mountain was a special place. The Heavenly Feather Clan, the Imperial Treasure Sect, and the other forces that produced enchanted equipment were having a hard time now. No one would buy their products. Even if the price went down compared to those cheap ores, they would be in tears. If the Demon Monarch and the Demon 33 Kings obtained a large number of enchanted treasures, it would not be a good thing. One by one, the scouts were mobilized to investigate. Soon, the Demon Palace and the Demon Ancestral Land formed an army of 50,000, no, 70,000 enchanted soldiers. They attacked like lightning, attacking more than 10 mines outside, and a large number of demon soldiers and generals went to dig. Chapter 3207. When the Demon King and the Demon 33 country rulers worked together, the 70,000 enchanted soldiers seized hundreds of mines. These mines were backed by various forces, big or small. However, at this moment, they ignored all of them. After seizing the mines, they immediately emptied them. Where did they get the enchanted equipment? They must have gotten it from the Sacred Body Mountain. How generous! 70,000 pieces of enchanted equipment. Is this the prelude to a war over the mines? The tens of thousands of enchanted soldiers were equipped with sagely invulnerable armor and sagely divine weapons. Their physical bodies were already strong, and now that they were armed, they could sweep away thousands of enemies. The Demon King and the Demon 33 country rulers personally oversaw the mines. Soon, the 70,000 enchanted soldiers were armed to 100,000 enchanted soldiers, and then 150,000 enchanted soldiers. It took him less than a year to complete the task. In the Saint Spirit domain, the Demon King and the Demon 33 country rulers frantically seized the mines. With the enchanted equipment, their momentum soared again. The top factions of the Saint Spirit domain could no longer sit still. Lin Fei is too shameless. How can he sell so many enchanted equipment to the Demon Palace and the Demon Ancestral Land? We can't let them continue. 150,000 enchanted soldiers. Who could stop those mine guards? They were annihilated in a single move. That's right. We must stop them. Ever since their defeat at the Sacred Body Mountain, the top factions did not dare to underestimate the Sacred Body Mountain anymore. It was an existence that they could not destroy. Even if they went all out, they might not be able to take down the Sacred Body Mountain. The top factions that joined forces would not fight to the death. That kind of loss was unbearable. After that, the series of changes at the Sacred Body Mountain was seen by everyone. They also realized that Lin Fei had mastered many high-level enchanted methods. Back then, they could not do anything about it, let alone now. No one dared to go to the Sacred Body Mountain anymore. As for the enchanted equipment, they could only arrange for people to bid for it in private. As for doing it openly? Who told the Sacred Body Mountain to disqualify them? Don't be so angry. A siege against the Demon Palace and the Demon Ancestral Land began. The top-tier powers had quite a few mines in their hands, and the powers attached to them also controlled mines. Now that the Demon Monarch and the Demon 33 monarchs were shamelessly trying to snatch them, it was tantamount to touching their bottom line. Without the mines and ores, it would not be easy to obtain enchanted equipment from the Holy Body Mountain. If the Demon Monarch and the Demon 33 country lord took advantage of them, it would not be a good thing. A small-scale skirmish had begun. The top forces all stood up. First, they told them not to take things too far and that they could choose not to take action. Come and fight if you can. These were the intentions of the Demon Lord and the Demon 33 kings. An army of 150,000 enchanted equipment was a force to be reckoned with. From the beginning of the encirclement battle, the Demon Monarch and the Demon 33 monarchs' side displayed a huge advantage. Those below the hierarch realm could hardly withstand their attacks. After a few encirclement battles, they suffered a crushing defeat and suffered heavy losses. Welcome to battle. The Demon Monarch and the Demon 33 country lords were extremely excited. Holy Lord Lin Fei is such a good person. Originally, their subordinates were already strong. Now that they were armed, the 150,000 strong army was not inferior to them at all. We still have to continue. The Demon Monarch's vision was far-sighted. We must rob them all and dig them clean. The 150,000 strong army is just the beginning. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the progress. He was extremely satisfied with the performance of the Demon Monarch and the Demon 33 country lords. The benefits of 50,000 enchanted equipment were too much. Last time, they discovered a special material that allowed them to create a large-scale enchanted equipment, the Thundercloud Storm. This time, they discovered another special material that could be used to refine another high-end enchanted material, petrification. Although the name did not seem like much, it was actually extremely powerful. Almost no one could withstand it. Lin Fei was especially fond of them. The Demon Monarch and the Demon 33 country lords led the 150,000 enchanted army and contributed a lot of prestige to Lin Fei every day. Who asked them to start worshipping Lin Fei? They suddenly rushed up from a disadvantageous position. An enchanted army of 100,000 plus powerful heavenly deities. How can they fight against them? Lin Fei already knew the outcome of the encirclement of the top forces. As long as the hierarch realm did not appear, who could compete with them? This was not a joke. Since the last time, the top forces had been blacklisted by Lin Fei. They could not go to the auction for a long time and could only use other means. However, they did not dare to buy too much. The enchanted army that they could pull out could not reach the 150,000 enchanted army that the demon monarch and the demon 33 country lords could pull out. Should the divinities join the battle? That would be too embarrassing. Without the help of the divinities, the 150,000 enchanted army was almost wiped out. Robbing the mines became more domineering. The mines in everyone's hands were constantly losing control. After the demon monarch and the demon 33 country lords finished mining, they immediately exchanged for more enchanted equipment. As for the subordinates, that was simple. The demon palace and the demon ancestors' land did not have much, but they had a lot of subordinates. With a little equipment, they would immediately catch up. In comparison, no one could catch up. Master, actually, you can try to build the Prestige Divine Tower. The little devil suddenly said. Lin Fei was confused. Prestige Divine Pagoda? What's that? This is a good thing. It is a masterpiece made by the system. Little devil began to praise himself and began to introduce this thing. Lin Fei listened very carefully. Bragging about a product of the system, little devil, do you have any shame? After listening for a while, Lin Fei became interested. According to little devil, this thing was actually a treasure to collect prestige in disguise. Anything related to Lin Fei, this treasure would collect it and form a certain proportion of prestige. Damn, isn't this similar to faith? The first thing that came to Lin Fei's mind was faith. It seemed that only faith was the most suitable word. No. How can faith be compared to the Prestige Divine Tower? Little devil sneered. Faith is something that many people do not want to see. However, the Prestige Divine Tower is different. As long as it is erected, there will be no effect at all. There is no need for people to believe in it. A Prestige Divine Tower only needs 30 billion prestige. At the same time, it can also reduce the loss rate of prestige. 30 billion reputation points was still a shock. Loss rate? It can't be. Prestige can be lost? Little devil said. Yes, the system collects prestige. During this process, a portion of prestige will be lost. For example, right now, each time it loses about 40% of prestige. 40%? Don't be so wasteful. Chapter 3208. Exchanging 30 billion reputation for a reputation divine pagoda would increase his reputation by 40%? Lin Fei was truly tempted. At the same time, he also looked down on the system. How could such a loophole appear? Was it deliberately ruining his reputation? The powerful and invincible system actually had such an irresponsible side. He had lost 40% of his reputation for nothing. Lin Fei only felt that a large amount of reputation had disappeared right under his nose. Those were all killing moves. If he didn't lose these prestige points, wouldn't he have gained even more prestige points? 400 billion prestige points or 500 billion prestige points? Or even more? 30 billion reputation for a reputation divine pagoda was indeed not cheap. Especially now that his reputation had stabilized every day, the reputation divine pagoda seemed to have become useless. When would he be able to regain his reputation? A reputation divine pagoda was far from enough. This was the key. Lin Fei still exchanged for a reputation divine pagoda and built it on the Sage Body Mountain. He planned to see how his reputation would change. He would not know if he did not use it, but after using it, he immediately realized that his reputation had increased. Master, how is it? Are you satisfied? The little devil made a list. This is a comparison of the reputation contributed by the Sage Body Mountain region and the reputation contributed by the outside world. In comparison, the Sage Body Mountain's reputation had increased by a large margin. The reputation divine pagoda was finally showing its effects. Master, 30 billion reputation is already very cheap. Once the reputation divine pagoda is built, no one will be able to see any problems. Master can rest assured. Another one. Lin Fei's 200 billion reputation sounded like a lot, but in reality, it was really not much. He exchanged for 2 reputation divine pagoda consecutively. Lin Fei's reputation immediately shrunk. The demon monarch and the demon 33 country lords were currently in high spirits, flushed with success. The 150,000-strong enchantment army was about to become a 200,000-strong enchantment army. They had been continuously sweeping the mines of the various major factions. Robbing and excavating the mines had become their greatest passion. When they heard that Lin Fei wanted to build a divine pagoda in their territory, the Demon Lord and the Demon 33 Kings agreed without any hesitation. If it was built in their core area, they might have some ideas. Now that it was built anywhere in their territory, they naturally did not have any ideas. Especially if it was built without people and without anything. What else could they think? That was 100 cents. Refuse? Only a fool would do such a thing. Didn't they see that they were rising again? 200,000 enchanted soldiers, 500,000 enchanted soldiers, this was just the beginning. Lin Fei arranged for one of the 10 elders to build the prestige divine tower. The demon monarch and the demon 33 country lords were also curious, so they came as soon as the construction was completed. It was a black divine pagoda that was thousands of feet tall. Compared to the other pagodas, this pagoda was very ordinary. There was nothing eye-catching about it. It was empty inside. The demon lord and the demon 33 country lords inspected it several times, but they did not discover anything. This was really just an ordinary divine tower. Anyway, there's nothing, and it's not a teleportation formation. We don't need to care so much. The demon monarch and the demon 33 kings relaxed. They were secretly glad that they did not reject Lin Fei's offer. Otherwise, if Lin Fei got angry and refused to supply them with enchanted equipment, they would be the unlucky ones. The harvest from the second prestige divine tower is not bad. The demon palace and the demon ancestral land have another stable place to contribute prestige. The 2 prestige divine towers cost him 60 billion prestige. Although it was a huge number, it also made Lin Fei realize that it was necessary to cover the prestige divine tower. Where else could he find such a good thing to increase his prestige by 40%? If I want the Saint Spirit world to cover the divine towers, it will be a long and arduous task. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and thought about how to increase his prestige. The primordial sect is here? After listening to the elder's report, Lin Fei smiled. Finally, they can't sit still anymore. From the commotion caused by the demon monarch and the demon 33 country lords, Lin Fei believed that those top forces would not sit still, especially after the encirclement failed. This scene was destined from the beginning. Without a godly venerable, who could stop the attack of the enchanted army? The primordial sect sent the primordial sect master, a powerful godly venerable, the glorious sun sect master. Primordial sect master, your presence brings light to our humble sacred body mountain. Lin Fei came out with a smile. The glorious sun sect master's face flashed a trace of awkwardness, but he also felt relieved. It seemed like he was not as difficult to deal with as he had imagined. After exchanging greetings, the glorious sun sect master took out a gift. It was a total of 50 storage rings. It's my first time visiting, so I didn't have anything good to give you. I heard that Sacred Lord Lin likes all kinds of ores, so I took the liberty to bring some for you. You're too kind. Lin Fei smiled and accepted it. The glorious sun sect master breathed a sigh of relief again. It was good that he had accepted the gift. Ever since the demon monarch and the demon 33 country lords obtained enchanted equipment, their strength had increased tremendously. The primordial sect could not sit still anymore. If they could go to the sacred body mountain, why couldn't the primordial sect? Everyone knew the current situation of the sacred body mountain. In the Saint Spirit domain, it was a special existence. No one could deny that. A large number of enchanted equipment of high quality had beaten the Heavenly Feather clan and the others. Now, everyone wanted to buy enchanted equipment, so they went to the sacred body mountain. No one had the confidence to besiege the sacred body mountain. A fallen ultimate god was no laughing matter. Although it was only a clone, it was still an ultimate god expert. An ultimate god could still show off in the outside world, but in the Sacred Body Mountain, a group of guards could fight against an ultimate god. It would be embarrassing if they won, and even more embarrassing if they lost. Moreover, the Sacred Body Mountain had been sealed off for 1 billion miles. Who knew what other big moves were waiting for them? No big moves? Who would believe that? No one would go to the Sacred Body Mountain to be tortured. However, this time, the top forces could not sit still anymore. No one wanted to lower their heads. The glorious Sun Sect master of the primordial sect had really lowered his head. Wasn't it just a loss? There was no conflict of interest, so he was completely fooled. The glorious Sun Sect master came to visit. Sacred Lord Lin, the primordial sect would like to buy a batch of enchanted equipment. Is that possible? The glorious Sun Sect master asked. We can get whatever ores you want. The glorious Sun Sect master was not confident. A threat? Who would dare? The primordial sect was not the only one who had ores. They did not have any advantage. Especially now that the demonic king and the 33 lords of the demonic world had joined forces with 200,000 enchanted soldiers to supply ores to the Sacred Body Mountain, they were even less confident. I'm afraid this is a little difficult. Lin Fei frowned seriously. The primordial sect can pay a high price. The glorious Sun Sect master did not dare to get angry. It doesn't matter if it's 10% or 20% as long as Sacred Lord Lin is willing to sell it to us. In the future, the primordial sect and the Sacred Body Mountain can even form an alliance to fight against that divine demon. Chapter 3209. The mysterious black figure at the entrance of the Black Domain. Lin Fei had inquired about it, but there was no news about it. The top forces of the Black Domain were all tight-lipped, as if it was a terrifying existence. Divine demon? Master, if what the brilliant Sun Sect master said is true, then that guy really has a powerful background. This is a secret from an ancient book, and it happens to be related to divine demons. A large amount of information came pouring in. All of it was related to divine demons. Lin Fei quickly browsed through it and understood everything. He could not help but exclaim in surprise, "What a powerful background!" Divine demons indeed had a powerful background. At the same time, they were one of the most powerful races. Divine demons were special life forms that were born in special environments. The birth of any divine demon was abnormally powerful. It was said that in ancient times, divine demons controlled the world and established a supreme era, leaving behind all kinds of legends. Later, for some unknown reason, the number of divine demons began to decrease. Later on, divine demons almost disappeared, and no traces of them could be found anymore. However, every time a divine demon appeared, it would become an outstanding figure of an era. It was because they were too powerful. With a strong body and terrifying strength, no one was a match for a divine demon. Divine demon, you must be joking. Lin Fei pretended to not believe it, but in fact, he believed that it was a divine demon. Didn't divine demons go extinct long ago? The brilliant Sun Sect master smiled bitterly. Holy Lord Lin, that is indeed a divine demon. He was residing in the Black Domain, and we only found out about it when he woke up. This is also the reason why we had to leave the Black Domain. We can't fight against any divine demon. If it was not a divine demon, who would be willing to come out? It was an existence that could not be killed. Especially with the help of the Black Domain, if they wanted to kill a divine demon, they had to destroy the Black Domain. However, did they have the strength to do so? Absolutely not. So what was the point of fighting? They had accepted their fate. This was an existence that they could not defeat for the time being. Once a divine demon appears, those hidden divine demons will also appear one by one. I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse. The brilliant Sun Sect master continued. We can talk about the alliance later. I can also sell you enchanted equipment. Lin Fei said, as long as your primordial sect allows me to build a divine pagoda in your territory, everything will be negotiable. Divine pagoda? The glorious Sun Sect master knew that the demon monarch and the demon 33 country kings had built the god pagoda. According to the information that was sent back later, that thing did not pose any threat and was completely ordinary. Sure. It was just a divine pagoda. What was there to worry about? I can give you at most 50,000 enchanted equipment. The brilliant Sun sect master of the primordial sect left. When the other top-notch factions found out about this, they secretly cursed the brilliant Sun sect's sect master for being so shameless. They immediately rushed to the sacred body mountain. No matter what, they had to obtain a batch of enchanted equipment. It was the age of enchantment. This was something that everyone had to admit. The sacred body mountain was the first. The age of enchantment had just begun. No one could ignore the increase in strength brought by the age of enchantment. A difference of one level didn't matter. They could make up for it with enchantment equipment. Enchanting equipment became a shortcut. From then on, everyone was competing for enchanted equipment. Even though this wasn't a good thing, for some Empyrean gods, it was a great Tao that led to the heavens. Now that the primordial sect had obtained a batch of enchanted equipment, everyone was very attentive. Wasn't it just a gift? Who didn't know how to say good words? As for building a god tower, that was even less of a problem. The gifts from these top-notch factions were getting thicker and thicker. Lin Fei didn't reject any of them. He accepted as many as he could. When he really discovered some special ores, he was in an exceptionally good mood. Tens of thousands of enchanted equipment fell into the hands of these factions. Lin Fei was simply too easy to talk to. He let bygones be bygones and took out enchanted equipment for them. Where else could they find such a good deal? When the Demon Monarch and the Demon 33 country rulers heard the news, they weren't surprised. The Sacred Body Mountain was an independent existence that specialized in creating enchanted equipment. It was very normal for them to sell enchanted equipment. The only fortunate thing was that they had taken a big step forward and obtained a large number of enchanted equipment. They were temporarily ahead of the others. The top-notch factions shamelessly left one after another. Once they obtained the enchanted equipment, they immediately formed an enchanted army. They also learned from the methods of the Demon Monarch and the Demon 33 country rulers and fought for the mines. At this time, no one believed that they could still defend the mines. In front of the enchanted army, everything was too weak. In the beginning, the top-notch factions that came out of the Black Domain obtained a large number of enchanted equipment and formed an enchanted army of tens of thousands. Although they couldn't contend against the Demon Monarch and the others, they at least had an enchanted army of tens of thousands. This was not a small improvement. Looking at the top-notch factions that created enchanted armies, some people began to panic. For example, the Heavenly Feather Clan and the Imperial Treasure Sect. They had always strived for perfection and monopolized the sale of enchanted equipment. With Lin Fei's tens of thousands of enchanted equipment and the previous enchanted equipment, it created a huge impact. The enchanted equipment of these two factions suffered a huge impact. Sell? Users? That would be a huge loss. We need to change our method. The Imperial Treasure Sect was the first to make a choice. Why don't we rely on the Sacred Body Mountain? The higher-ups of the Imperial Treasure Sect fell silent. Were they really going to rely on them? If we don't secretly rely on them, our Imperial Treasure Sect will soon decline. Are we going to rely on our manual crafting? With these words, everyone suffered a huge blow. They were actually very clear about the situation in the future. The era of enchantment was unstoppable. Didn't they see that the top-notch factions had begun to form enchanted armies? If they continued to persevere, after 10,000 years, or even 50,000 years, the Imperial Treasure Sect would be nothing. The Temporal Temple's side also began to panic. They grasped the great sacred art of time and space. If it was one-on-one or one against many, they would still be able to suppress their opponents. But now, the era of enchantment had begun. Those heavenly gods with enchanted equipment were all very difficult to deal with. For example, the overall strength of the Sacred Body Mountain's guards. They were extremely tyrannical, and anyone who went against them would be unlucky. Although the Sacred Body Mountain had yet to develop a treasure of time and space, who could guarantee that they wouldn't develop one in the future? When that time came, the Temporal Temple would no longer have any advantage. Let's not talk about anything else. The top-notch factions of the Black Domain had joined hands to snatch the mines controlled by the Temporal Temple. In a short period of time, They had lost 10 to 20% of the mines. This was just the beginning. The temporal temple also needed to form an enchanted army. Everyone else had it, but they didn't. They couldn't possibly arrange for their disciples to go, right? That would be one less disciple. With enchanted equipment, no one would be able to stop it. Chapter 32:10. In the Saint Spirit world, all the top-notch forces had started to build enchantment armies. Tens of thousands of enchantment armies were sent out at once. Otherwise, they would be too embarrassed to say that they wanted to build an enchantment army. The Space-Time Temple Master once again arrived outside the Sacred Body Mountain. Unlike the previous time, the Space-Time Temple Master could not help but sigh at Lin Fei's methods. Not a spatial technique, but it's better than spatial techniques. What a good technique. There's also an illusion technique similar to the illusory Heart Island, but it's even more powerful. It's going to be even harder to attack the Sacred Body Mountain now. The Space-Time Temple Master thought to himself. Back then it was a declining sect, but now it had completely changed. It was something he could not have imagined. He did not come here personally just to obtain a batch of enchantment equipment so that he could catch up with the top-notch forces. Let's go and visit Sacred Lord Lin Fei. He seems to be the Space-Time Temple Master. It's really him. Sacred Lord Lin is so awesome. I think most of the top-notch forces are here. Amazing, truly amazing. Many heavenly gods recognized the Space-Time Temple Master. Back then, this person had besieged the Sacred Body Mountain. In the end, he had suffered a great loss. Everyone remembered this clearly. Everyone started cheering. Your Sacred Lord is not here? The Space-Time Temple Master wanted to see Lin Fei, but he was not here. What was going on? How is this possible? A trusted peak great venerable expert beside the Space-Time Temple Master said, Our Sacred Lord is not here. You can come another day. The guard said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. It did not matter if it was the Space-Time Temple Master or a hierarch expert. No one dared to act presumptuously in the Sacred Body Mountain. Whoever dared to act presumptuously would die. The guards were the enemy's nightmare. Let's go. The Space-Time Temple Master's face was expressionless. Hall Master, Lin Fei, has gone too far. He doesn't take our temporal temple seriously at all. The trusted peak great venerable expert beside him said angrily. Sacred Body Mountain, in a restaurant and inn. He's definitely not meeting us on purpose. No matter where they went, everyone would worship the Space-Time Temple Master like they were. But now, the Sacred Body Mountain actually ignored them. They were furious. The Space-Time Hall Master was already prepared for this. He shook his head slightly in his heart and said, It's normal that they don't want to see us. In the entire Saint Spirit domain, who would dare to think that the Sacred Body Mountain is easy to deal with? Putting everything else aside, just the enchantment army alone is enough to show that the Sacred Body Mountain's foundation is unimaginable. The confidant opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. It seemed like the Sacred Body Mountain's Imperial Guards could kill him 10,000 times over. Palace Master, what should we do? The Temporal Temple Master said, Help me deliver the gift. If I don't see him for a day, then I'll deliver the gift for a day. Our temporal temple needs a batch of enchanted equipment. Currently, this batch of enchanted equipment was extremely important to the temporal temple. Saint Master, wouldn't our actions provoke the temporal temple? After all, their foundation is... The great old ancestor said worriedly. Lin Fei said disdainfully, Foundation? So what if they have a strong foundation? Isn't it just time and spatial energy? I'll soon refine the enchanted spatial and temporal treasures. By then, they'll no longer be a threat. Lin Fei hated the temporal temple a lot as they instigated him to cause trouble behind his back. How could he vent his anger if he didn't teach them a lesson? That's great. Our Imperial Guards can be armed immediately. The three old ancestors' eyes lit up. Currently, each of them controlled a unit of Imperial Guards. Each unit had more than 100,000 soldiers. The three of them controlled a total of 300,000 Imperial Guards. Elites, real elites. No one knew the true strength of the three units of Imperial Guards. The Imperial Guards that could be seen on the Sacred Body Mountain were all ordinary Imperial Guards. Space-Time Temple Master, you'll be in charge. It's not impossible for them to obtain the enchanted equipment, but we'll have to make them pay a huge price. They'll be willing to pay anyway. The three old ancestors were no longer ordinary peak great venerables. Although they had yet to break through to the ultimate god realm, the enchanted equipment on them allowed them to easily grasp the combat power of an ultimate god. Even first-class or second-class ultimate gods were no match for them. The three old ancestors were full of confidence even if they were to face the Space-Time Temple Master. Lin Fei did not have time to deal with the Space-Time Temple Master. If he wanted enchanted equipment, he could just talk to the Grand Ancestor. As long as he was willing to pay the price, it would not be a problem to buy enchanted equipment. The entrance to the Black Domain. Lin Fei hid himself and looked at the divine demon who was constantly absorbing the black aura. The eighth pair of wings gradually became clearer. Strong, it's really strong. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and admired it for a while. He was secretly shocked. If it wasn't for my prestige and my perfect level 8 physical body, I wouldn't be a match for this divine demon. After learning about the mysterious person's origin from the primordial sect's glorious Sun Gate Master, Lin Fei repeatedly checked and finally confirmed that the mysterious person was the divine demon. Master, this divine demon is really strong. Once the eighth pair of wings is condensed, it won't be any weaker than you. Little Devil said, it'll probably cause a big commotion in the Saint Spirit domain. The bigger the commotion, the better. Lin Fei was actually quite shocked that a black domain could give birth to a special life form like the divine demon. That's true. The bigger the commotion the divine demon makes, the more invincible Master defeats the divine demon, the more prestige you'll gain. Little Devil chuckled. That was indeed what Lin Fei was thinking. No matter how strong the divine demon was, how could it be stronger than a prestige killer move? Oh yes, I want to know how many billions of prestige I need to kill the divine demon. Lin Fei asked Little Devil. At least 300 billion prestige. Hearing this number, Lin Fei could not help but take a deep breath. Damn it, I only have 100 billion prestige, but I can only defeat the other party. I still have to work hard to collect more prestige. Lin Fei looked at the divine demon inside. Master, you can totally start the Great Enchantment Era. Lin Fei nodded. It's also time to collect another batch of prestige. When Lin Fei quietly left, Lin Fei's expression changed. The mysterious divine demon, who was protected by the black aura, suddenly opened its eyes and looked at where Lin Fei was before slowly closing them again. However, a strong battle intent flashed in its eyes. Lin Fei did not know that the divine demon could sense his departure. At this moment, Lin Fei arrived outside the sealed continent. The seal's power was getting weaker and weaker. Even across the sealed continent, he seemed to be able to sense a powerful and invincible aura. This is the place where I'm going to collect prestige next. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and almost drooled. The current Saint Spirit domain's prestige increase was limited. If he started the Great Enchantment Era, he would gain another batch of prestige. After that, it would probably be very difficult. According to the information he received, the Saint Spirit domain was the smallest continent and had the weakest influence. There were only a few big cats. Little Devil, how many more years do I have to prepare? Chapter 32:11. The news of the Temporal Temple's Hall Master being rejected by the Saint Body Mountain spread like wildfire. As for who spread the news, no one knew. The Space-Time Hall Master actually didn't have any complaints about being refused at all. He obediently stayed in the Sacred Body Mountain for 3 months. And in these 3 months, another piece of news spread. The Imperial Treasure Sect's sect master came to beg for forgiveness and expressed his willingness to join the Saint Body Mountain and become a part of it. Countless people were dumbfounded when this news came out. The Imperial Treasure Sect was truly determined. Who didn't know of their influence in the Saint Spirit world? They actually wanted to join the Saint Body Mountain. Saint Master, are we really going to recruit them? The Grand Old Ancestor was in a good mood recently. The Temporal Temple's side had always been stuck. The conditions that he proposed were too much, but the Temporal Temple Hall Master did not say anything. A deal was inevitable. Those peak powers were frantically plundering all sorts of ores. If they were late by a day, the ores would be snatched away, and the enchanted equipment would be far away from them. Why not? Lin Fei laughed. This is the first power that took the initiative to join us. Lin Fei was not surprised that the Imperial Treasure Sect joined them. It was only a matter of time, and they came much earlier than expected. They were quite bold. What if they are here to steal our technology? Lin Fei laughed. Technology? That was the core of enchantment. No one could learn it. Only the imps had the necessary equipment in this world. Don't worry, they won't be able to grasp the core technology. Lin Fei laughed. If they join the Saint Body Mountain, I will set up an enchantment attack and defense. Their Imperial Treasure Sect will be able to enchant. Lin Fei personally summoned the Imperial Treasure Sect's Hall Master. The Imperial Treasure Sect's Hall Master was a wise middle-aged man called Mu Yiwen. It was a very genteel name, and one could not tell that he was a martial artist. Imperial Treasure Sect's Mu Yiwen greets Saint Master Lin. Mu Yiwen had spent a lot of effort to get the Imperial Treasure Sect to join the Saint Body Mountain. He was very clear that only by joining the Saint Body Mountain would the Imperial Treasure Sect have the chance to continue existing. Resist? The Imperial Treasure Sect did not have that kind of strength. The price of the Saint Body Mountain was too high. The Imperial Treasure Sect could not sell any enchanted equipment, no matter how cheap they were. Compared to the enchanted equipment that could be exchanged with ores, the cheap price was nowhere near as cheap. This kind of price was no different from picking it up for free. Mu Yiwen was actually very nervous. This young man, who was not very old and had not cultivated for as long as them, was now a top-notch existence in the Saint Spirit domain. He was also someone that they had to look up to. Our Imperial Treasure Sect is willing to join the Saint Body Mountain. Lin Fei smiled and said, "Are you sure you want to join? Once you join the Saint Body Mountain, maybe your Imperial Treasure Sect will no longer exist. After so many years of inheritance, are you willing to part with it?" Of course, the Imperial Treasure Sect, which had been passed down for so many years, was unable to stop the enchantment techniques of your Saint Body Mountain. There was nothing to be proud of. This was Mu Yiwen's inner voice. My Sacred Body Mountain wants to establish a workshop. Your Imperial Treasure Sect will become an independent workshop from now on. The name will be Imperial Treasure Workshop. What do you think? Many thanks for the Holy Lord's help. Our Imperial Treasure Workshop will definitely not disappoint the Holy Lord. His worried heart finally calmed down. As long as he could join. The name of the Imperial Treasure Workshop also made Mu Yiwen very grateful to Lin Fei. Holy Lord, this is simply a miracle. After Lin Fei brought Mu Yiwen to see the enchantment techniques of the Saint Body Mountain, he immediately worshipped Lin Fei 10,000 times. It was too unbelievable. Their Imperial Treasure Sect was very careful when it came to enchantment equipment. However, it was impossible to enchantment equipment like the Saint Body Mountain. Yet, the Saint Body Mountain did it perfectly. This was a huge blow to Mu Yiwen, who had always been very proud. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he chose to come here. In the entire Saint Spirit domain, no one could stop the large-scale production of enchantment equipment. Mere enchantment is nothing. Your Imperial Treasure Workshop's next mission is to enchantment equipment. Soon, I am preparing to promote enchantment equipment in the Saint Spirit domain. I need a large amount of enchantment equipment. Mu Yiwen involuntarily sucked in a cold breath. Mass enchantment equipment. If this was before, he definitely wouldn't have believed it. In the outside world, the number of enchanted equipment sold over the years was probably the Holy Body Mountain's limit. However, it seemed that this wasn't the limit. Rather, it was just a minuscule amount. I vow to complete the mission with my life. Mu Yiwen understood that this was a test given to him by Sacred Lord Lin Fei of the Sacred Body Mountain. This matter must be done properly. Heavenly Feather Race, your pride and dignity will soon cease to exist. Thinking that he had chosen the right path, he couldn't help but mourn for the Heavenly Feather Race. No one could stop the great age of enchantment. The Space-Time Palace Master had finally obtained 50,000 pieces of enchanted equipment. The price was enough to make him vomit blood. Even so, The Space-Time Temple Master still gritted his teeth and agreed to the Sacred Body Mountain's conditions. It couldn't be helped. Hall Master, when the seal of the new continent is broken, the Sacred Body Mountain will not have a good ending. The confidant said with a murderous look. The Space-Time Palace Master said faintly, no one can control enchanted equipment forever. Sooner or later, he will become the target of everyone's attack. He broke the rules. 5 years later, in the Saint Spirit world, large and small forces were fighting over ores, causing a huge ruckus. The Sacred Body Mountain released a huge piece of news. The moment this news came out, countless people were dumbfounded. Our chance is here. This is great. Enchanted equipment can be sold. Enchantment Merchant House, my saintly damage-immune armor. Our small family can also become stronger. Lin Fei is such a good person. That's right, he's selling enchanted equipment. Everyone can buy it. The Sacred Body Mountain established an enchantment merchant house. This enchantment merchant house sold all sorts of enchanted equipment without any restrictions. The currency used was still ores, and it was much cheaper than the previous auction. The moment this news came out, everyone couldn't sit still. The news spread like the wind throughout the Saint Spirit world. Everyone rushed to the Sacred Body Mountain. A great era had begun with a bang. The Space-Time Temple, which had spent a huge amount of money to purchase enchanted equipment, immediately vomited a mouthful of blood when they heard this news. Lin Fei, you tricked me. The Space-Time Temple Master wanted to kill someone. The Great Age of Enchantment had officially begun. The Sacred Body Mountain became overcrowded, and everyone was there to purchase enchanted equipment. I want 100 saintly weapons. Chapter 32:12. The mighty enchantment era began with the Sacred Body Mountain's actions. The enchantment storm swept the entire Saint Spirit domain. Enchantment equipment, which was originally extremely expensive in everyone's eyes, became cheap items from then on. Everyone could own them and arm themselves. Their strength also increased rapidly. To the heavenly gods who were adventuring everywhere, this was the happiest thing in their lives. Everyone wholeheartedly acknowledged sacred leader Lin Fei of the Sacred Body Mountain, and a large amount of prestige was once again contributed. Regardless of whether they liked or disliked Lin Fei, they all contributed their prestige this time, which was a rare sight. Thus, the Saint Spirit domain was filled with all kinds of enchantment equipment. 1 billion, 2 billion, 5 billion, 10 billion. This time, the great enchantment era had truly begun. Prestige flooded into the system like a tidal wave. Lin Fei squinted his eyes every day. He was simply too happy and excited. The commotion was too great. Universal, truly universal enchantment equipment. The factions that were struggling to survive were directly crushed as the enchantment equipment became more widespread. For example, when the Heavenly Feather clan heard that the Imperial Treasure sect had sided with Lin Fei, they were full of disdain and ridicule. Who knew how long it would take for the Sacred Body Mountain to truly influence the various factions? But this time, the Heavenly Feather clan suffered a heavy blow. The entire upper echelon was dumbfounded. They didn't dare to believe that this was true. Universal enchantment equipment? How many pieces of enchantment equipment would that require? That piece of enchantment equipment was not carefully made. It was so comprehensive that it was as if it didn't cost anything. It completely crushed their pride. The Sacred Body Mountain had unknowingly reached the peak that everyone had to look up to. They had been so proud before, but now it seemed like they were the fools. What should we do? The Heavenly Feather clan was gloomy. It was the same for the other factions. Thus, the situation in the Saint Spirit domain started to change. One by one, the factions that controlled a large number of minds started to erupt. This time, they were especially elated and high-spirited. It was time for them to rise. Master, do you want a few prestige divine towers? The little devil was egging them on again. The enchantment great era had begun. In the 100 years that followed, Lin Fei had gained a total of 800 billion prestige points. At this point, the Saint Spirit domain's prestige points had almost been wiped clean. I'm not pretending now. Lin Fei was not a fool. Prestige was something that could only be gained once. If he wanted to gain a second wave, he would need people, a large number of people. Once the enchantment great era had begun, it was equivalent to sweeping through the entire Saint Spirit domain. No matter who it was, no one could resist the temptation of enchantment equipment. They had contributed a huge wave of prestige. With 800 billion reputation points added to his previous reputation points, he now had close to 900 billion reputation points. The first thing Lin Fei did was to spend a large amount of reputation points to upgrade his perfect physical body level 8 to level 9 and finally reach the pinnacle. With his perfect body at the peak, Lin Fei's strength soared. Even though he had spent hundreds of billions of reputation points, it was still a good deal. As for the remaining several hundred billion reputation points, Lin Fei did not use them for the time being. He planned to keep them just in case. In the short term, there was a limit to how much reputation he could gain unless a new continent was opened. 100 years, 200 years, 300 years, time passed year after year. The situation in the Saint Spirit domain was also changing. First of all, the influence brought about by the enchantment equipment had strengthened countless forces. These forces began to unite and break away from the top forces' control to form their own alliance. Ultimate gods? The threat of low-level ultimate gods also began to be ignored. All kinds of enchantment equipment and the enchantment army began to show their prowess and set off a protracted war over the mines in the Saint Spirit domain. Everyone wanted to expand their forces and control more enchantment equipment. The Saint Spirit domain was caught in a chaotic war. Even the top forces could not suppress it. Who asked the enchantment equipment to be so helpful? Other than fighting for mines, there was still more fighting for mines. As the Sacred Body Mountain, it had never expanded its territory, but the enchantment equipment continued to be sold. In the Millennium Era, the Sacred Body Mountain launched a brand new enchantment equipment. It was a set of enchantment equipment that had the combat power of a first-class ultimate god. It was called the First Holy Body Armor. Its reputation was very ordinary, but its power was not to be underestimated. As soon as the set of enchantment equipment was released, the Saint Spirit domain went crazy again. Unfortunately, it did not bring much reputation points to Lin Fei. However, it was a big deal for all the heavenly gods. The ultimate gods had lost their deterrent power from then on. A first holy body armor was enough to make countless heavenly gods fight for it. This time, the Sacred Body Mountain took out 1,000 sets. In other words, there would be 1,000 experts who were comparable to ultimate gods. It was enough to change the situation in the Saint Spirit domain. No one thought of fighting for those sets. Everyone went to the auction and brought enough ores with them. The competition for the divine equipment was extremely fierce. All the big forces in the Saint Spirit domain came to fight for the divine equipment. There was an enchantment army, but if there was a set of divine equipment, each of them would be comparable to an ultimate god. Once an ultimate god wore it, their strength would increase by 2 or 3 times. This time, everyone went all out. Most of the mines in the Saint Spirit domain had also been swept clean, all for the sake of building up their confidence for the auction. Who had more mines and who had fewer would have to fight over them. That was especially true in the past 1,000 years. Mines had become top-notch items in everyone's eyes. Even an ordinary mine would become priceless. The exchange of enchantment equipment from mines was also very popular. Other things had become useless at the moment. Money? It was difficult to buy a piece of enchantment equipment. That thing was useless. If one wanted to enchant equipment, they needed ores. 1,000 sets of divine equipment were divided up. There were dozens of sets for you, dozens for me, or a few, or hundreds of sets. The division was very thorough. The top forces did not have much of an advantage in this auction. They only got a few dozen sets of divine equipment, which was considered a lot. Once the divine equipment appeared, the situation in the Saint Spirit domain changed again. In the next 400 years, the forces in the Saint Spirit domain were divided into 15 groups. The top forces and the alliance forces were all among them. At that time, the Saint Spirit domain was like a warring state. In less than 1,500 years, most of the mines in the Saint Spirit domain had been excavated. There was not much left. Everyone had their eyes on the sealed continent. That was their new target. Only in the unsealed continent could they get more ores and more powerful enchantment equipment. Everyone had guessed that the Sacred Body Mountain had studied the enchantment equipment to a very deep level. There were things that they could not imagine. If they had attacked the Sacred Body Mountain, they would have died. It would have been normal for them to be wiped out. Everyone agreed with that. Chapter 32:13. Saint Spirit Domain. Almost 1,500 years had passed. The sealed continent had almost revealed its true face. Through the thin layer of seal, one could see the boundless scenery of the continent. There were only a few decades left before the seal would completely lose its effectiveness. When there were still a few decades left before the seal lost its effectiveness, beams of light shot out from the thin layer of seal. These beams of light were entirely green. The spies who had been monitoring the area discovered it immediately. Some of the spies caught a green beam of light. It was actually a rich energy that surpassed the heaven and earth energy produced in the Saint Spirit Domain. The Saint Spirit Domain was in an uproar. All the major factions sent out their enchanted armies and godly venerable experts to fight for the energy. Such rich heaven and earth energy. The Saint Spirit Domain was really the smallest continent in the past. Lin Fei hid in the void, holding a beam of green energy in his hand. This energy kept struggling, but it soon became obedient in Lin Fei's hand. This energy is similar to a primordial stone. Does this mean that there will be a large number of primordial stones in this continent? Lin Fei was really looking forward to it. In 1,500 years, the Saint Spirit Domain's prestige had almost been taken away. Lin Fei was more eager than anyone else for the appearance of the new continent. The population there would soon provide him with a large amount of prestige. The Saint Spirit Domain's local factions were also tempted by the enchanted equipment. After using the enchanted equipment, no one could give up on the speed of improvement. They would fight for more mines. As for the new continent also having enchanted equipment, would there be competition? Lin Fei did not care at all. He did not believe that the people in the new continent could also develop the substance fusion provided by the system. That was a huge difference in technology. Even if there were really enchanted equipment, Lin Fei could still beat them to a pulp. Who was afraid of who in terms of enchanted equipment? Just the price of the enchanted equipment on the Sacred Body Mountain alone would be enough to sweep away all the major and minor factions. With enchanted equipment, who was afraid of the Sacred Body Mountain? Master, we just detected that foreign experts have entered the Saint Spirit Domain. They should be from the big cities in the elemental destruction realm. Lin Fei looked into the distance. They're finally here. On this day, Lin Fei was not surprised. From the moment he knew that they would come, they would come. The unsealing of the continents was no secret. In fact, the unsealing of the 4 continents would involve some big secrets. How many are there in total? Currently, there are 5 factions. Among them are Yellow Spring City, Tianxia City, and Luofu City that Master is familiar with, the little devil reported. Lin Fei smiled. I'm really fated with them. Keep an eye on their every move. Oh right, also the Beast Alliance Holy Land. Father, this is the Saint Spirit Domain. The heaven and earth spiritual energy here is too ordinary. A group of people suddenly appeared in the void in the Saint Spirit Domain. The leader of this group of people was a middle-aged man, the city lord of Luofu City. He had 3 sons by his side, and one of them was Luo Lai. Why are there so many sinkholes in this place? What the hell? What's going on? Why are they everywhere? Everyone was collectively dumbfounded. Not far from them, there was a huge mountain range filled with sinkholes of all sizes. Anyone who saw that would be surprised. City Lord Luofu was not interested in the Saint Spirit Domain and usually did not pay much attention to it. If not for the fact that the seal on the continent was unsealing, he would not have come. Interesting, really interesting. Very quickly, the sinkholes in the Saint Spirit Domain were everywhere. They could finally see that the Saint Spirit Domain was completely different from what they had imagined. The other city lords brought people in and were shocked by the current Saint Spirit Domain. Ever since the era of enchanted equipment started, the mines became a place of contention. Hence, sinkholes appeared everywhere, forming a special feature of the Saint Spirit domain. Bury it? No one had the time to do such insignificant things. That was why the scene before him had appeared. How did the Saint Spirit domain become like this? This was the biggest thought that everyone had when they saw the Saint Spirit domain. It had completely changed. The seal on the new continent was about to fail. Wave after wave of forces began to enter the Saint Spirit domain. They were very secretive and did not swagger about. This was out of Lin Fei's expectations. Logically speaking, they should have swaggered in and occupied a place to set up a temporary camp. Lin Fei now had hundreds of billions of reputation points and all kinds of killing techniques. Hence, he was not worried about their appearance at all. Before the new continent appeared, Lin Fei did not want to do anything. There were still 20 years left until the countdown. The mysterious god fiend that had been absorbing the black aura finally formed its 8th pair of wings. The god fiend that had been protected by the black aura also opened its eyes. 2 beams of black light pierced through the Saint Spirit domain and crashed into the seal on the continent. This attack was unbelievably ferocious. A huge amount of heaven and earth energy leaked out from the continent. The god fiend turned and walked into the endless black aura. The huge black domain kept rolling, and a huge palace formed and appeared in the Saint Spirit domain. God Fiend Palace. Once the palace appeared, it shocked everyone. The palace disappeared with a whoosh and no one knew where it went. The place where the black domain was originally located was covered by endless destructive energy. Another top-notch force had appeared. Although that top-notch force only had one divine demon, the power of that blow was seen by the ultimate god experts. They secretly shuddered. It was so strong that it was a complete mess. Even if the seal was weak now, an ultimate god might not be able to cause such a huge commotion. Is that a god fiend? The city lords all revealed solemn expressions. It's indeed a god fiend. I didn't expect another god fiend to be born. Moreover, it has 8 pairs of wings and refined a god fiend palace. We're going to be under a lot of pressure. The city lords did not dare to let their guard down. A god fiend had actually appeared. It was an ancient being that had always been thought to have disappeared in the long river of time. The appearance of a god fiend expert was not a good thing for the city lords. The only fortunate thing was that the god fiend only had 8 pairs of wings at the moment. The god fiend with 8 pairs of wings was stronger than them, but it was not a top-notch ultimate god expert. God fiend experts had always been conceited. They would fight the world with their bare hands and would not cooperate with others. This was also one thing that they did not have to worry about. One person was always easier to deal with than a group of people. As soon as the god fiend palace appeared, everyone also figured out the other party's identity from the clues. It was an ancient god fiend clan. The 2 sightings left a deep impression on everyone. If he went all out, which god fiend could resist him? He's really powerful. That attack just now has the combat power of a peak high-level ultimate god. Lin Fei was also paying attention. Is he trying to take us down a notch? Lin Fei could not help but laugh. Chapter 32:14. In a certain mansion in the Saint Spirit domain. It was one of the Luofu city's secret hideouts in the Saint Spirit domain. The Saint Spirit domain has really undergone earth-shattering changes. The Luofu city governor could not remain calm as he listened to the person in charge explain the changes in the Saint Spirit domain. In their eyes, the sacred spirit domain, which did not have any experts, suddenly had a large number of enchantment troops that could threaten the ultimate gods. All of this was brought about by the sacred body mountain, which had started a comprehensive enchantment era. The Luofu city governor was shocked by this. Although the enchantment equipment could only threaten ordinary low-level ultimate gods, no one dared to ignore the sacred body mountain's huge production numbers. Father, it's just a sacred body mountain. It's just some enchantment equipment with average power. It won't amount to much. The eldest son, Luo Wu, said disdainfully. Any enchantment equipment he had could block the attack of an enchantment army. This place was too backward. Father, I think this sacred body mountain should be worth our attention. I've done some calculations. To start the enchantment era with their own strength would require a huge amount of enchantment equipment. I think they might be able to master high-level enchantment equipment. The third son, Luolai, said. The Luofu city governor was more far-sighted. Mere enchantment equipment was not worth it, but it was different if it could start an era. This sacred body mountain indeed needs to be contacted, but not now, but after the new continent is opened. The Luofu city governor was not the only one who paid attention to the sacred body mountain. Those city governors from the elemental destruction world were not very interested in enchantment equipment as they were only ordinary ones. However, the sacred body mountain was different. Such speed and efficiency meant that they must have mastered a special refining method. That was what everyone was concerned about. It was easy to refine ordinary enchantment equipment, but it was not so easy to mass-produce them. Everyone had to pay attention to the sacred body mountain. As for Holy Lord Lin Fei's tyrannical strength and ability to suppress the ultimate gods in the Saint Spirit domain, they did not pay much attention to him. He was merely an ultimate god, with the strongest being a mid-level ultimate god. Their current target was the new continent. While they were learning about the sacred body mountain, Lin Fei used some prestige to monitor the Saint Spirit domain's movements, such as foreign experts, which was something he was very interested in. The system would report the situation every day. One had to admit that the Sacred Spirit domain had many experts who were much stronger than the ultimate gods in the Sacred Spirit domain. The more people there were, the happier Lin Fei was. The more people there were, the more prestige he could gain. In the surveillance, the God-Fiend Palace had disappeared. It seemed to have left the Saint Spirit domain and entered the dangerous You and Me world. This made Lin Fei very curious. Could it be that the God-Fiend had gone to find some helpers? Lin Fei was secretly astonished that a God-Fiend with 10% of its wings had nearly broken through the seal's powers. Life forms like God-Fiends were indeed terrifyingly powerful. This also filled Lin Fei with anticipation for the new continent. There was nothing much to excavate in the Saint Spirit world now. Under the stimulation of the enchanted equipment, the mines and other resources had been completely emptied. It was the same for secret realms. In the face of the temptation of absolute benefits, a mere dangerous situation was nothing. The Saint Spirit domain was very peaceful. The top forces also knew about the invasion of foreign experts. They kept a low profile. As locals, they had more or less heard some secrets that others did not know. They would not foolishly touch them. That would definitely be a thankless task. 30 years, 20 years, 10 years. The time was getting closer. The heaven and earth energy that emerged also became denser and denser. No matter who it was, they could sense the changes in heaven and earth. It was a kind of invisible improvement. There were still 7 to 8 years left before the seal broke. On this day, a strong force came across the sky and punched the seal. It affected the entire seal, causing it to emit large streams of light. The punch was earth-shattering. The ultimate god experts were alarmed and looked over. Who attacked? The ultimate gods were shocked. It's here again. The vigorous punch came again. Compared to before, it was much more powerful. Every punch seemed to land on everyone's hearts, terrifying and terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. The seal released more and more heaven and earth energy. Could it be that the God-Fiend is here? It seemed like only the God-Fiend from the Divine Demon Palace possessed such power. It's here, it's here. After dozens of punches, a black palace passed through space and descended. A stalwart figure walked out of the Divine Demon Palace. It was not very tall but was filled with boundless power at that moment. 8 pairs of wings spread out and black gas shrouded hundreds of millions of miles, covering the sky and the sun. Compared to the last time, the God-Fiend's aura was much stronger this time and made people feel fearful. That was the combat power of a high-level ultimate god. It was even more powerful. After the God-Fiend appeared, it stared at the sealed continent and made a grabbing motion in the air. A huge black hammer appeared without any warning and slammed into the seal of the new continent. Crack! After a loud noise, the seal completely collapsed. The seal formation that was supposed to completely collapse in a few years had collapsed prematurely under the God-Fiend's attack. As soon as the seal collapsed, a white line appeared. The white line appeared without warning. Boom, boom, boom. The sacred spirit world began to shake violently and engulf the entire sacred spirit world. The white line began to disappear and the sacred spirit world began to move. All the heavenly gods could sense that the sacred spirit world was gradually approaching the new continent. Boom! When the white line completely disappeared, a loud noise spread throughout the sacred spirit world and the new continent. The two continents had actually reorganized and merged at that moment. A mysterious aura rose in everyone's heart. It could not be resisted or shielded. At that moment, everyone was stunned. The continents have reorganized and merged. How is this possible? They really merged and reorganized. This is the rhythm of merging. The heavenly gods realized that the merging of continents was not a trivial matter. Lin Fei was also shocked. No wonder they came early. It must be because the merging of continents will bring about all kinds of benefits. Lin Fei had read many secrets in the secret manual and immediately realized the benefits of the merging of continents. That god fiend wants to reap great benefits. The continents merged. A light rose in the middle. The light lasted for a long time. 1 year, 2 years. A full 5 years. The white light disappeared completely. The moment it disappeared, an endless amount of energy swept out. Everywhere it passed, everyone felt as if they were bathed in holy light. Haha, I actually broke through. I also broke through. That's great, I'm also a supremacy. I'm an ultimate god. The energy spread. That day became a day of celebration for everyone. Chapter 32:15. The two continents had merged. Many of the Saint Spirit Domain's local forces did not know about the situation. Even though they did not know, the benefits brought by the merger had swept across the Saint Spirit Domain. All the heavenly gods were overjoyed and no longer cared about it. The heavenly gods had broken through one by one. Whether they were weak or powerful, all of them had received great help and had broken through to unimaginable realms in the past. This was a grand breakthrough event, and the entire breakthrough lasted for half a month. I can't believe there are such benefits from the merger of the continents. Yeah, I have a friend who improved by 3 small realms. What's 3 small realms? There's a 3rd order heavenly god kid in my big city who directly broke through to the ultimate god realm. Isn't that amazing? It's so scary. What's so scary about it? With the help of heaven and earth energy, talented experts have been greatly improved. This is the first time I've felt the benefits of the merger of the continents. The continents had merged. Everyone in the Saint Spirit Domain was excited. Their breakthroughs were too fast. Those with poor talent had broken through 2 or 3 small realms, while those with good talent had broken through 5 or 6 small realms. Their strength had skyrocketed. On the Sacred Body Mountain, many physique cultivation experts had broken through. For example, the 3 great ancestors had directly broken through to the 3rd-class ultimate god realm, while the 10 elders had all become 1st-class ultimate gods. As for other breakthroughs, there were countless. As a sacred lord, Lin Fei could not get any improvement. Lin Fei's perfect physical body level 10 was no longer something that could be improved by mere heaven and earth energy. Ever since the Prestige Assist was activated, he knew that his cultivation path was no longer the same as others. He needed a massive amount of Prestige Assist to improve his strength. The massive amount of heaven and earth energy was directly blocked by Lin Fei's perfect physical body. The heaven and earth energy wisely left. Lin Fei was speechless. The energy of the heaven and earth was way too cunning. Didn't it just bump into a wall once? Why did it run away like that? Master, the continents have merged and the heavenly gods have broken through. Your enchanted equipment needs to be upgraded. Little Devil reminded. Lin Fei thought so too. Originally, he had planned to take it slow, but the changes brought about by the continents' merger really exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. Ordinary enchanted equipment also seemed outdated. Master, that god fiend has condensed the 9th pair of wings. I reckon that he will be able to condense the 9th complete pair of god fiend wings if he fuses them again. So fast. A 3-dimensional image appeared. It was still the same place. After the god fiend's 8th pair of wings, a 9th pair of wings appeared. They appeared very illusory, as if they would shatter at the slightest touch. No wonder he would personally take action. Lin Fei finally understood the reason. A month after the continents merged, the white light also completely disappeared. The Saint Spirit domain, which had seemed to have reached its end, now appeared a boundless continent. One could not even see the end of it. What was completely different from the Saint Spirit domain was that this continent seemed to be an ancient world. The mighty and massive essence beasts that were flying in unison made the formidable martial artists from the Saint Spirit domain suck in a cold breath. Essence beasts, complete big essence beasts. Standing at the border, they looked at those essence beasts, not knowing what to say. This sealed continent was too terrifying. Even though their strength had increased by a large margin, they could not help but feel a trace of uneasiness. How strong would the natives of this new continent be? Roar! A roar rang out. Everyone saw more than 10 robust figures running toward the Saint Spirit domain. Yes, they were running, not flying. When they got close, they were surprised to see that those were also essence beasts. Their eyes were scarlet, full of a predatory aura. Swoosh! An ape-like essence beast leaped into the air, pouncing on a fifth-order heavenly god expert. With one bite, it bit off the heavenly god's head, grabbed the headless corpse, and ate it in big bites. In the blink of an eye, there was nothing left. Be careful, they will eat people. The heavenly god expert was frightened. More than 10 ape-like fellows kept pouncing. These ape-like fellows were shockingly strong, and their defense was also terrifying. The heavenly god expert's attack could not cause much damage. The essence beasts of the new continent immediately left a deep impression on everyone. Chirp! A large swarm of flying beasts appeared in the sky. They were like a dark cloud. Arriving above the heavenly god experts, they spread their wings and spat out fireballs like a meteor shower. As the fireballs fell, they smashed into the heavenly god experts. Green smoke rose, and they quickly turned into flaming men. In an instant, they were burned to ashes. It was unbelievably terrifying. This scene caused the heavenly god experts in the distance to tremble in fear. A group of heavenly gods actually could not block the fireballs. Traces of coldness spread through their bodies. Run! The heavenly god experts who had been watching suddenly screamed and immediately turned to run. In front of them, a large group of black shadows approached menacingly. They were all kinds of essence beasts. The moment the mighty essence beasts appeared, the heavenly god experts of the Saint Spirit world panicked. Everyone had clearly seen the scene just now. In the Saint Spirit world, there were not many essence beasts, and their strength could be suppressed. However, these essence beasts that came to their new continent were full of ferocious auras, causing them to shiver. If they still did not know how powerful they were, they deserved to die. Activate the array formation immediately. Don't go out first. Wait and see. Before figuring out the situation, everyone chose to be conservative and wait. The number of essence beasts was far beyond everyone's imagination. They were vast and boundless, covering the sky and covering half of the sky. After these essence beasts came to the new continent, they began to wreak havoc. Those heavenly gods who were slow were quickly targeted. After a wave of essence beasts, the heavenly gods were gone, leaving only a pile of bones. Cities were breached one after another. The Saint Spirit world experts tried to stop the counterattack, but it was to little avail. These essence beasts were very powerful, and after a siege, they suffered heavy losses. This situation lasted for 5 years. The essence beasts ran amok. This was beyond everyone's expectations. The new continent situation was still unknown, but it was already surrounded by the essence beasts. It was really unbelievable. The ultimate gods were no longer powerful at that moment. Among these essence beasts, some of them were extremely powerful and had the combat power of a high-level ultimate god. They had killed 3 low-level ultimate gods in one go and did not take the Saint Spirit world experts seriously. The only place that was not attacked was the Beast Alliance's sacred ground. While those essence beasts were wreaking havoc in the Saint Spirit world, the new continent's experts also began to appear in the Saint Spirit world. Chapter 32:16. The meta-beasts had invaded the Shungling continent. The result was beyond everyone's expectations. The new continent was actually a place where the meta-beasts gathered. When the continents merged, the meta-beasts swarmed in. In a short period of time, the huge Shengling continent was in the claws of the meta-beasts. Even heavenly gods would die if they went up. They could hold on for a longer period of time with enchanted equipment, but it wasn't much better. Even ultimate gods couldn't fight against the meta-beasts and had to retreat as they didn't have the strength to fight them. An ultimate god didn't just have to face a few meta-beasts, but a huge group of them. Anyone who saw them would be afraid. In less than 10 years, the Shengling continent had become a paradise for the meta-beasts. There were meta-beasts everywhere and they were terrifyingly powerful. They kept attacking the big cities and destroyed the power of the formation, causing the big cities to fall one after another. The Shengling continent was miserable and desolate. Beast Alliance Sanctuary, a place that everyone was terrified of. As the meta-beasts invaded the Shengling continent, the 3 experts from the Beast Alliance Sanctuary took the initiative to join the meta-beasts. A huge palace stood in the Shengling continent. As soon as the palace appeared, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Yuan Palace. 2 very ordinary names. But under these ordinary names, there were essence beasts gathered together. What was even more unbelievable was that after the Yuan Palace was built, they released the news. Those who surrender to Yuan Palace can be spared from death. Those who don't will be killed. The time limit is 20 years. After 20 years, Yuan Palace will encircle and annihilate all the top forces. Once the news came out, everyone couldn't stay calm. Yuan Palace's tone was too overbearing. They really didn't treat the top forces in the Shengling continent as anything. Shengling continent, Yuan Palace. The 3 of you, it's been hard on you. In the huge palace, there were many statues of meta-beasts. If anyone recognized them, they would definitely be shocked by the origin of these meta-beasts. Each of these meta-beasts was a terrifying expert with a great reputation, even after they died. It's not hard at all. This is what we should do. It's a pity that we let you down. The 3 essence beast powerhouses of the Beast Alliance sacred grounds were standing respectfully below the throne at this moment. Sitting on the throne was an essence beast with a human head and a beast body. This essence beast's entire body was golden. Even his hair and eyes were the same. The Jingguang was shining and dazzling. It was the golden war god of the elemental beasts. The Golden Battle God clan was one of the top 10 royal clans among the elemental beast clans. Although there was a certain gap between them and the 3 great elemental beast clans, they were still in existence that couldn't be ignored. The 3 essence beasts from the Saint Spirit continent didn't dare to move in front of the Golden Battle God race's royal family. A place like the Saint Spirit continent is indeed outdated. However, you guys have nurtured quite a number of juniors. You guys should still be rewarded. The Golden War God powerhouse on the throne waved his hand, and the sky full of Jingguang sprinkled down and landed on the 3 of them. The color of their skin changed and was filled with traces of gold. Their pupils also turned golden. The entire process lasted for the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. "Thank you, my lord," the 3 of them said gratefully. At this moment, they were completely different from before. They looked completely different. Now, they were half members of the Golden Battle God race. Their bloodline had also become noble. Tell me, in the current Saint Spirit continent, is there any human power that is worthy of us recruiting? The person on the throne raised his voice. Currently, in the entire Saint Spirit continent, the most worthy of recruiting is the Sacred Body Mountain. This is because that Holy Lord Lin Fei has mastered the craftsmanship of high-end enchanted equipment. Moreover, he can mass-produce them, which is very helpful to my lord. What about the human race's enchanted equipment? They don't have any power at all. I don't think we need to rope in the Sacred Body Mountain. They only forge some ordinary enchanted equipment. They don't have the qualifications to forge high-end enchanted equipment for us. Below the throne, it wasn't just the 3 of them. There were also essence beasts of different races. All of them were arrogant and didn't treat the Sacred Body Mountain or the enchanted equipment as anything. These were all the various essence beast warriors that had attached themselves to the royal family. You guys look down on enchanted equipment, but high-level enchanted equipment isn't that easy to break through. The expert from the Golden Battle God race slammed his palm on the throne and a ripple spread out. All the Essence Beast warriors on the scene had a drastic change in expression. They lowered their heads and wiped their sweat continuously. Now that our Divine Beast continent and Saint Spirit continent have merged, the remaining 3 continents are the most important. In the face of the terrifying pressure of the royal family expert, everyone was well behaved. The 3 of you, go and get in touch with that Lin Fei. If he is willing to join our Hall of Yuan, we can give him the qualifications to be a warrior. If he isn't willing, destroy the Sacred Body Mountain. If our Hall of Yuan can't get it, no one else can. At this moment, the eyes of the Golden Battle God race expert were filled with coldness, like a cold wind blowing on the warriors. Besides the Sacred Body Mountain, talk to the others. Our Hall of Yuan needs to replenish our strength. The Saint Spirit continent and the Divine Beast continent had merged for 30 years. Currently, the Heaven God experts in the Saint Spirit continent were living sullenly. They could only hide in the big cities and didn't dare to go out easily. Those Essence Beasts wandered everywhere. Every time, it wasn't just one, but a large group of them. The living conditions in the Saint Spirit continent had also become very bad. It was something that no one had expected. A moment ago, everyone was still cheering. The next moment, there was a huge change. The Saint Spirit continent was no longer the same as before. The powerful humans were suppressed by the Essence Beasts. Holy Lord, there are many Essence Beasts appearing outside. The 3rd old ancestor had advanced to become an ultimate god. His temper was still so bad and his tone was extremely sullen. Yes, it was sullen. Originally, they had planned to bring the Imperial Guard army to kill their way into the new continent and show off their skills, but the sudden scene gave everyone quite a fright. From the clues they had gathered, everyone knew that the new continent was called the Divine Beast continent. It was a continent controlled by the Essence Beasts. The humans were mercilessly suppressed and enslaved, living a life worse than death. This news had also spread throughout the Saint Spirit continent through the Essence Beasts. With such propaganda, the Heaven God experts in the Saint Spirit continent began to panic. They were afraid of being captured and enslaved. That was an unimaginable nightmare. Should we teach them a memorable lesson? The 3 old ancestors and the 10 elders were all present. It wasn't easy for them to rise up and they didn't want to continue being sullen. In fact, Lin Fei was also caught unprepared by the situation in the Divine Beast continent. Chapter 32:17. Saint Spirit Continent. After the merger of the 2 places, Saint Spirit Continent became Saint Spirit Continent. The name was different, but compared to the past, Saint Spirit Continent's overall strength was weak compared to Beast Divine Continent. The difference was huge. Beast Divine Continent's strength was superior. On a mountain peak, 2 rays of light landed on the mountain peak at almost the same time. Billions of miles away from the mountain peak was a big city. That was Palace Yuan. The 2 were dressed in human attire and looked around cautiously. After landing on the mountain peak, they retracted their aura and looked no different from ordinary people. One of the one-eyed middle-aged man waved his hand and the surrounding space fluctuated, hiding the 2 within. Looking from above, there was no one there. But in fact, the 2 were standing still. This was a high-level formation. Brother Gao, your techniques are getting stronger. The middle-aged man beside him said. The one called Brother Gao was the one-eyed middle-aged man. He laughed bitterly. Forget about my methods. Even if I had improved them, I would still be hunted down by the 10 royal clans and the 3 god clans. If I were really powerful, I would have killed them all long ago. Boundless hatred shot out from the one-eyed middle-aged man's eyes. Saint Spirit Continent is too weak. Everyone is going to be completely disappointed. The other middle-aged man laughed bitterly too. Originally, everyone was looking forward to joining forces with Saint Spirit Continent. But now, how are we going to fight against Beast Divine Continent? Bitterly, still bitterly. To the people of Beast Divine Continent, the merger of the 2 continents would bring about huge changes. But now, they were going to be disappointed. Saint Spirit Continent's resistance was even weaker. Compared to them in the past, how could they defend against the attacks of the meta-beasts? No one knew better than them how terrifying the meta-beasts were. They could see what the future would be like. But they were unwilling. No matter what, we still have to rope them in to fight against the 10 king races and 3 celestial races. Only then will we have a chance to breathe. The one-eyed expert said. Palace Yuan has spread the news. I believe many forces are going to rely on Palace Yuan. With them leading the way, the humans of Saint Spirit Continent are going to be in trouble. That's their fate. Now that we are visiting those top forces, this place will be our safe haven. Once their forces invade, we won't have any more chances. It's good to rope in some of them. The two of them nodded, sighed, and left with a whoosh. But from the words they left behind, it was clear that they were in a very bad situation. We can't rush this matter. As the soul beasts appeared in large numbers, they covered the sky and covered the earth. Lin Fei realized that he had to increase the power and defense of his enchanted equipment. After all, meta beasts had the ability to greatly suppress human powerhouses in terms of defense and power. He had no choice but to improve. Fortunately, the ores of the Saint Spirit Continent were all in his hands. It was not a big problem for Lin Fei to craft a large number of enchanted equipment. You guys can hold back your anger. You can hunt meta beasts outside the Saint Body Mountain, but don't go up there for the time being. Also, tell the guards not to worry. There will be plenty of opportunities to strike. After the 3 old ancestors and the elder left, Lin Fei smiled bitterly. My prestige will probably have to stop for a period of time. The origin beasts probably won't contribute much prestige to me. Through the system, Lin Fei could clearly see that these meta beasts were all bloodthirsty existences. Collecting prestige? What kind of joke was this? It would not be good if he could not collect prestige. Master, who said that the meta beasts can't give you prestige? As long as you are stronger than them and kill them until their blood flows like a river, I believe you will still have prestige. The little devil encouraged him with words of encouragement. This matter has to be done step by step. Lin Fei said, the meta beasts are not simple. They have thick skin and flesh. I have to craft new enchanted equipment. Imperial Workshop, as the person in charge here, Yi Muwen heaved a sigh of relief after hearing about the meta beast's rampage. Currently, the Saint Body Mountain should be safe. Those meta beasts did not have the strength to attack. Until Lin Fei came over and left behind a blueprint. This is your mission. The continents have merged, and our Saint Spirit Continent is weak. I have decided to craft high-level enchanted equipment. I will definitely complete this mission. Now, Mu Yuan was full of respect and worship for Lin Fei. This time, I will craft an enchanted weapon and an enchanted battle armor. Lin Fei's main focus. He was clear about how strong the meta beasts were. To get rid of them, the first thing he needed was a suitable weapon. It had to be sharp. That was the key. The second was the battle armor. It had to be an invulnerable battle armor. Only then would it be able to block attacks. Heaven gods were annihilated in one move because they could not block the attacks of the meta beasts. They were terrifyingly strong. How many could block them? The 3 old ancestors brought the guards to kill the meta beasts in the vicinity every day. Within the 2 billion radius, the Saint Body Mountain had killed countless meta beasts. At the start, they were not used to it and there were some casualties. But now, they were basically suppressing them. More or less, they had vented a lot of their anger. At the Saint Body Mountain, they could still vent their anger. Every day, many heaven god experts came to the Saint Body Mountain to seek refuge. After Hall of Yuan released the news, other forces released the same news. They were all from the major forces of the Divine Beast Continent. They all said the same thing. They wanted to take in the human forces. The forces of the Saint Spirit Continent were not stupid. They had heard about the situation in the Divine Beast Continent. The human forces there had been wiped out. The remaining human experts were hiding and struggling to survive. As for those who joined them, they did not have a good ending. They all became slaves. These days, they had been killing enthusiastically. If not for Lin Fei's orders, they would not have minded killing further to teach those fellows a lesson. 3 old ancestors, how have you been? There was a loud explosion. The void exploded. 3 essence beast experts with powerful auras descended from the sky, and the 3 old ancestors immediately sensed danger. Who are you? Who we are is not important. You just need to know that we are here for no harm. It will only benefit your Saint Body Mountain. Please lead the way to your Saint Lord Lin Fei. The three meta-beasts were the three old ancestors. They were here to persuade Lin Fei. Their mission was not simple. Others might not know the strength of the Saint Body Mountain, but the three of them did. If Hall of Yuan and other forces underestimated Lin Fei and the Saint Body Mountain, they would end up in a miserable state. This was also why they said that the Saint Body Mountain was the most valuable. Unfortunately, those people did not believe it was true. Lin Fei had started the enchantment era. The future was the same. This could not be stopped. Recruiting was a must. If you want to see the Saint Lord, you have to get through us first. Chapter 32:18. As soon as the three meta-beasts appeared, their powerful auras came crashing down like waves. The Sacred Body Mountain's three ancestors had broken through to the Ultimate God realm and were at the peak of low-level Ultimate God. However, they seemed very small in front of the three meta-beasts. High-level Ultimate God. The three ancestors' hearts skipped a beat as they knew about the three of them. It was said that they had joined a meta-beast force called Yuan Palace. Who else could give them such an aura other than a high-level Ultimate God? Let them in. Sacred Lord Lin Fei's voice sounded in his ears at this moment. Follow us. The Grand Ancestor said in a neutral tone. Sacred Body Mountain, the highest level. That was where the Sacred Lord lived. Every level of the Sacred Body Mountain had been developed, and the people who lived on each level had different statuses. The three meta-beasts swaggered up to the highest level of the Sacred Body Mountain and checked the layout of the Sacred Body Mountain. However, they could not see anything, nor did they sense any strong aura. They were relieved. At least for now, no one could subdue the Sacred Body Mountain. There was still hope for the three of them to represent Yuan Palace. Yuan Palace needed Sacred Lord Lin Fei's enchantment skills as well as the method of mass production because the meta-beasts also needed enchantment equipment. Who did not want to become stronger? Yuan Palace was the same. They must recruit Lin Fei this time. The three meta-beasts walked into the palace of the Sacred Body Mountain. They saw Lin Fei sitting in the seat of honor. Lin Fei's aura was not strong and was almost the same as before. There was not even a dangerous aura. The three meta-beasts secretly felt relieved. In fact, they did not treat Lin Fei as an opponent on the same level as them. The fact that the three of them came to the Sacred Body Mountain meant that they thought highly of Lin Fei. Sacred Lord Lin Fei, we are representing Yuan Palace to invite you to join us. As long as you're willing, Yuan Palace will give you a position as a general, said one of the meta-beasts with a lion's body and a human face. He went straight to the point. Maybe you don't know how powerful Palace Yuan is. I can explain it to you. Another White Tiger meta-beast expert said, Yuan Palace was established by the Golden War God clan, one of the top 10 royal clans. In the Beast God continent, there are only 10 royal clans. Each of them is an overlord. If you join Yuan Palace, you will have the support of the royal clans. That's right. Right now, it's the world of the soul beasts, and the human race is on the decline. Holy Lord Lin Fei, you should know what to choose. You only have one chance like this. If you miss it, you won't have another chance like this. You might even be turned to ashes. The last soul beast expert with a dragon head said. Two of them were talking about their backgrounds, while the other was threatening him in disguise. In order to get Lin Fei to bring the Sacred Body Mountain into the alliance, they were finally willing to negotiate. He was just a sacred lord. They would not have come if not for the Sacred Body Mountain's importance. Defeating an ordinary low-level Ultimate God was not a good idea. They could kill low-level Ultimate Gods as easily as killing chickens and ducks. The two continents merged. Although Lin Fei had yet to go out, he still knew some things such as the top 10 royal clans and the 3 great holy lords. Palace Yuan was established by the Golden War God clan of the top 10 royal clans and had a powerful background. You want me to join just like that? You must be dreaming. That's it? No more benefits? I'll pass. Lin Fei shook his head in a serious manner. Benefits? The 3 meta-beasts seemed to have heard the most ridiculous sentence in their lives. The meaning of the Golden Battle God clan, one of the 10 royal clans, could only be described as benefits. They really felt that there was something wrong with Lin Fei's brain. You want benefits? The White Tiger Meta Beast expert said in a deep voice as boundless coercion swept out. He stared straight at Lin Fei. Who do you think you are? The White Tiger Meta Beast expert had a bad temper. Asking for benefits? I really don't know what you're thinking. Why don't you take a look at yourself first? Holy Lord Lin Fei, we're here because we think highly of you. I hope you can consider it carefully. There are only benefits for you to join Palace Yuan. The dragon-headed Meta Beast expert said with a smile. If I were you, I'd definitely choose to join Palace Yuan. The three of them looked as though they had already defeated Lin Fei. In such a place, no one had the ability to compete with them. Lin Fei? He relied on enchantment treasures and his strength was only excessive. Even a special plundering technique would not be able to affect their life energy. They had reached an extremely deep level of control over their life energy. Anyone who wanted to plunder their energy would not be able to absorb it as easily as they wanted to. Lin Fei laughed. There's no benefit. You want Saint Body Mountain to rely on Palace Yuan? What a joke. If Palace Yuan is willing to rely on Saint Body Mountain, I can give him an elder position. What do you think? At that moment, the three Meta Beast experts were furious. Looking down on Hall Yuan was also looking down on them. The three of them were high-level ultimate gods. They were here because they thought highly of Lin Fei. Although Sacred Body Mountain had previously set off an enchantment era in the Saint Spirit domain. In just 1,000 years, they had improved the human clan's strength. However, in the eyes of the three of them, it was just child's play. Even with enchantment treasures, the human clan experts were as vulnerable as ants in front of the merged Divine Beast continent. The human clan in the Divine Spirit continent would soon have to flee or even become slaves. It was only a matter of time. Lin Fei's disregard for the three of them naturally made the three Meta Beast experts uncomfortable. Moreover, it was time for the Meta Beast clan to rule the world. In that case, you're going to reject Palace Yuan's good intentions. The three of them had a murderous look in their eyes. Lin Fei was completely unaffected by the high-level ultimate god's pressure. Why, do you want to fight? Lin Fei stood up. He did not have a tall body, but for some reason he looked very tall and talked with a smile on his face. The three Meta Beast experts also laughed. Lin Fei dared to talk to them like that. He really did not know his place. Lin Fei, we're not laughing at you. I can poke you to death with just one finger. The White Tiger Meta Beast expert laughed. Lin Fei had a lot of resentment towards the three of them. Coming to recruit me? Lin Fei would not take it seriously. Moreover, it was not the time for the human clan to be in charge. Is that so? Come and try. Lin Fei smiled. However, that smile was full of mockery in the eyes of the three Meta Beast experts. Now that his perfect physical body had reached the perfect realm, Lin Fei did not take a mere high-level ultimate god seriously. Since the three of them finally came, he did not want to miss the opportunity. What if you can't poke me to death? Lin Fei smiled. Impossible. You're just a little guy and you want to scare me? The White Tiger Meta Beast expert said angrily. If I can't poke you to death, I'll promise you one thing. Deal. Chapter 32:19. Lin Fei wanted to recruit these three Meta Beast experts. The Sacred Body Mountain needed experts. Although there were all kinds of enchanted equipment and the Grand Old Ancestor's strength had improved rapidly, they were still far behind the mainstream Meta Beast experts. Lin Fei planned to recruit a few experts to hold the fort. The three in front of him were undoubtedly suitable. With the Meta Beast experts, Lin Fei could leave the Sacred Body Mountain and head to the Beast Divine continent to explore this mysterious continent to find out what was so powerful about it. For example, the powerful Royal Clan and Divine Clan could actually suppress the Human Clan, which had always been known for producing experts. That was definitely something to be curious about. Lin Fei wanted to go out and see it no matter what. He originally planned to go, but since the three Meta Beast experts were there, Lin Fei would not stand on ceremony. I can't believe you said that. What if you lose? The White Tiger Meta Beast expert laughed. I'll do whatever you want me to do. What do you think? Lin Fei smiled. Are you satisfied now? The three Meta Beast experts laughed when they heard that. Defeating Lin Fei was just a piece of cake. Losing to Lin Fei? That was impossible. He could still defeat Lin Fei even with his eyes closed. That was his confidence as a high-level ultimate god. I'll go first. The White Tiger Meta Beast expert could not wait to teach Lin Fei a lesson. No problem. Lin Fei smiled and pointed at his chest. Come here. Let me see what a high-level ultimate god's strength is like. Keep bragging. The White Tiger Meta Beast expert had never seen such an arrogant guy. He threw a punch straight at him. Tiger silhouettes filled the sky with a punch. Each of them was filled with a bloodthirsty aura. That was the strength of a high-level ultimate god. That punch was not an ordinary attack. The void in front of Lin Fei kept collapsing. Waves of tiger roars hit his body and crushed his flesh and cells on the spot. It was extremely overbearing. Lin Fei quietly felt the power of a high-level ultimate god. Not bad at all. If he didn't have a perfect physical body, his heaven-defying 12th layer tyrant body would have completely collapsed under his opponent's attack. The huge fist shadow instantly landed on Lin Fei's body. An overbearing, devouring power erupted from the fist light. You know how to devour, I also know how to devour. Ha, you don't know, right? The White Tiger Essence Beast expert laughed and said, I just don't know who is stronger. Lin Fei said lazily, a high-level ultimate god isn't as powerful as I thought. What a failure. With a light flick of his finger, the surrounding white tiger phantoms all disappeared with a buzz. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. You've lost. At that moment, Lin Fei's physical body was in perfect condition and did not look injured at all. That was a punch from a high-level ultimate god. You're fine. The White Tiger Essence Beast expert's eyes widened. He did not manage to kill his opponent. His opponent had taken his punch head-on, and he could even feel his power invading his opponent's body and destroying it. However, his opponent managed to block it. Of course I'm fine, but you've lost. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed. A jingguang appeared in the void with the word, slave, flashing in the jingguang. Now, fulfill your promise. The White Tiger Essence Beast expert sensed something bad was about to happen as soon as the jingguang appeared. You're courting death. Bang bang bang. More than a dozen punches were thrown out and turned into a series of afterimages as they all landed on Lin Fei's body. The space around him instantly collapsed and turned into a black hole. A large amount of primordial destruction force poured in. A high-level ultimate god could use primordial destruction force to deal with the enemy. The White Tiger Essence Beast was able to do that. Under the double attack, Lin Fei would not be able to withstand it. After the initial shock, the dragon-headed and lion-headed elemental beasts returned to normal. He must have used some kind of enchanted treasure to block the attack. So what? Could he block the White Tiger's attack when it was enraged? The White Tiger Essence Beast was in its original form. Unfortunately, it was not a holy beast and only had a trace of its bloodline. The primordial destruction force and the White Tiger Essence Beast's power interweaved together. The power that could tear apart any attack was instantly rendered useless. A jingguang flew out. Don't come over. The jingguang turned into a stream of light as soon as it came out. A large number of white tigers appeared around the White Tiger Essence Beast and formed a barrier. However, it still could not stop the jingguang's invasion, which directly invaded its mind. In an instant, it could not move at all. Lin Fei, what did you do to Brother White? The lion-headed Essence Beast was shocked. It couldn't even block the jingguang. What kind of evil thing was that? I didn't do anything. It's just a taming talisman. You guys have one too. Don't be anxious. Lin Fei came out from the primordial destruction force. With a flick of his finger, two jingguang flew over. The two Essence Beasts were about to vomit blood. We didn't bet with you. Please don't implicate us. The two jingguang flew over. Their attacks were unable to stop it. They could only watch helplessly as it flew into the center of their eyebrows. They were also unable to move. 2 billion reputation for one. It really isn't cheap. This was exchanged from the reputation store. It was specially used to tame Essence Beasts. Both the main body and the clone could control it together. 2 billion reputation wasn't a small amount. For them, Lin Fei had put in a lot of money. Now, it seemed that his gains were not bad. In less than 10 breaths of time, they opened their eyes again. Their eyes were filled with anger. However, they took the initiative to shout, "Master!" These two words made them go crazy. They knew they were being controlled by the other party. They couldn't even commit suicide. There's no need to struggle. Work hard for me and you'll be rewarded. Of course, you can choose not to work for me and I'll immediately destroy you. Oh yes, and your main body too. Lin Fei said with a smile. Main body? The three essence beasts' expressions immediately changed. Their main body was also in the same situation. It was far beyond their imagination to be controlled just like that. Now, are you willing to give it a try? Lin Fei smiled. The three of them shook their heads desperately. As high-level ultimate god experts, they had seen all kinds of danger. However, it was their first time encountering something like Lin Fei's method. It was terrifying. If they had known that Lin Fei was so terrifying, they would not have come even if they were beaten to death. Now, he had been dragged into this. His life and death were no longer in his hands. He was unwilling, truly unwilling. Would they be destroyed together? That would really be death. Both their main body and clone would be destroyed. How many people had such a killer move? Perhaps only the three celestial clans had mastered it. Even the royal clans might not have the ability to do so. However, Lin Fei had it. That was the most terrifying enemy. Chapter 3220. The three meta-beast experts were completely convinced. They had to be. It was a matter of life and death. Who had the ability to control both the clone and the original body at the same time? At that moment, the three of them could not muster up any thoughts of resistance. There seemed to be a special existence in their minds that was monitoring them all the time. Tell me about what you know. Lin Fei sat on the throne and said, how could the three origin beasts dare to say no? They immediately told him everything they knew, including what they had heard. They did not dare to hold anything back. With the words of the three of them, Lin Fei combined the information he had gathered and gained a deeper understanding of the situation. No wonder other than Palace Yuan from the Beast Divine continent, the other royal family forces didn't come. It turns out that Palace Yuan is the weakest force. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. The reason was hard to accept. The Shengling continent was not worth competing with in their eyes. As the weakest force, Palace Yuan had paid a huge price to take over the place. Compared to the price they paid, the harvest was quite good. As for recruiting Sacred Body Mountain, it was to prevent any accidents. Although the royal family did not intervene, who could guarantee that they would not intervene privately? If they were roped in, it would be a great loss to Palace Yuan. You said that the 10 great royal clans and the 3 great divine clans are focused on the divine tomb? So, Palace Yuan has not launched a large-scale attack? Lin Fei asked curiously. Ever since the two continents merged, there was a Shengling continent and a divine beast continent. Everything was very peaceful. It turned out there was such a thing. This divine tomb was left behind by a peak ultimate god. It was said that this person had tried to break through to a very high realm. Unfortunately, he did not. He was also a top-notch expert and left behind many treasures and secret manuals. Lin Fei listened carefully. A divine tomb built by a peak ultimate god is quite interesting. It's worth exploring together with the 10 great royal clans and the 3 great divine clans. I guess there's something good inside. Maybe the experts from Yuanye world will go there too. Lin Fei could not help but think. The 3 essence beast experts were not always in the divine beast continent, so what they knew was limited. This was all internal information. He was already very satisfied with Lin Fei. The 3 of you can go back. There's no need to expose anything for now. Anyway, if there's any movement in Yuan Palace, you can inform me immediately. Also, there's the change in Beast Divine Continent. After sending the 3 meta-beasts away, Lin Fei began to ponder. Yuan Palace is only the weakest among the 10 royal families. Their overall strength is very strong. I have to set up the Holy Body Mountain again. No matter what, I have to build an impregnable kingdom. With hundreds of billions of reputation points, Lin Fei could indeed set up the Sage Body Mountain without any scruples. Lin Fei then set up 3 passive skills on the Sacred Body Mountain. These 3 passive skills were very overbearing. Compared to the previous skills, they were much more powerful. Attack diversion. All attacks on the Saint Physique Mountains barrier would be deflected 100% of the time. As for where it would land, no one would know. The second was the heavenly protection. Previously, there was a divine guardian. This heavenly protection was of a higher level. It could absorb the energy of heaven and earth. Most importantly, it could absorb destructive energy to form an unbelievably strong defense. This cost 10 billion reputation points. The third was wireless transmission. This cost 30 billion reputation points. It could absorb destructive energy to act as the pillar of the Sacred Body Mountains formation. It could even be the source of attack power. Especially the last one, that was the real good stuff. The primordial destruction energy was vast, and it was not easy to absorb and use it. 30 billion primordial destruction energy could only be used for a short 100 years. With these 3 skills, 50 billion reputation points were gone. To be at ease, Lin Fei could only grit his teeth and accept it. Now, with the 3 passive skills, the Sacred Body Mountain was as stable as Mount Tai. Even if the experts from Yuan Palace attacked, they wouldn't be able to break through. Unless they could break through the destructive energy. Lin Fei was prepared to go out and gain prestige. Without prestige, Lin Fei didn't have much confidence. Especially since the second beast divine continent was ruled by meta beasts. This was only the second one. Would the remaining 3 be even more terrifying? The answer was definite. Lin Fei had to accumulate and accumulate. For example, to make his physical body stronger. If one perfect physical body wasn't enough, he would have to add a few more. One by one, he would have to become stronger. Or even other skills. For example, attack transfer. This passive skill was much more expensive to use on his body than on the Sacred Body Mountain. Even if Lin Fei had some wealth, he couldn't bear the price of such a skill. It was just too expensive. The series of numbers were terrifying. After arranging things, Lin Fei set off alone. Under space change, Lin Fei turned into a space and left the Sacred Body Mountain silently. After leaving the Sacred Body Mountain for a long distance, meta beasts surged in. Some were in groups, some were alone. Their ferocious auras were terrifying. The bustling Saint Spirit domain had totally changed with the influx of meta beasts. Those cities had been famous in the past, but now, they were all occupied by origin beast powerhouses. Many of the cities had directly turned into ruins, becoming desolate and uninhabited. Lin Fei shook his head as he walked. I started the enchantment great era and increased their strength, but in the face of meta beasts, they are still defenseless. Meta beasts were more powerful than he had imagined. Another large city was being attacked by hundreds of thousands of essence beasts. That part of the sky became dark and oppressive. The city's defensive array formation couldn't hold on any longer. In the huge city, all the experts' faces were ashen. A large number of meta beasts gathered together, and they could use some annihilation power. For example, the annihilation power was constantly attacking the array formation outside the city. This was also the reason why the city couldn't hold on. In the face of such high-level energy, who could resist it? It's over, it's over. If we had known, we would have left. It hasn't even been a month. The array formation is broken. We're dead. They're too powerful. We're not their match at all. Isn't it just death? Before I die, I'll drag them down with me. I'll kill as many as they come. We're hot-blooded too. In the city, all the heavenly god experts were in despair. Many large cities had been destroyed by the attacks of these soul beasts. At this moment, a gigantic hand appeared in the sky and slammed down with a simple palm. Those heavenly gods who were in despair saw a scene that they couldn't believe in their entire lives. The meta beasts that even godly venerables had to retreat temporarily began to crumble under that palm and turned into clouds of blood mist. The sky that covered the sky also returned to normal. A big shot has made a move. We don't have to die. We humans also have experts. I'm from Tianxia City. I'm here to rescue you. Chapter 32:21. Lin Fei didn't use his full strength. Although hundreds of thousands of meta-beasts were powerful and could destroy a big city, it was nothing in Lin Fei's eyes. It wasn't worth it to use his full strength. After killing the meta-beasts, Lin Fei didn't forget to raise the existence of a certain force. Tianxia City was one of them. Lin Fei believed that Yuan Palace would definitely bear a grudge against Tianxia City. Just thinking about it made him excited. Killing hundreds of thousands of meta-beasts was a piece of cake. Since Lin Fei had taken action, he didn't mind making Tianxia City a scapegoat. The number of living beasts controlled by Yuan Palace was more than what Lin Fei had expected. Along the way, Lin Fei had attacked 6 times and killed 2 million living beasts. Lin Fei didn't know how much this number was a loss to Yuan Palace, but at least Yuan Palace would remember Tianxia City. In fact, Yuan Palace really bore a grudge against Tianxia City. 2 million meta-beasts were considered a huge loss. Tianxia City's days in Divine Beast Continent weren't good. The Golden War God race issued a wanted order for Tianxia City, which brought them a huge loss. Half a month later, Lin Fei stepped into Divine Beast Continent. The heaven and earth energy in both continents were exactly the same, maintaining a stable 0 point. As soon as he stepped into Divine Beast Continent, Lin Fei saw darkness everywhere. There was no doubt that these were meta-beasts. The entire Divine Beast Continent was filled with a large amount of meta-beasts' aura. Lin Fei had been hiding. What was different from the Saint Spirit Continent was that the Divine Beast Continent didn't have any signs of any big cities. There weren't any traces of the human race either. The continent was truly ruled by the soul beasts. The meta-beasts here were extremely powerful. Along the way, he saw countless Hierarch Realm meta-beasts, which far exceeded the total number of Holy Spirit Continent. Crushed, completely crushed. Lin Fei finally understood why the human race had been defeated. There was strength in numbers. It was impossible for humans to not be defeated. Divine Beast Continent was huge. It was the size of 5 Holy Spirit continents. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He looked around and didn't reveal himself. The Beast Divine Continent is indeed the world of Yuan beasts. I've been here for almost a year, but I haven't met a single human. Their days are really not good. What was the concept of not meeting a single person in a year? This was enough to prove that the human race wasn't having a good time. It was no different from struggling at death's door. If not for the fact that the god's tomb is about to open, the essence beasts of the 10 royal races would have probably snuck into the Saint Spirit Continent. Lin Fei shook his head and continued forward. After a year, they had yet to reach the center of the Divine Beast Continent. But along the way, they met 2 soul beast experts from the royal clans. One was from the Beeman royal clan, and the other was from the Giant royal clan. These 2 royal clans were extraordinarily powerful. The bodies of these 2 royal clans were ridiculously strong. Even if Lin Fei didn't make a move, he understood why they were qualified to be a member of the 10 great royal clans. They indeed had the confidence. Even low-level ultimate gods could not break through the defense of those royal clan essence beasts. The Beeman royal clan and the Giant royal clan were tall. They did not live in big cities, but instead lived in tribes with the earth as their bed and the sky as their blanket. A year and a half later, Lin Fei had met 7 of the 10 great royal clans. There were indeed many experts. Any one of the royal clans could crush the top forces in the Saint Spirit Continent. There were a total of 10 such forces in the Divine Beast Continent, not to mention the 3 great royal clans. Lin Fei had also figured out the 3 great royal clans. They all had at least 1 peak ultimate god in their ranks. The 10 great royal clans were a step behind as they all had high-level ultimate gods in their ranks. It would be difficult for them to produce a peak ultimate god. In other words, the Divine Beast Continent had at least 3 peak ultimate gods. They were also rumored to be level 10 ultimate gods. Master, the god's tomb should be opening up ahead. For more than a year, Lin Fei had caught many powerful meta-beasts and figured out the exact location of the god's tomb. When he found out the location, Lin Fei was stunned. Compared to the Saint Spirit Continent's complicated secrets, the Beast Divine Continent's god's tomb's location was known by the entire Divine Beast Continent. It was a very remote place and almost no one visited it. Pay 1 billion reputation points in exchange for the advanced disguise technique. The divine beast continent was almost done admiring the place. Next, it was time for Lin Fei to gain reputation. It was time to gain reputation. Lin Fei had long prepared how to gain reputation in the divine beast continent. The opening of the god's tomb of a peak ultimate god was the best time to gain reputation. Wah. Advanced disguise technique. It was used for disguise. Lin Fei revealed himself and his body suddenly squirmed as his muscles began to change. Within the forest, a group of demonic beasts dashed out and bared their sharp fangs. They had more or less inherited the bloodline of the soul beasts. Therefore, compared to the Saint Spirit continent, they were a notch larger in terms of size and strength. They looked even more ferocious. When they were about to approach Lin Fei, a ferocious aura swept across them. They were so scared that they crawled on the ground and shivered. In a short time, Lin Fei had finished disguising himself. I'm also a meta beast now. A mirror appeared in front of him. The Lin Fei in the mirror did not change much. He would not like to have an animal's head. Fortunately, there were many special races in the divine beast continent. For example, the barbarian race. This race looked similar to humans except for the aura they exuded. It was a chaotic aura. The barbarian race was not a big race in the divine beast continent. They could not even become a warrior. In the divine beast continent, warriors were below the royalty. These warriors had great influence. If a race could produce a champion, then that race would be able to develop for a very long time. I'm quite satisfied with this appearance. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this appearance. Other than the barbarian aura, he did not have any human aura. His appearance had changed slightly, and it was hard to associate him with Lin Fei's identity. Now that I have an identity, I can set off. Lin Fei waved his hand and these beasts turned into dried corpses. As a barbarian, I need a suitable mount if I want to be high profile. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. He was here to raise his reputation. How could he not have a cool mount? As a member of the barbarian race, he more or less knew about the situation. Every barbarian was arrogant and unruly. It was said that there were many jokes about the barbarian race in the divine beast continent. For example, overestimating one's capabilities. While Lin Fei was thinking about how to get a cool mount, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. A red light appeared in the sky. At the same time, a blazing heat swept across. That looks like Huofeng. Chapter 32:22. On the way to the divine tomb. Following the news that the divine tomb was about to open, countless meta beasts rushed over. It was a place left behind by a peak ultimate god. Anything left behind inside was a priceless treasure. Anyone who could obtain one would soar to the sky. Meng Shan was a general of the Night Demon clan, one of the 10 royal clans. That's right, Meng Shan was a general of the royal clan. His identity was amazing as he could do whatever he wanted in the Beast Divine continent as long as he did not offend those powerful generals. The Meng Mountain battle generals were ranked around the middle level among the battle generals. They were neither high nor low, and their influence was just average. Sir, I heard that the 10 royal clans and the 3 divine clans have all gone to the divine tomb this time. It's said that there's a chance of entering the 7th floor. In the distance, there was a majestic and eye-catching team. General Meng Shan was sitting on a flying Huofeng. Huofeng's whole body was flowing with flames as it spread its wings that were 100 feet long. Wherever Huofeng passed, it left a red flame as it released an endless high temperature, instantly turning the place into a high-temperature zone. The 7th floor. Maybe I can go in and have a look? The Meng Mountain battle general thought happily. I want your Huofeng. If you know what's good for you, get lost or I'll destroy you. While General Meng Shan was thinking about the harvest after entering the divine tomb, a voice came out of nowhere. A young man appeared in the sky in front of them without warning. General Meng Shan smiled when he saw him. Haha, so it's a barbarian. General Meng Shan laughed and patted Huofeng under him. Burn him to death. Huofeng was also an arrogant person. He dared to ignore him in front of him. Huofeng flapped her wings and drew out a wave of flames like an endless ocean that rolled towards the barbarian. The vast sky turned into a sea of fire. The flames released by Huofeng were extremely terrifying and could easily burn a heavenly god expert to death and severely injure a low-level ultimate god. Even a high-level ultimate god would have to be careful. Who asked Huofeng to be ranked in the top 20 of the divine beast continent's fire elemental beasts? It was impossible for her not to be terrifying. My lord, the barbarians are just a bunch of blind guys. They actually dared to come out and rob us. I'm going to die of laughter. Newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers. The subordinate behind him laughed. General Meng Shan also laughed heartily. Now I believe that the barbarians are a group of brainless fellows. The sky was filled with crackling sounds as the blazing flames swept over. It was a reaction brought about by the extreme temperature. At this moment, a hand reached out from the flames. It opened its fingers and grabbed at the Meng Shan general. No one believes my words. A faint voice came from the flames. Huofeng dashed out with her wings covered in flames and slashed at the arm like a knife. The arm was indifferent under the attack of the terrifying high temperature and grabbed at the Meng Shan general at a steady pace. Not bad. You can actually withstand Huofeng's attack. Interesting. General Meng Shan grabbed a saber and made hundreds of slashes in an instant. Each slash was aimed at a different direction of the arm. It was 100 consecutive slash. It was very difficult to resist. Even if the first slash was blocked, the second, third, and fourth slash would not be able to be blocked. Ding, ding, ding. Meng Shan battle general's killing move landed on the attacking arm, producing clanking sounds. If one looked carefully, the moment the saber light landed on the arm, it was instantly bounced off. Every attack was the same, exactly the same. My lord, let's go. The 100 consecutive slashes did not even budge the arm at all. The subordinate behind him exclaimed. General Meng Shan's facial expression changed slightly. Huofeng, let's work together and break his claws. As one of the battle generals of the Night Devil race in the Divine Beast continent, General Meng Shan was not a coward. Otherwise, he would not have been able to sit in the position of a battle general. After all, every battle general had walked out of the sea of blood. Merge. The Meng Shan general gave a loud roar. The fiery phoenix beneath him transformed into a ball of flame and attached itself to his body, forming a special fiery red armor. General Meng Shan's aura realm skyrocketed the moment they merged. He had broken through from low-level ultimate god to mid-level ultimate god with the strength of a level 6 ultimate god. 100 consecutive slashes. One slash after another, the power of the slash increased greatly and at the same time, it was accompanied by a flame attack. It was on a completely different level compared to the previous attack power. The arm was still slowly grabbing at him. All the attacks that landed on his body were bounced off. General Meng Shan tried a dozen different attacks but still could not stop it. What the hell? Who the hell is this? It was too scary that his attacks could not break through the defense of an arm. Let's go. At that moment, there was no more hesitation. He turned around and ran, turning into a red stream of light. The arm suddenly sped up and grabbed General Meng Shan with a swoosh. How dare you catch me? Huofeng, burn this arm for me. A terrifying high temperature covered the arm but could not penetrate it as if it was blocked by something. Master, it's not working. His defense is too strong. Huofeng panicked. My flames can't affect him. Crack. A force came from the arm. The powerful body of the Meng Mountain General made cracking noises. It hurts. Ah, master, I feel terrible too. Stop. General Meng Shan could not take it when the other party tightened his grip. It was the same for Huofeng. Hurry up and save master. His subordinates panicked and rushed over. The arms suddenly swept past them. The general of Meng Mountain saw his subordinates explode one by one. In an instant, not a single one was left. His subordinates could unleash the strength of a low-level ultimate god. Even human experts could not easily tear through their defense. However, they could not withstand a light sweep of the arm. General Meng Shan's hair stood on end. Since when did the barbarians have such an expert? Why did they not know about it? It was ridiculous. The barbarians had never had any experts. Even if there were, they would at most have the strength of a mid-level ultimate god. Moreover, they did not live long. They were all killed by themselves. Separate. The power of the arms surged over again. Meng Shan's war general could no longer withstand it, and his corporeal body crumbled. The fire phoenix was the same. Her body split apart, transforming back into the fire phoenix to escape. In the end, another hand grabbed over, and the fire phoenix let out a miserable cry as it was grabbed. I'm in a good mood this time. I only want your Huofeng. Get lost. Battle General Meng Shan only felt a surge of power assaulting him. It was unbelievably turbulent, shattering his corporeal body over and over again. When he finally stabilized his body, he discovered that he had left his previous position, and his entire person was extremely weak. Chapter 32-23. Meng Shan's General's Fear plus 10,000. Huofeng's Fear plus 10,000. The robber was none other than Lin Fei. After seeing the fire phoenix, he decided to make a move. It was red and fiery, just right for him. Just one arm was enough to make Meng Shan's general feel fear and walk on the edge of death. Hey, it's digitized. I don't think it was there before. What's going on? Lin Fei was shocked and surprised. Every time he obtained prestige before, it contained all kinds of content. Lin Fei had no idea what kind of prestige it was, but he knew it was very comprehensive. At that moment, he felt strange when he saw Meng Shan's general and Huofeng's fear toward him. It turned out that fear could also be a part of prestige. In that case, was happiness, worship, and so on also a part of prestige? Master, didn't you suspect that I'm tarnishing your prestige? So, I've digitized it for you, said the little devil. This way, you'll know how much prestige I've gained. Am I good? The little devil showed off its cleverness, which was rare. Lin Fei was stunned. That works too. Of course, why can't it? The little devil said, prestige includes all kinds of emotions such as gratitude, fear, hatred, and so on. That's why it's called prestige. Lin Fei thought it made sense. By the way, Master, the system automatically paid you 1 billion prestige points in order to digitize it. I'm letting you know in advance in case you don't know. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. You're really evil. Senior, don't kill me. Huofeng was caught and brought in front of a young man. The ordinary-looking young man gave her a great deal of fear and uneasiness. He was someone who could easily crush her to death. Even her master, Meng Shan's general, was beaten half to death. Her flames could not threaten the young man in front of her. Huofeng was not a fool. She immediately realized she had met an expert and began to beg for mercy. Only a high-level ultimate god would be able to withstand his flame breath. In the Beast Divine continent, it was easy to become a low-level and mid-level ultimate god, but it was not easy to become a high-level ultimate god. It was a threshold. His master was currently a 4th-class ultimate god among the mid-level ultimate gods. In front of such an expert, Huofeng did not dare to utter a word. If she angered the other party could kill her with just a finger. Huofeng immediately chose to be obedient. Not bad, you're very obedient. Recently, I've been lacking a mount. As long as you're obedient, maybe I'll find you a female Huofeng if I'm in a good mood. That way you won't be lonely. Lin Fei smiled. It would be best if Huofeng was tactful. Senior, you've made the right choice by choosing me as your mount. I admire those strong warriors the most. What are the Meng Mountain generals? In Senior's eyes, they are not even worth a finger. Huofeng catered to Lin Fei like a lackey. In the Beast Divine continent, this kind of situation was normal. The weak worshipped the strong. This was vividly displayed in the Beast Divine continent. Take me to the divine tomb. Lin Fei stood on Huofeng. He had to admit that Huofeng was extremely fast. Her fiery red figure was like a stream of light. It was hard not to be eye-catching. Lin Fei, on the other hand, was thinking about something. The Beast Divine continent is really a strange place. Meta-beasts can actually fuse with each other. After fusing, their strength will skyrocket. It's really incredible. Lin Fei was still recalling the scene just now. He had always been curious as to why the human experts in the Beast Divine continent were so miserably abused. Now he finally understood. Metabeasts could fuse with each other and their strength and defense would be greatly improved. It was normal for the humans to be not weak. Little Devil, is there a skill similar to the fusion between metabeasts in the mall? Lin Fei asked Little Devil. He came to the Beast Divine continent to build up his reputation. If he could, he did not want to reveal too much about himself. It would be more meaningful for him to use his identity as a barbarian to continuously gain prestige. Master, wait a moment. I'll screen it for you right away. Little Devil immediately began to search. He soon found the answer. Master, I've found a total of 3 skills that are similar to Soul Beast Fusion. The first is the Beast Soul skill, which can be used to fuse with any beast, but its power is average. The second is Beast Armor Fusion, which can increase defense and attack power. The third is Magical Beast Transformation, which is even more powerful than the previous 2 skills. Once used, you can transform into a top-notch soul beast and possess powerful combat strength. Lin Fei was quite happy to hear that there were 3 skills. The first 2 sounded ordinary, but he was immediately interested when he heard about the third skill. Magical Beast Transformation, what's the price of this? A top-notch meta beast was exciting to hear. The first level of Magical Beast Transformation only needs 50 billion reputation points. When used, one will have the strength of a mid-level ultimate god. Lin Fei blinked and was speechless. 50 billion reputation points for the first level of Magical Beast Transformation. The strength I can transform into is only a mid-level ultimate god. It's not even as strong as my own body. Lin Fei did not want to exchange for it anymore. Master, this is the first level. It's already very powerful and is the most suitable disguise for Master. Little Devil introduced. The most suitable disguise. Those words convinced Lin Fei. Lin Fei really needed a disguise in a place like the Beast Divine continent. Humans were not popular here. As for Lin Fei's public appearance, there was only killing and more killing. That was not in line with Lin Fei's plan. The more people there were, the more prestige there would be. As for killing, forget it. Alright, you've convinced me. Are you sure this Magical Beast Transformation is suitable in a place like this? Won't I be suspected? I don't want to become a gold ingot in everyone's eyes. Lin Fei was really worried about that. Don't worry, Master. The Magical Beast Transformation is not beyond the realm of Meta Beast Fusion. It's just more powerful and more complete. They will only think that Master is a genius or that you got lucky and obtained it somewhere. After all, there are still 3 continents that have not been unsealed. It's not certain that it will be passed down. Lin Fei listened to Little Devil's words and felt that it made sense. It seemed like there was really nothing to worry about. Then I'll exchange for the first level. Pay 50 billion reputation points. Successfully obtained the first level of Magical Beast Transformation. A jingguang entered Lin Fei's mind and turned into a large amount of information. It was the first level of Magical Beast Transformation. In the next second, Lin Fei's eyes widened. F***CK, this is too awesome. Lin Fei came back to his senses and let out a long roar that almost scared Hufeng to the ground. Magical Beast Transformation, first level, Red-Eyed Diamond. A strength-type meta beast. It was very much in line with Lin Fei's expectations for the first level of Magical Beast Transformation. Most importantly, he could display his strength as much as he wanted and didn't have to worry about anything. He was the strongest now. Chapter 3224. The Divine Tomb. That was the name of the Divine Tomb. It was not a formal name, but it had a great influence in the Divine Beast continent. At that time, it was well known throughout the Divine Beast continent and everyone knew about it. Thousands of years after the death of the Divine Tomb expert, the Divine Tomb of the Divine Tomb appeared. It was a divine tomb that was accidentally discovered. After a long time, the Divine Tomb of the Divine Tomb had opened the first 6 layers and no one could break through the 7th layer. Every time the Divine Tomb closed and opened again, everything inside would return to normal. That became a big danger in the Divine Tomb. Every time the Divine Tomb would return to its original state, it would still be a great threat to everyone even if they knew the path. Everyone knew the dangers of the Divine Tomb. Every time it opened, the Soul Beast experts from the Divine Beast continent would flock there. In the face of absolute benefits, a mere sacrifice was nothing. Master, the divine tomb left by the divine tomb expert is in front. The fire phoenix is extremely well behaved now. Along the way, he told them everything he knew. Even if it was just some hearsay, he didn't hide anything. She was a chatterbox. Lin Fei commented on Hofeng. For Lin Fei, who did not know much about the situation in the Divine Beast continent, it was good to have such a chatterbox. At least he could get a general idea of the Divine Beast continent. We can't continue flying. Hofeng said, there's a no-fly zone in front. The 10 royal clans and the 3 divine clans control that area. Anyone who trespasses will be killed without mercy. That's quite domineering. Lin Fei stood up from the phoenix's back and looked at the buildings in front of him, especially the looming tower in the center. It pierced through the clouds, looking majestic. Even from far away, he could feel the pressure that the black tower exuded. Let's go down. Lin Fei did not let Hofeng barge in. Within the no-fly zone, Lin Fei had already sensed many powerful auras. There were as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. There were hundreds of mid-level ultimate gods' auras, and that was just a small number. There were also hundreds of high-level ultimate gods' auras. The Shengling continent was nothing compared to this. It was not strange at all that the human forces were suppressed. This place is suitable for me to increase my reputation. Hofeng landed with Lin Fei in the outer region, and with a shake of her body, she transformed into a young man in bright red armor. Master. Hofeng obediently stood beside Lin Fei. Lin Fei glanced at Hofeng. You should have been here a few times. Take me to a crowded place. A crowded place? The fire phoenix immediately said, if Master wants to go to a crowded and lively place, there is a very good place. Every time before the tomb of the god of sin opens, that place will gather the young generation of the beast god continent. I believe it is suitable for Master. Hofeng was very familiar with this place. She introduced the place as they walked. Master, in the original circle of the divine tomb, there are the 3 celestial clans, followed by the 10 royal clans, and outside are all kinds of warriors. We are now in the outermost area. Under normal circumstances, outsiders are strictly prohibited from entering. Once they do, they will be killed without mercy. In the beast divine continent, the hierarchy is very strict. Those who challenge this hierarchy will be destroyed. Hofeng was really worried that Lin Fei would do something reckless. The barbarians were famous for their bad temper and one-track mind. Because of this temper, the barbarians had almost no influence in the beast divine continent. Hofeng did not want her master to fight with the 10 royal clans. That would definitely be courting death. It was better to make things clear now. Fortunately, along the way, Lin Fei did not say anything. Hofeng secretly heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he did not get angry, it was fine. He was very afraid of this master. The previous master was almost beaten to death. Hofeng would never forget that scene for the rest of his life. Lin Fei secretly thought about where to start. Strict hierarchy? This had nothing to do with him. Right now, the identity of the barbarian clan was very suitable for him. Under Hofeng's lead, Lin Fei soon saw a temporary camp. Yes, it was a camp. That's it. Master, this is a good place. Hofeng said in a low voice. Master, do you see those people? Actually, Lin Fei had already noticed them. Those elemental beast experts were hugging human girls on their left and right. Some elemental beast experts even brought many young and beautiful human female gods. They are all going to auction. Auction? The flame phoenix chuckled. Yes, in front of us is a temporary money-squandering den. In there, as long as you have money, you can buy human race gods, for example, those human race female gods with status. I heard that this time, it seems like the 10 great royal families captured the human race's holy maiden. Maybe they will auction her here. Human saintess? There is such a thing. Master, don't you know? Hofeng was very curious. This should not be the case. Lin Fei kicked Hofeng, almost causing Hofeng to collapse. If there is a next time, you are dead. Hofeng trembled in fear. I won't dare again. At the temporary camp. Lin Fei saw a large number of human gods. They were all tied up and their strength was sealed. Their faces were all filled with despair. Go, go! We are about to win! Upon entering the camp, Lin Fei saw an even more infuriating scene. Two elemental beast experts were competing in eating humans. In their true forms, they were eating human gods one at a time. All around them were elemental beast experts cheering them on. As a member of the human race, although Lin Fei was sometimes heartless, when he saw this scene, he wanted nothing more than to immediately kill them. Eating humans was too evil. Fortunately, Lin Fei refrained from making a move. After all, he had plenty of time to do so. Master, this is just their boring game. Who asked humans to be so weak? Huofeng didn't notice Lin Fei's expression and said as they walked. The camp was not very big, but this camp was filled with a large number of human slaves. These human slaves were either scouts, slaughtered by meta beasts, or auctioned off. It could be said that the fate of the human slaves in this camp was very miserable. Lin Fei even saw elemental beast expert kill 5 or 6 human slaves with a single slap because he was in a bad mood, as if it was a trivial matter. Hurry up and go take a look. The auction is about to start. I heard that a human holy maiden is being auctioned. That holy maiden? Who else could it be? Of course it's Panjian. No way, she was actually captured. I have to go take a look. That's a chaste woman. Hee hee, who said she wasn't? I heard that the giant race caught her and planned to sell her for a high price. Huofeng said cautiously, Master, there really is a holy maiden being auctioned. You have to go take a look. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another one. Chapter 32:25. By the time Lin Fei arrived, a large number of young geniuses had gathered in this place. Just as Huofeng had said, most of the people here were young. They were unscrupulous, arrogant, and domineering. All sorts of expressions were written on their faces. Lin Fei arrived a little later and was blocked at the back. At a glance, there were more than 1,000 people gathered here. It was truly packed with people. Everyone was here for the human race's saintess. After all, the human race's saintess was too famous in the divine beast continent. Master, the ones standing on the auction stage are from the giant race. They are a royal family and are very powerful. The giant race is born as a hierarch expert. They are very terrifying. Huofeng whispered. She looked at the giant race with a tinge of fear and dread. It was not Lin Fei's first time seeing the giant race. The giants on the stage were not very tall. There was a huge gap between them and real giants. However, they had shrunk their bodies. Once they let loose, they would immediately become giants that were hundreds of meters tall. Where is the saintess? Hurry up and take her out. We are here to see the saintess. Saintess, come out. Don't be so fake. The people below the stage started to make a ruckus. Even if the ones on the stage were from the giant race, they still had the courage to make a ruckus. So what if they were from the royal family? Everyone quiet down. A giant race expert walked up. His facial features were very rough. Just like the words, giant race, he was very handsome. I am Giant Fire from the giant race. Everyone should have heard of my name. When this rough giant race expert came up and reported his name, many people gasped. I was the one who brought people to capture Saintess Feng Yan. Clap, clap. Giant Fire clapped his hands. Behind him, the giant race disciples escorted the saintess up. It was a woman in a black palace dress. There were a few bloodstains on her face, and her black palace dress was also tattered. Around her neck, there was a silver ring. When the black palace dress came closer, even though he was injured, he still couldn't stop his heroic aura. Holy Maiden, you didn't expect it, right? The majestic Holy Maiden of the human race is about to be auctioned off and then tortured. If she had chosen to rely on our divine beast continent, this day wouldn't have come. Giant Hua laughed. I'm not surprised that I fell into your hands. I just regret that I didn't kill a few more royal disciples. Panjian's voice was cold, and her gaze was especially firm. Giant Flame chuckled. Then you won't have a chance. You should think about whose hands you will fall into. Those people are experts in torture. Lin Fei saw the saintess of the human race. She was quite pretty, but she seemed to have a rather cold personality. She gave off a feeling of being 1,000 miles away from people. Your aura is quite strong. You should be a peak mid-level ultimate god, which is equivalent to a peak level 6 ultimate god. Unfortunately, you were still caught. You're lucky to have met me. Upon seeing the human race's saintess, Lin Fei suddenly had an idea. Let's start from this. Nothing could be more suitable than this. Everyone has seen the saintess. She's the real deal. Giant Flame pushed Panjayan around for everyone to see clearly. In order to capture her, our giant clans sacrificed a lot of people. This auction of the human race's saintess has a minimum starting price of 3 million low-grade primordial stones. There's only one chance, so everyone must seize it. 3 million low-grade primordial stones. Many people frowned as it was not cheap. Usually, a human race slave would cost tens of thousands of low-grade primordial stones. Even an ultimate god would only cost about 200,000 to 300,000 low-grade primordial stones. A mere human race saintess actually cost 3 million low-grade primordial stones. That price was obviously on the high side, even if she was the human race saintess. Everyone must think that the price is too high, but this is the human race saintess. She knows a lot of secrets, such as the current hiding place of the human race. Each of those human race experts is worth tens of thousands of low-grade primordial stones. It's quite a good deal. Giant Flame promoted. When he said that, everyone thought that it was quite true. Human race slaves were very popular in the Beast Divine continent. Any human race slave was worth tens of thousands of low-grade primordial stones. In comparison, 3 million low-grade primordial stones seem to be a very good deal. 10 million low-grade primordial stones, I want it. Before anyone could speak, someone spoke first. Everyone subconsciously turned their heads and saw a person, a young man. He looks like a barbarian. Ah, it's really a barbarian. This is going to be interesting. The barbarians are all poor. Not to mention 10 million, they probably can't even take out 1 million. After everyone turned their heads, they immediately realized that it was a barbarian kid. The crowd roared with laughter. In the Beast Divine continent, the barbarians were famous for being arrogant idiots. They had always been the target of ridicule by other races. Under normal circumstances, the barbarians rarely went out. Every time they went out, they would be the target of attention. Giant Flame's Mockery plus 1,000. Giant Rock Demon's Mockery plus 1,000. Demon Yan's Mockery plus 5,000. In an instant, it directly contributed over 1 million reputation points to Lin Fei. Lin Fei was very satisfied. This place was indeed a good place to farm reputation points. What are you looking at? I've never seen such a handsome barbarian kid before. Lin Fei swaggered his way forward. Move aside, don't block my way. Don't force me to attack. My fists can kill people. Everyone couldn't stop laughing. Who is this guy? He was really arrogant. He dared to look down on them in public. As expected of the arrogant barbarians, Lin Fei received another wave of ridicule. Move aside. So, the people in front stopped moving. Barbarian kid, scram to the side. This is not a place for you to show off. Scram. You still want to go in? Who do you think you are? A joke of the Beast Divine continent dares to come here? You're indeed a brainless thing. These people were all mocking and ridiculing. The barbarian tribe had never taken them seriously. They were all good-looking but useless trash. Everyone in the Beast Divine continent knew about them. In such a place, they looked down on the barbarians. If they weren't from the Beast Divine continent's Yuan beast lineage, they wouldn't mind capturing them as slaves. Lin Fei stopped. If you don't move aside, I'm going to fight my way in. Don't blame me for being too ruthless. He raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. My fists can kill people. Once I start fighting, even I feel afraid. Let's see if you're afraid. Everyone looked at the barbarian kid as though he was a clown. What a joke. With the barbarian kid's strength, he wanted to kill someone? What a joke. Chapter 3226. Temporary Camp. After Saintess Feng Yen was captured by the giant clan to be auctioned, a barbarian brat suddenly appeared. The barbarian race was famous for being easy to bully in the divine beast continent. Everyone was happy to bully the barbarian disciples. Now, a brainless barbarian brat actually dared to compete for the human race's saintus. His brain must have gone haywire. He even dared to bid 10 million low-grade source stones. Wasn't this challenging their intelligence? Giant Fire revealed a smile. Saintus, you really have a lot of face. Even that barbarian brat is jealous of you. Panjayan was expressionless, a dog biting a dog. It would be interesting if that barbarian brat decided to show his power. Giant Fire said with contempt, "What a joke. Do you think that barbarian brat has the strength? I dare say that he will become a corpse and become a joke." In Giant Fire's eyes, the barbarian race was a joke. They were a bunch of idiots. Today, a large group of geniuses came for the human race's saintus. It was not something a barbarian brat could participate in. That's not necessarily true. Even if Panjayan knew that Giant Fire was speaking the truth, she still wanted to play the devil's advocate. After all, none of the essence beasts were good people. That great sovereign blocked the way with his chest puffed out. His face was full of ridicule. Come, fight here." The great monarch origin beast slapped his chest with an arrogant and domineering look on his face. The surrounding essence beast sneered. That barbarian brat was going to humiliate himself. Who didn't know that the barbarian disciples were famous for being weak? There were only a few who could reach the godly venerable realm. Those that roamed the divine beast continent were mostly at the godly lord realm. "Are you sure you want to fight here? I'm very strong." Lin Fei waved his fist with a serious expression. "It won't be good if I beat you to death." Everyone burst into laughter again. This barbarian brat was too interesting. He wasn't a godly venerable expert, but his tone was more arrogant than most godly venerable experts. "Haha, if you beat me to death, that's because I'm not strong enough. Come, let me see the power of a barbarian expert." The great sovereign essence beast laughed. He couldn't help it. This barbarian brat was too funny. The other sky prides were also full of smiles. It was interesting to see the clown-like barbarian disciples flaunting their prowess in a place like this. "Then I'll make my move." Lin Fei looked at everyone's various expressions and felt elated. "Invincible Divine Fist." Lin Fei shouted out a resounding name. Only then did he fit the image of a brainless brat from the barbarian race. Poochie pooch. Many people couldn't help but laugh. Lin Fei's fist went straight for the dragon's nest, and a fist imprint headed straight for his opponent's chest. With a bang, it hit the great sovereign meta beast powerhouse squarely in the chest. A cloud of blood mist exploded on the spot. The faces of the surrounding meta beast powerhouses instantly darkened, and their expressions stiffened. Damn, he really killed him with one punch. Damn, are my eyes playing tricks on me? That's a great sovereign. This barbarian boy is not weak. Haha, this is interesting. Lin Fei had killed a great monarch with a single punch. Looking at the system notification, he had received over 100,000 reputation points. "Sai, I already said that my fist is very powerful." Lin Fei shook his head and muttered to himself, "Why don't you believe me? We barbarians never lie. We'll just say it." The meta beast powerhouses were only slightly stunned, but they quickly recovered. Killing a great sovereign with one punch was really not a big deal. Many heroes could do it, so there was nothing to be surprised about. "All right, do you want to move aside now?" Lin Fei said to the meta beast powerhouses in front of him. To move or not to move? That was a problem. "Barbarian boy, aren't you very powerful? If you have the ability, fight your way in. You want us to move aside? That's impossible. Yes, if you want to go in, you have to show your strength. Don't think that you are very powerful just because you killed a great sovereign with one punch. In our eyes, you are still not our match. Here, we only submit to strength. If you don't have strength, don't think that we will make way for you. Brat from the barbarian race, you don't have the qualifications." These people hated the barbarian disciples the most. How could it be possible for them to make way for a brat from the barbarian race? That would be a disgrace to their own clans and forces. The divine beast continent had existed for a long time, and no one had ever seen anyone make way for a barbarian. If anyone made way for a brat from the barbarian race today, they would definitely become famous tomorrow and become a joke in everyone's eyes. Sigh, you guys are forcing us to make a move. Lin Fei wished that they wouldn't make way. Otherwise, where would he find someone to make a move on them? Everything was developing perfectly. The identity he chose was very effective. The status of the barbarian race in the Divine Beast continent was not high, and the performance of these people was the best proof. Then I'm going to make a move. Lin Fei raised his fist again. But this time, these people were no longer blockheads. They wouldn't foolishly try to resist. The great sovereign in front could only be blamed for his bad luck. I'm coming. On the temporary stage, Giant Fire didn't take the brat from the barbarian race killing a great sovereign seriously. Look, doesn't that brat look like a clown? He thinks he's so powerful and even dares to ask everyone to make way. Guess, how long can he last before he dies? Giant Fire smiled and looked at Panjian. Take you for example. You couldn't even withstand a single blow from our giant race. He's making a move. Lin Fei raised his fist and made a move. Space shook. Lin Fei broke through space and appeared in front of the nearest great sovereign. He punched the great sovereign's chest, causing a mist of blood to explode. This punch was simple and direct. The great sovereign was dead. The second punch followed closely, and at the same time, dozens of fist shadows appeared. Bang bang bang. A series of sounds could be heard, followed by clouds of blood mist. It was exceptionally dazzling, and most of the sky was dyed blood red. Lin Fei's figure kept moving. Everywhere he passed, everyone could hear the solid sound of punches. Then, a mist of blood appeared, dyeing the surroundings red. Why bother? Lin Fei punched as he walked. The powerhouses in front of him exploded into a mist of blood one after another. 1, 10, 30, 50, 100. Lin Fei only had one move. That was a punch. This punch contained dozens of fist imprints. Everywhere the fist imprints passed, a mist of blood filled the air. He originally wanted to see how long the brat could last before being beaten to death. What happened next was completely out of his expectations. Even great sovereigns were killed with a single punch. Wherever it passed, no one could stop it. In just a few moments, more than 200 people had been killed. The air was filled with a mist of blood. Chapter 32:27. Zhao Shi, shocking plus 2,000. Wang Shan, shocking plus 3,000. Lin Yuan, shocking plus 5,420. The meta-beasts present all contributed their reputation points. The barbarian brat had called out such a high price, but he had long been regarded as being unreasonable. Thus, the number of onlookers had also increased. Every time the barbarian kid caused trouble, he would either be killed or ridiculed. The meta-beasts were also fans of gossip. Every time there was a barbarian kid, everyone liked to go and watch the show. Today was no exception. What was different was that the barbarian kid was extremely ferocious. He killed more than 200 people in one move, most of which were supremacies and great venerables. The air at the scene was filled with the strong smell of blood. This guy might even be an ultimate god. He must be. His strength is so domineering. Like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, he killed him with a single punch and completely destroyed his physical body. How terrifying! The soul beasts standing in the distance all drew in a sharp intake of breath. This barbarian kid was so violent. He killed more than 200 people in one move. This was different from what they had imagined. They were not the ones oppressing the barbarian kid. Since when did the barbarian kid oppress them? It was a one-sided situation. If you don't want to die, scram. Lin Fei shouted and did not stop punching. Faced with the power of that punch, the meta-beasts who looked down on the barbarians were all terrified. Those who purely wanted to watch the show were so scared that they ran away. They did not want to die. Judging from the current situation, the barbarian kid was at least an ultimate god. Unless an ultimate god made a move, who could suppress the barbarian kid? The crowd in front of them became restless. A narrow passageway appeared. There were still people who were afraid of death. The meta beasts who stood in front were all killed. What the barbarian kid? Does he really think he's invincible just because he killed supremacies and great venerables? There was a cold snort in front of them. A black ray of light shot straight toward them. It was a saber light. The black saber light turned into a long saber and exuded a terrifying ultimate god aura. The saber light contained several forces, which greatly increased its power. The Blade Demon General has made a move. Haha, this brat from the barbarian tribe is going to be out of luck. The Battle General has made his move. Brat from the barbarian tribe, why aren't you kneeling? Someone cried out in surprise, obviously recognizing the Essence Beast powerhouse who had attacked. Because the giant tribe was auctioning the human race Saintus, those who came today were all proud sons of heaven. In addition, there were also some young battle generals who were interested in the human race Saintus. The one who attacked Lin Fei was a warrior in black armor. He looked young, and since he was able to become a warrior, there was no need to mention his strength. Just the power of a single blade strike was enough to make people feel the power of a warrior. When the black saber light was about to approach Lin Fei, the space there was instantly distorted like a fried dough twist. Space continued to distort. Lin Fei suddenly laughed and punched the space in front of him. The black saber light, which had not yet fully erupted with power, broke with a cracking sound. Eat my fist. A fist seal blasted straight at him. The black-armored Blade Demon General snorted softly and slashed forward with the saber in his hand. More than a dozen saber lights went straight at the fist seal. The saber lights were all broken into pieces before they could even get close to the fist seal. The Blade Demon General's expression changed slightly. The fist seal suddenly broke through space and hit the Blade Demon General's chest. The black armor was torn apart. The Blade Demon General looked down at his body and saw cracks appearing. With a bang, the Blade Demon General exploded, raising a mist of blood. The Blade Demon General, a third-class Ultimate God expert, exploded with a single punch. A third-class Ultimate God, a warrior level, was not weak. However, he was killed by a barbarian kid with a single punch. Everyone's expression changed and could no longer remain calm. When did the barbarian tribe have such an expert? Why didn't they receive any news about it? To be able to kill a third-class Ultimate God Blade Demon General with a single punch, did that mean that the barbarian kid was at least a fourth-class Ultimate God? That was a joke. Everyone could not accept the fact for a while. The barbarian disciples, who had always been treated like clowns, actually produced an expert with the strength of a fourth-class Ultimate God. It was a little unexpected. The Blade Demon General has been killed. Oh my God, he's too strong. What a cunning barbarian kid. He must have done it on purpose. Yes, he must have done it on purpose. He's so bad. Those Meta Beast experts who were ready to persevere ran to the side one by one. There was a commotion in front of them. It was completely empty. At least, no one dared to stand in front of the barbarian kid. The Blade Demon General had been killed by a group of people. Wouldn't it be the same if they stood in front of him? Look, I'm going to kill someone with my fist. As soon as they retreated, Lin Fei had no target to attack. He shook his head and stopped. You killed the Blade Demon General and reported your name. We, the Blaze royal family, will not let you go. Just as Lin Fei was about to reach the auction stage, a person next to him who seemed to be a follower of the general glared at him fiercely. The Blaze royal family had sent a general this time. The Blade Demon General had come for the human clan Saintus but was killed before it even started. How was the follower going to explain it to the human clan? You want to take revenge on me? Lin Fei looked over. The people in the distance were speechless. Since he said that, he would definitely take revenge on him. One of the Blaze royal family's generals had been killed. He would not take revenge on Kai Guai. No one had ever killed a general of the royal family unless the person who did it was also a member of the royal family. Of course, you've offended. The follower stood in the crowd. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Lin Fei throwing a punch at him. His eyes immediately widened. You can't. The circle of followers turned into a mist of blood. I hate threats of revenge the most. Lin Fei smiled. Giant clan, I bid 10 million low-grade primordial stones. Why didn't you shout? Are you looking down on the barbarians? Lin Fei came closer and finally saw the human clan Saintis clearly. His eyes moved back and forth on Panjian's body. His fiery gaze was vividly displayed. If there's no one else, this human clan Saintis is mine. I happen to have a bed warmer by my side. She's quite suitable. Lin Fei laughed. Giant Fire was also shocked. He had really misjudged today. This barbarian kid's strength was not bad at all. He had the strength of a mid-level ultimate god and seemed to be very strong. The giant clan had paid a huge price to capture the human clan Saintis not for money. Naturally, he did not want her to fall into the hands of the barbarian kid. Giant Fire did not care about the barbarian kid's bid. However, after the other party's display of strength where he even dared to kill a Blaze royal family's general, Giant Fire had to take him seriously. Kid, do you have money? A red-haired young man not far away said disdainfully, I bid 12 million low-grade primordial stones. Don't play if you don't have money. Lin Fei looked in that direction and smirked. Isn't it just low-grade primordial stones? Who doesn't have it? I'm lucky. I dug up a big tomb and obtained a fortune of 30 million low-grade primordial stones. Come if you can, poor bastard. Whoosh. Chapter 32:28. 30 million low-grade primordial stones. The mountain of primordial stones appeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. When the numbers met the real thing, the visual shock was very strong. Although Lin Fei had displayed his strength and killed 200 people, and even a saber demon general, offending the Blaze royal family, the essence beasts present did not take Lin Fei seriously. But at this moment, everyone's expression changed once again. Apart from being weak, the barbarians were also poor. The barbarians were famous for being poor, and it was already not bad to have 1 million low-grade primordial stones on them. All along, when the barbarians went out, no one would rob them. There was no need for that. If they were not careful, the barbarians would attack them crazily, and the gains would not make up for the losses. The scene in front of them truly shocked everyone. 30 million low-grade primordial stones. Those people's eyes widened. This barbarian kid was really a fool. Was it worth paying 30 million low-grade primordial stones for a human Saintis? That last sentence truly stung everyone's hearts. Many essence beasts really could not take out 30 million low-grade primordial stones. There were also some essence beasts who were concerned about the barbarian kid's words. Had they really been dug into some kind of tomb? This situation was not unexpected in the Divine Beast continent. On the stage, Giant Fire was also stunned. This situation was completely beyond his imagination. A strange look flashed in Panjian's eyes. 30 million low-grade primordial stones, hee, I'm going to take the human Saintis. Isn't it just primordial stones? Who doesn't have one? Lin Fei laughed proudly. The red-haired youth from before was also shocked. Everyone was clear about the situation of the barbarian disciples, but this person in front of them seemed a little different. 30 million low-grade primordial stones is nothing. The red-haired youth was unwilling to lose face. He was also a descendant of a general, and if he lost to a barbarian kid, he would really lose face. I'll pay 40 million low-grade primordial stones. Crash. A pile of primordial stones came out. The red-haired youth provoked. Continue, let me see how big your bragging can be. You still can't act cool in front of me. Barbarian kid is nothing. Many people behind him cheered. These people all looked down on barbarian brats. Lin Fei had a disappointed look on his face. It said that there are many rich people in the Divine Beast continent, especially the young ones. I thought that you would be able to call out 70 to 80 million low-grade source stones, but in the end, it's only 40 million low-grade source stones. I really feel ashamed for you. I bid 100 million low-grade source stones. I don't have much else, but I have a lot of source stones. 100 million low-grade primal stones piled up together. These primeval stones were all stolen from the Luofu auction. At that time, he had casually killed the divinities, and their storage rings had been taken away by Lin Fei. He had a large number of primordial stones, and now he finally had a use for them. Lin Fei did not even blink as he took out 100 million low-grade primal stones to provoke them once again. The red-haired young man almost vomited blood. He was only a fourth-class ultimate god and dared not attack a barbarian kid whose strength was unknown. The human race holy maiden sounded very high-class, but in reality, the human race holy maiden didn't have much influence in the divine beast continent. Using tens of millions of low-grade source stones to bid for her, was there something wrong with her brain? I don't want it. The red-haired young man gave up. He knew in his heart that even if he didn't make a move, someone else would. They were not the only ones here today, as there were also disciples from the 10 royal clans. Giant Fire was now in a dilemma. A barbarian kid could easily take out 100 million low-grade primal stones, which meant that it would not be a problem for him to take out at least 400 to 500 million low-grade primal stones. If the barbarian kid really slapped it on Giant Fire's face, he would more or less lose it. However, at this time, Giant Fire really couldn't do anything. Holy maiden of the human race, you have to remember that you will soon become my bed-warming maid. Lin Fei chuckled as he looked at the holy maiden of the human race. Panjian did not speak. She had long accepted her fate of falling into the hands of the divine beast continent's most useless barbarian disciple. However, Panjian felt that it was a joke for her to fall into the hands of the divine beast continent's most useless barbarian disciple. Perhaps God was punishing her for a dignified holy maiden to end up like this. Barbarian kid, I bid 500 million low-grade primal stones, what about you? A young man with a lion head and a human body standing at the front suddenly turned his head, his face filled with a playful smile. As soon as this person opened his mouth, everyone knew that something interesting was about to happen. In the divine beast continent, anyone with this kind of appearance was from the lion race, one of the 10 great royal clans. It's not easy to encounter such an interesting thing, how can I miss it? On the other side, a young man with a tiger head and a human body opened the folding fan in his hand. I bid 800 million low-grade primal stones, join in the fun. Celestial Lion, Hu Lai Ri, since you've all made a move, then I'll bid 1 billion low-grade primal stones. Barbarian kid, do your best. At this time, another person spoke up. This was the Demon Eye clan of the 10 great royal clans. With the 3 royal clan disciples speaking up, everyone began to get excited. This was the most interesting thing. The 3 royal clan disciples spoke up. Could this barbarian kid compete with the royal clan disciples in terms of wealth? Wow, these 3 seem to be young geniuses. Now this barbarian kid won't have the chance to be arrogant anymore. That's right, how can this barbarian kid's wealth compare to theirs? He'll definitely have to leave with his tail between his legs. Even if he leaves, whether this barbarian kid can survive is another matter. As the 3 royal clan disciples spoke up, in everyone's eyes, the outcome had already been decided. In this kind of auction, it had always been the royal clan disciples who performed. It had never been the turn of a barbarian kid to perform, because his identity and background were not worthy of standing on the same level as the royal clan. The royal clan was high and mighty. The barbarian was an existence at the bottom. From the moment the royal clan disciples spoke up, there was actually no comparison. Everyone looked at the barbarian kid. If he went against the royal clan disciples, then his death would be quite interesting. Such a thing had not happened in a long time. When Lin Fei came, he was already prepared to have some fun with the royal clan disciples. This was the time to truly build up his prestige. In the divine beast continent, only the royal clan could interest Lin Fei, and only they could allow him to build up his prestige to his heart's content. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Lin Fei suddenly laughed out loud. When I left the mountain, I heard that the royal clan was very powerful and that their disciples were very rich. Today, I've finally encountered one, so I want to see how much wealth the royal clan disciples have. In any case, I'm determined to have the human race's saintess. Master said that the human race's saintess is the best girl to warm the bed. No one can stop my decision. Lin Fei waved his hand. 5 billion low-grade primal stones. If I want to play, I'll play something exciting. What do you guys think? Chapter 3229. 5 billion low-grade primordial stones. Everyone shuddered as well. A human race saintess was worth 5 billion low-grade primordial stones. What kind of joke was that? Such a price was enough to bid for several sixth-class ultimate god human slaves. Using this price to buy the human race's saintus was a complete waste. Those who had looked down on the barbarian race lad finally believed the saying that this barbarian race lad had really dug up an incredible tomb. 5 billion low-grade primordial stones was not a price that any royal family disciple could afford. Even if they did, it would not make much sense. Who knew if the brute would bid 10 billion low-grade primordial stones? The worst thing that could happen was that the royal family disciple would not be able to step down. I love to haggle with royal family disciples. 5 billion low-grade primordial stones is just the beginning. Come at me. Lin Fei said confidently. Celestial Lion really wanted to play with the brute. However, when the brute opened his mouth, he was shocked. I only bid a few 100 million low-grade primordial stones, but you actually bid 5 billion low-grade primordial stones. Do you have to be so crazy? Are you sure you want to compete with me for the human race saintus? Celestial Lion's eyes swept over fiercely. You should know that you won't have a good ending if you know about the royal family. So what if you're from the royal family? Come on, let's go all out and see who kills who. Lin Fei stretched out a finger. Come on, I'm not afraid of the royal family. The crowd was in an uproar. This brute was starting to provoke the royal family, especially the bad-tempered Lion Man tribe. Among the 10 royal families, the Lion Man tribe and Tiger Man tribe had the worst tempers. Are you provoking me? Celestial Lion's face was gloomy. This brute was too arrogant. Of course, I bid 5 billion low-grade primordial stones. You won't bid, but you're using the royal family to scare me. Do you really think I'm a pushover? Lin Fei was full of fighting spirit. Come on, show me the power of the royal family. Celestial Lion was furious. This brute was definitely a brainless guy. He wanted to kill the brute just because of those words. In the end, he held back. The status of a member of the royal family attracted too much attention here. If he really killed this barbarian boy, he would undoubtedly offend the giant tribe, which was extremely inappropriate. 5 billion to buy the human race's saintus? The barbarian race is just a wooden club. I don't want it anymore. The Celestial Lion turned around and left. He was afraid that if he stayed, he would start killing people. What a coward! Before anyone could react, they heard the barbarians attack. The Celestial Lion stopped, his killing intent cold. Brat, I'll remember you. I hope you don't appear in the divine tomb. Otherwise, I'll let you experience the fury of our lion tribe. A throat-slitting motion. This was the Celestial Lion's killing intent rising. I will go to the tomb of the god of sin. Don't worry, Lin Fei said. The Celestial Lion turned and left. Since Brother Lion has left, I'm leaving too. Hu Lai Ri shook his head. Brat from the barbarian race, I look forward to our next meeting. You'd better enjoy the human race's holy maiden you bought for 5 billion. Don't give her to someone else when you don't have a chance. Ha! Hu Lai Ri laughed as he left. Brat from the barbarian race, you're going to be famous. The prodigy from the demon eye race laughed. Enjoy it. The disciple from the demon eye race also left. To be able to become a disciple of the royal race, he was naturally not a profligate disciple. How could he be jealous in such a place? The human race's holy maiden was actually not that big of a deal. In the eyes of the beast divine continent's essence beasts, humans were their slaves. They could be captured and humiliated at any time. Especially now that the Saint Spirit continent was being developed, there were large numbers of human slaves for them to choose from. For a human race's holy maiden, there was no need to do so. Although there were some royal race disciples and even the generals under the royal race present, none of them made a bid. 5 billion low-grade primordial stones. The barbarian race disciples were indeed different. Everyone knew that this brat from the barbarian race would probably be killed by the royal race disciples soon. There was no need to bid now. Moreover, it would indirectly offend the royal race. No one would do such a thing. Giant Flame was the most speechless. The human race's holy maiden that they had painstakingly captured was actually bought by a barbarian race disciple. This was hard for them to accept. Yet, they had no way to stop this brat from the barbarian race. Congratulations to this hierarch of the barbarian race for obtaining the human race's holy maiden. When Giant Flame announced, there was a hint of bitterness in his voice. Initially, he wanted to contact the royal race disciples. But now, he had helped an unknown brat from the barbarian race. The human race's holy maiden Feng Yan also did not expect that she would be exposed to the hands of this brat from the barbarian race. In order to bid for her to warm his bed, he was willing to fork out 5 billion low-grade primordial stones. The human race's holy maiden could not imagine why this brat would do so. "This is yours." Giant Flame arranged for people to hand over 5 billion low-grade primordial stones. The human race's holy maiden was also brought to his side. This is a tool to unlock the treasure in her body. As long as it is not unlocked, her strength will always be sealed. "Thank you." Lin Fei received the treasure and kept it. "That's right. If you have any good stuff in the future, you can contact me. I'm not afraid of anything. I dare to ask for anything good." Giant Flame was really impressed by this guy. "If I were you, I would run away now. None of the royal race disciples are to be trifled with, especially the Lion Man race and the Tiger Man race. They are famous for their brutality." Giant Flame said, "You are a good person. However, I like all kinds of exciting challenges." Lin Fei said with a smile. Giant Huan knew that he had wasted his words. This was an extremely audacious fella. He was just courting death. He didn't listen to his words at all. Since the other party did not listen, there was nothing Giant Flame could do. The barbarian race was indeed a bunch of brainless fellows. As Lin Fei took away the human race's holy maiden, the news spread immediately. Although it was not big news, this brat from the barbarian race and the human race's holy maiden, as well as 5 billion low-grade primordial stones, would definitely cause quite a stir in the vicinity of the deity tomb. In fact, when the news came out, many people doubted its authenticity. The barbarian race, which was at the bottom of the beast divine continent, dared to challenge a royal race disciple and even auction the human race's holy maiden. No matter who heard it, they felt like they were dreaming. Was that really a barbarian race disciple? As the people who witnessed all of this spread the news, everyone was shocked. Was there going to be an expert in the barbarian race? However, this expert did not seem to have a good brain. Heavens, this is unbelievable. When did the barbarian race become so powerful that they dared to go against a royal race disciple? I heard that they are going to the deity tomb. They are really courting death. Chapter 3230. Lin Fei was famous in the divine tomb of the Yuanfu tribe. Everyone knew about it after Lin Fei left with the human clan Holy Maiden, and everyone looked at him strangely along the way. A barbarian kid had stolen the limelight of a royal disciple. It was something that would not happen even once in 1,000 years, but everyone had encountered it in the divine tomb of the Yuanfu tribe. Lin Fei walked at the front unhurriedly. His face was expressionless, and it was impossible to tell what he was feeling. However, his heart was filled with joy. Snatching the human clan Holy Maiden from the hands of a royal disciple has really earned me a lot of prestige. It's only been a while and my prestige has already exceeded 10 million. It was much faster than when he was on the Sacred Body Mountain. As the matter continued to ferment, his prestige continued to increase. He could easily earn more than 1 billion prestige points, which was something that could be done without any pressure. The human clan Holy Maiden, Feng Yan, who was walking behind, followed closely and did not dare to fall too far behind. Until now, Panjian had not figured out how she had fallen into the hands of a barbarian disciple. It was as if God was playing a big joke on her. "Master, there's no one here. We have to camp in the wild," Buffing said cautiously. He was still worried that something bad would happen, but in the blink of an eye, a big problem had arisen. The barbarian had offended a royal disciple who had the worst tempers among the lion men and tiger men, not to mention some of the hidden generals. A barbarian disciple with no background was still a juicy piece of meat in everyone's eyes. Lin Fei went all the way to an empty place outside and released a senfu with a wave of his hand. It was a brand new senfu purchased from the Prestige Mall. It was a must-have senfu with a strong defense that could easily withstand a high-level ultimate god's attack. It also had a counterattack formation with a price of 30 billion prestige points and a 100-year usage. As soon as the Senfu was released, it was magnificent and immediately shocked the people who followed behind. The Beast Divine Continent's experts would also carry a Senfu with them when they went out. However, compared to the one in front of them, the difference was too big. Every part of this immortal abode was unbelievably exquisite. Open the door. The door slowly opened. Lin Fei walked into Senfu. Panjian and Hofeng were slightly startled. In a place like the Divine Beast Continent, it was not easy to see such a Senfu. It was normal for them to be shocked. After the two of them entered, the door slowly closed. There were many Senfu cultivators near the tomb of the god of sin. However, when Lin Fei's Senfu appeared, everyone's Senfu paled in comparison. That brat from the barbarian tribe has really struck gold. If Senfu can take out something like this, he must have found something good in the tomb. Exactly, it's too ostentatious. I can guarantee that this brat from the barbarian tribe won't live for long. That's for sure. Maybe those generals will come and attack soon. After all, it's just a brat from the brute tribe. If he dies, then he dies. It doesn't matter. A brat from the barbarian race was wealthier than them. Many royal disciples also learned of this matter and personally came to see the Senfu. The tomb of the god of sin had not opened yet, so they had nothing to do. The moment they saw the Senfu, they were all captivated. Arrange for a few generals to seize that Senfu. Hu Tianren had also gone to see the Senfu, and he fell in love with it at first glance. It was too classy. Why does a brat from the barbarian race live in a better place than me? In the Divine Beast Continent, essence beasts ran amok. However, there was not much development in the path of refining artifacts. And it was almost impossible to find a good Senfu in the Divine Beast Continent. Even if there was one, it would be obtained by robbing human experts. There were very few immortal abodes refined locally that were of a high grade. Seize the Senfu. Remember, don't kill the brat from the barbarian race. That will make us seem unreasonable. Sure, Lieri also saw it and arranged for the generals to deal with the brat. Those who dared to show off in front of the royal disciples never had a good ending. These two weren't the only ones eyeing the Senfu. Inside the Senfu, fake mountains, flowing water, pavilions, everything was there. Apart from that, when one walked into the Senfu, they would feel an absolutely peaceful aura. Any restlessness or uneasiness would disappear without a trace. An immortal mansion with 30 billion prestige for 100 years was not an undeserved reputation. At least it was worth the money. Lin Fei quite liked this Senfu. In the prestige shopping center, this kind of Senfu was the lowest grade. There were even more expensive ones above it. Little Hua, you can go guard the door. Remember, don't go out. No matter how many people come, you don't have to worry. If someone comes to find me, reject them all. I won't go out until the tomb of the god of sin opens. Lin Fei sent Hofeng away. This guy eagerly went to guard the door. He had never been to this kind of Senfu in his life. What do you know? It's not that easy to be my bed-warming maid. Lin Fei sat in a pavilion, looking at the saintess of the human race standing in front of him. Panjian raised her head. You'd better kill me. Lin Fei shook his head. No, no, no. Killing you would be so boring. You're someone I've spent 5 billion low-grade origin stones on, and I've even offended a royal disciple. Wouldn't killing you be too easy? Feng Yan's eyes were cold, as if she was facing death calmly. I will never satisfy any of your requests. In my eyes, the life of a primordial beast is not a good thing. Even if you are a barbarian, it is the same. Lin Fei bid for the human race saintess not because he coveted her beauty, but because he wanted to keep the human race alive. In addition, he wanted to increase his prestige. Panjian's hatred value plus 100,000. Lin Fei looked at the number. Wasn't the aggro a little too high? It started at 100,000. This hatred value was really big. Then you should think about how to be a bed-warming maid first. Lin Fei stood up, left a sentence and left. Panjian was ready to accept her fate. Without strength, she was nothing. No matter how the barbarian boy treated her, she would not blink. But the scene in front of her was completely wrong. Left? Panjayan's face showed a rare trace of confusion. If you want to use this method, then you are wrong. Panjayan said in her heart, I will never bow my head. In Panjayan's view, this was a trap of the barbarians. It was impossible for her to obediently serve the barbarians. The barbarian boy left, and Panjayan didn't know what to do for a while. This situation made her not used to it, and her mood began to become contradictory. In the end, Panjayan walked around. Her mood began to calm down. What a magical senfu!